Welcome, my friends. Good to see you. Another Saturday, another stream. And yes, my dearest friend, there you go. Yeah, the elevator will come. Hey, I always butcher your name, buddy. Hedge Homestead. You're very welcome. It's good to see you guys. I never expected to see at least 4 or 5 people in here when I popped up. Okay, Huga. I'm gonna try to remember that. Thanks for the reminder. I have it difficult to remember names and how some names are pronounced. Well, we have the first one on the panel.
I'm the first one to go out. I'm still at work. So later maybe I open
Well,
the curtains.
yeah. Well, I will keep this running for a couple of hours, so there is plenty of
Much
time.
much better, and I'm the first to go up.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And I
how are
arranged
you?
so you
How's your
got your jacket or mechanic status.
yeah? So how's everybody? You have a lot of guests maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have
Hi
Victoria
Jim,
May,
Homestead,
live unfiltered.
Shadow.
You're very
Yeah.
welcome.
Creative reduction. Redundancy. Hello, Victoria, my love. And from
Creative redundancy. He's from
my voice
Canada.
is my voice is clear. May guapa, may Bisaya dito. Ilongga guapa guapa. That is Tagalog. Can I
Jeez.
have moderator or jacket? Eh,
Normally I
she she
don't.
need she need jacket. She need moderator.
Normally I don't. Normally I don't do that, but in some cases I can do. But
Uh-huh.
uh, well, there you go.
Victoria May Live redundancy. What's how to pronounce that?
Creative,
Redundancy.
creative redundancy.
Redundancy. Oh,
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
yeah.
He has a tendency to ramble.
Uh,
But
okay.
there is another one who has a tendency to rambling. So
Hello guys, can you drop your link and then I will start in you here. We need the
yeah,
bananas, so I'll give bananas also.
and on my streams, everybody feel free to
Yeah.
get to know each other better. So come on, CR, put your
But
butt
I have
in the elevator and get up here, buddy.
CR is a good person.
Yeah, he
CR,
is.
where's the CR now? Yeah, that is the creative.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy. So
Yes, I saw him the last live stream there. She's there.
yeah,
He's there. So maybe tomorrow I have a schedule for live streaming, but you're at work, so you cannot go to my live every time I go. Every
yeah,
time.
good to know.
Hello at NC
Uh,
Creation and
yeah, NS
NS
creation. Uh,
Creation. Hi friends. Take what's that?
NS Creations has been
Take you, friend.
here for a
Take
while.
you, friend. Be good night. Like a emoji, like
So
emoji.
I think it's a good idea to
Yeah.
have the
Oh,
freedom to get to know each other and connect to each other. I have no problems with that. Not on my streams. People can do that because that I try to help people
yeah. And me
as
too.
well. Hey Verna, good
Hello,
to see you.
Miss Ivy?
I don't know what happened. She just maybe she lost connection or something.
Oh, hello
Well,
everyone.
she will probably pop up again.
Sorry, my dog is snoring here.
Yeah. But anyway, it's good to see you here.
Yeah, I can't sleep, and I saw your live, so I just.
You have the same problem sometimes, like I have. I can't sleep. I check who's alive. Oh,
Hello, creative.
redundancy.
Hello, creative redundancy. May love shout out.
Nice guy
Berna,
from Canada.
Berna is
And
there.
there we have Ivy again.
Hello,
Welcome
Berna,
back
Sis
up.
Ivy.
I drop my, nauna ako. I drop myself.
Uh, uh,
Well, that
I saw
happens.
you here at the panel, so I came up as well.
I thought Berna is sleepy. Or she
No,
wake up.
I can't sleep. I can't sleep. After Lalab's aim stream,
You should
I lay down, but I can't sleep, and I'm just watching on YouTube, and then I saw that shadows on live, and I came here.
Yeah, I have been live for 7 minutes and 54 seconds.
ano.
And I will keep this running for a couple of more hours. So at least six,
Okay.
7 hours.
Anybody can go up there.
Uh,
CR, you can go up. Creation. Creation, you can go up.
Creation redundancy, and
Yeah,
the one
come on,
also known as
CR.
CR.
He's also known as CR. So
Yeah. Yeah.
sometimes it's easier to say CR than creative redundancy.
Ah,
Well. Isn't that my old pal? Dojo's alignment specialist. Good to see you, buddy. Long time no see.
Jojo's mega love shout out. I'm letting you guys girls talk this time. Okay.
Boda Nasser, good to see you and welcome to my stream. This is my broadcast.
So you
I
can
couldn't
sing
help
us
but.
now?
Not really. I'm
Na,
not a singer.
you can at least try
My
and
headset
pretend
is
that
low watt.
nobody's watching you. No one's here.
Well, or hear me because uh, I don't see when people are in the at home. I when I'm alone at home, I can. It's just fine. But
Nobody can get you. Nobody can get you. Ano ba yan?
Hey,
so,
Ano?
how are you
creative
doing,
wonderful.
Dojo's allotment? How are you doing, buddy? Oh, by the way, Dojo, he is from UK.
Uh,
Shadow.
can you hear that snore?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's my dog
Sabi nga
sleeping
daw
beside
ako
me,
dyan.
and
good to hear,
she's
Dojo.
You
snoring.
should be careful.
I'm good, thank you.
Good to hear, buddy. And I hope everything is okay with everyone else in the chat. And I hope
Nobody,
everything is
nobody
okay with you
can
too.
get you.
I can hear the
Yeah,
Friday nag-aano ka,
somebody has
nagpi-feedback.
to mute YouTube.
Sorry, sorry. I'm annoying pala. nakaano.
Mary
Welcome.
Nakaano
1970
ako.
say Shadow
Hindi ko
Scout,
marinig yung
nag-love shout out
lobat sa
po.
Welcome, Mary.
yung
1970.
headset na isa.
Good to see you. I hope
So,
everything is okay with
aakit
you
ako
too,
uli.
buddy. Sorry if
Aakit
I'm
ako
eating.
uli. So, I use another emoji.
Yeah, now I have to.
No, I dropped the other one because it's lobat.
Okay.
I'm lobat. So, okay. Lobat yung isa.
Well, where I had some bad luck once. It was somebody who just wanted to join the panel, and that was a troll. So we kicked that dude out of the. Well, we couldn't allow him to be on the panel.
Okay.
So it's better to open the camera first before you accept.
Yeah. You need to, because
Yeah.
you never know that they have creative Mary 1970. Hi, ShadowScoutSwede in Sweden. Wait, without N. Swede.
Shadow Scout Swede.
Swede lang.
Swede lang pala. Kasi ang mention ko is Sweden.
Yeah.
Swede. Swede. So,
We are also
Sweden.
known as Swedes.
Yeah. Wow, you have notebook. If you are new to my channel, please subscribe, like, and comment, and ring the bell. Bling, bling, bling.
Yeah. And somebody may open
Of
the
3
door as
million.
well.
Yes. 3 million in the house. Miga live shout out. Si Tags pa is miga-migahi na. Miga-migahi. Miga-migahi. You know that miga-migahi.
CR.
It's mean. It's mean.
See, I'm being nice and letting the ladies talk first. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's the nice and getting. You know, the ladies is very annoying. So maybe CRs cannot go out.
He always
You can
come up
creator.
when
You come up and being nice and letting the ladies talk first. Yeah, that's it. It's okay.
Yeah, I know. I have known CR for a long time now, so.
Yeah.
So, CR, don't you get up here? It's nice up here, actually. Well,
Yeah.
we have two nice ladies here on the panel. It's nice. So, why don't you come up here?
Just come. You want to?
Well, it's nice talk.
Yes.
At
This is Daya.
Bullfrog
Daya
79.
Frog 79. Hi,
Uncle
John.
Al.
Hi, Berna. Hi,
Uncle
Ivy.
Al.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning.
You know the drill, Uncle Al. Just click the link and take the elevator on the top up to the top floor, buddy. Uncle Al is
Okay.
from California, USA, so he's a really nice dude.
Hello,
Uh,
Uncle Al.
Uncle Al, yeah. His channel name is
CR,
Guy
can you
Bullfrog
go up?
79.
May I know you better?
And I know Guy Bullfrog, he's always
And
the one who
Uncle
wants
on
to
this.
join the panel.
May
So
ganon,
Maybe.
sis Ivy.
Oo. Of course. We need to know each other
now
to
we
know
have
us.
Rose
Hello, Shadow
Jones
Scout.
Journey. Good
Ruth,
to
oh
see
hi,
you.
Hello,
Good
Johnny.
I love shout
evening.
out.
Yes. Where you from?
I'm from Lagos, Nigeria.
Wow.
Yes.
I always
I like
see you
Thank you.
at
Nigeria.
my
Th-
quiz.
I always, you
Uncle
know what?
Al.
I always, the
J Mike pala.
Hey,
Obidi, Cora
preparedness
Obidi.
veteran. Good to see you, buddy.
That is from
How are you
Nigeria,
doing?
yeah.
Thank you. It's actually my first time on your live stream, but I want to appreciate you in a special way for being in my stream yesterday. Yesterday was my monetization party, and I saw you
Uh-huh.
there. And I sincerely do appreciate you. You dropped me a message. You were right there almost till the end. So I just want to come up here, and really appreciate you. It's not everybody that I messaged that showed up, but you did. And I acknowledge your presence, and I sincerely do appreciate you. Sincerely, thank you so much, my friend.
Wow.
You're very welcome.
Nag-ano.
Thank you, thank you. And help me thank Darren too. He was there for 3 hours. He was he was live all through. So please also help me thank him as well. He was singing and dancing and everything. He made it very, very lively yesterday. So thanks to him as well.
I answered that. You're welcome.
And preparedness veteran. He's also from UK,
I'm
by the
also
way.
so missy.
He's speechless. Our horse is speechless because we're eating.
I don't think I know these beautiful ladies you have on your panel, Shadow Scout. Can you introduce them?
Uh,
I'm Verna Cardon. I always seen you at J Mike's and J Mike's. Darren?
Yes, yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I was at Darren's panel yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't
nakita mo
think I
siya.
have you.
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'm going to check you out at the end of this live stream. And your hair is beautiful. I've not mentioned you have very beautiful hair.
Thank you. It's
Yeah, I
missy.
have to agree with you.
Because it's only 3 a.m. here at the Philippines and I am lying down.
Oh,
I
3
just can't
a.m.
believe I came up here.
She
Now we
wake
have
up
Wow.
another one here. Hey,
because
darling,
of
hey,
It's
the
e-
vlog.
it's evening
swing.
here as well, but it's after 8 p.m.
Hey,
Here
darling, hey,
here also
vlog.
it's 10
Just
a.m. Yeah.
pop
I
up
10
here
p.m.
too,
My
my
dad is
friend.
always with me.
Take the elevator up, my friend.
Yes, please join us here. It's also my first time here at Shadows panel.
Darling, hey, vlog.
Agoy.
Click the link
Nosebleed
and
tayo nito.
get up here, okay? In Ghost Wolf, or
And
AKA
our Ghost
Charlie.
Wolf make love shout
Good to see
out.
you,
Good
Charlie.
day.
This one.
This got to be a very different stream.
Hello, my
Was-
friend. Can you sub my link? I drop my link now. Okay.
Okay, which of them is your link here?
My link is Ivy Style. Just wait a minute.
Okay, if
I
you
drop.
drop it down, I
Ah,
could check it
yeah.
out.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
hey, darling, hey, vlog. Just click the link and pop up here. Join us. I want you
Darling
up
A
here.
vlog. Hi everyone here. Hello. Hello.
She's a really wonderful woman. She has a lot of humor, and I'm a moderator on her streams. And
Wow.
trust
Mhm.
me, you will laugh your butts off. She's so funny, and she's also a very good singer, by the way.
8 million in the house.
I
Did you
wish.
share your,
NLDGAN,
your
our
stream
Ghost
at
Wolf.
OMG?
Hi, CR Shadow, and everyone else.
Okay, are you the darling vlog?
What?
What is your own username? What's your account name?
My name is Ivy Style. Ivy Styles.
Ivy
Did you?
Styles. Can we can,
Yes, did
can
you
we
see
One
my
try,
word,
name
can you?
there?
only one word.
Yeah, I'm just
One
What?
word.
looking at the comment section.
Oh,
One
It's
word.
not
okay,
Just
wait.
it's not popping
Mandatory
up
Ivy
yet.
style with 2 words.
I dropped it already, but wait a minute.
Wait, I'll
I
just
was
go by.
dancing there. It's a short message, just a short video.
Okay,
That's for
great. Okay,
fun.
I've seen it. Okay, I've
Yeah,
seen
did
it
you see
now.
it? Okay,
Yes, I've seen it.
that's for fun.
Yeah, I will. I will
Right?
check you out.
You need to drop the short video, not long video.
Okay, you don't do long videos?
Yes,
Please don't
if you
miscarry
need
my
to
look.
sub the,
My,
you need to drop the short video.
yeah, please don't be scared with my looks. It's it's natural. It's so natural.
That
The darling
Yeah. This is
vlog,
my
gonna
normal
shut up. So
look.
I use my
Let me see.
my
Shut
main
up.
channel now. May speechless na yung ano natin, host.
So, what do we
Yeah.
do on your live stream, Shadow? Do we sing? Do we dance? What do you do usually do? I'm just
I
curious
can
to know.
I can tell you one thing. It's not much of singing on my live
It's up to
streams.
you if you dance, if you sing. You can
I'm not
free.
Yeah.
even dancing. It's mostly talking, chatting.
Okay, okay, okay.
Try to try to
So,
sing and we will dance. Shut up.
So this stream will be. I have a strange feeling this stream will be a little bit different from what I normally do. So, but it's okay.
Did you
Some
did you
change
share
doesn't
your
hurt.
stream? Did you share your stream at Cubis?
All girl here is annoying to your live
Yeah,
stream.
I think I did.
I'm actually looking for someone to collaborate with on weight loss topics.
I think you have a nice voice. You can
Thank.
sing.
Yeah, I can sing, but I'm looking for somebody
Yes.
to actively collaborate with more regularly
Oh,
on live
really?
streams. Yeah, but it looks like everybody here
Do
is
you
already
also
fit.
do do you
Yes.
also do live
Even
stream?
my voice is not good, but I sing.
Yeah. We're
I'm not shy. I'm sing. Even Berna.
Yes, darling A vlog. What
yeah,
can
there's
I do for you, my friend?
ano daw.
Come up here, darling A vlog.
I've danced on
Inaakit niya
video
sa taas.
already, just saying.
It would be nice
Yeah,
to have
please
you on
come up
my
here,
panel
join
for
us,
a
and
change.
we will dance together while Shadow's singing.
Oh boy.
I don't think Shadow is ready to sing
Okay.
tonight.
Shadow using the Curly's Whisper.
Actually,
Oh my
I
God.
don't even know that one.
Now, if you didn't know, maybe you know now.
I think it's a sexy dance. Huh?
Curly's Whisper.
Yeah, I also don't know that song.
That is the viral
I
song. You
karaoke
know that.
before. Huh?
A
In the
karaoke before
Philippines, that is the
too.
viral song.
You done a lot, CR.
Okay,
Di
okay,
ba? You
okay.
know that. You know the rumors about
I
the
remember now.
doctor.
I remember now.
Okay, I can't even translate that.
No,
You
just
also play.
joking.
Hello, Shadow. I'll be in the comments. My kids are beginning to seek for my attention, so I have to attend to them. But I'll be in the comments, okay?
Okay.
Darling A
Okay.
blog.
Okay. Bye, guys. Bye, ladies.
Okay, bye.
Just wanna
Thank
sige
you.
po yan,
Now,
Miss Ivy.
Alan?
now we have the two
Magsalita ka daw.
greatest guys
Wow,
here.
RC is
We have
there.
Uncle Al,
Hello.
California, and Steinors from
Hello.
Wisconsin.
Good to see you, Al. Hey, I saw Yoren up here with three beautiful ladies all by himself. I figured I better pop in here and take a little load
Later,
off
later,
the
Now
because
that
shoulders, right?
later,
voice,
because
that voice
I'm
is
at
giving vibe. That voice is giving good vibe.
Oh, good, good. I hope it does.
Yeah, that voice is sending good vibes. I wanted to step down, but I'm going to stay a little while. I'm
Oh,
loving that voice.
good, good.
Please talk, talk some more, please.
Hey, it's good to meet you, Ruth. It's
Yeah.
awesome. This is the first I've gotten to meet you. That's neat.
Yes,
Well,
same
same with the
here.
other two gals, Verna and
yes,
Same
and
Ivy.
here.
nice to meet you too.
I've,
I
I've
always
taken I've
watching
taken note
the
of your names.
streaming
I'm
of
definitely
Shadow.
going to connect with you guys.
Uh,
Feel free to do so.
yeah, yeah.
If you
Yeah,
want,
I will.
please.
Hey, yeah, you're one beautiful lady. I gotta
Hey,
Yeah,
tell you, you're telling us what time of the morning it is there, and if you're looking like that
old as
at
dirt,
this time of
Uncle
day,
Al. What is your YouTube name? Hi.
Oh, it's Die Bullfrog 79.
Ah,
Oh, okay,
Daibo,
okay. You just
no?
added those other parts to it.
Okay.
Okay, nice to connect with you. I'm definitely going to do a proper mega love shout out to you on my channel,
Thank
and
you
I'll
very
connect with
much.
you as well.
I have to warn people, I'm listed in the YouTube ghetto as dangerous.
Ooh, I smile in the face of danger.
Like I said, a lot of people, they don't want to
How
hear the
dangerous
truth.
is that?
Ivy, I'm kind of dangerous because I simply see things that other people don't see and it comes out true.
Daibo
And
Frog 79. Can you drop your link, please?
I can't do it. I already used up my linkage for this season. I will do
Ah,
something
okay,
for
okay,
you.
okay. I go to
1 second.
channel. I go to
No, no,
channel.
hold
Like
on.
Okay, it's
like
okay.
uh like uh
Because YouTube's got me on the.
fortune
uh,
fortune 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 teller like that.
There you go. Because YouTube got
Ah,
me
okay. I
on.
sabi niyo already.
wait, we do like this.
Because
Ah,
Okay.
you.
okay, okay,
Mm.
okay.
Okay, sorry
Okay,
about
okay.
this. But YouTube got me
Okay.
on a 3 link month. I only could do 3 links every month. This is a way to go around them. It's a YouTube trick, it's a shadow trick to
Okay.
ban your channel.
Wow.
This is one of the ways you could outthink YouTube. You write it on a piece of cardboard, okay?
Yeah.
And it links up your channel so you can see my channel. And
Okay.
I don't get punished because every time I do that, I lose about, let's see, watch hours, and I'm down again at 600 watch hours because they didn't like
Wow.
a comment I made. So they just struck it out because I was
Wow.
talking about the Chinese in Africa and Nigeria, how they're conning people to take the debit trap. And they say, nope,
Mm.
we don't like that. We're striking 600 hours from your channel.
Wow.
So when you come to my channel, this is, well, Jordan knows what I
The
am.
tea without
What,
slap.
Ivy?
Wow. That
Uh,
600 hours is too much a
Thursday.
punishment now.
yeah. You guys are, uh, Jordan knows what I'm talking about. I'm old school. They took
Mm.
5,000 hours away from me. I had
Wow.
over 8,000 views and watch hours. And they say, we don't like your content. And I said, it's
Hmm.
nothing against the YouTube regs. Oh, you're on our secret list. Nope. And they
Wow.
zap you because they don't like certain words. If you go to Google or Bing or any other search
Mm-hmm.
engine, you look for the forbidden words. I told this to Jordan. Forbidden words on YouTube, and it got you a
Okay.
list. It'll go right straight down, and you'd be surprised.
Hmm.
Oh, we lost Ivy.
Ivy,
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
but she
Okay.
pops
I'm
up
learning
again.
that now.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm also learning.
yeah.
I'm
So
learning that now.
yeah, so you got to watch out for certain words and phrases you can't use. And like I
Hmm.
said, I cover reproductions. I covered rations. I like to make things.
Can you give us an example of the
Some of the words.
yeah some of the words that we cannot use on YouTube?
I don't want to ban Jordan's channel. You have to go onto Google,
Okay,
say
that's true.
forbid,
You're not supposed to say it. Okay. Okay.
Mm,
Okay. We'll have to go and check it out ourselves.
right?
yeah.
Yeah,
Because
I will
if we
just take
say it,
that as well.
Jordan's
Oh, that's
channel up
true.
there, this live stream will end really quick.
Hmm. Yeah.
Hey, Grayman Prippin,
Okay.
good to see you, buddy. Long
Yeah,
time no see, brother.
Al, I know the issues you had to go through. It's been just a nightmare for you, man. You just, you keep looking and digging. What did I do now? Kind of thing,
Hmm.
and and I, but for me, it just shocks me because I've got over 900 uploads, and I haven't had YouTube tag any of them, not one.
Hmm.
I've gotten limited monetization because I played some copyright stuff
Music.
that I knew they'd put a claim on, but that video only makes me maybe 20 cents a month. So I say, oh, the heck with it. I'll leave it up and let them make the 20 cents a month. I don't care.
Hmm.
But otherwise, for banned words and that, I'm surprised because I have open discussion panels. And some of my guests, I've told them over in the private chat, please don't go down that discussion because I know some things
Okay.
that may be said.
Hmm.
So it's and that's it is they're on this kick now of using appropriate topics. They don't want you
Hmm.
talking about certain topics at all. And boy, they'll
Hmm.
nail your channel if you get too deep into some of those topics. They'll jump. That was like with the virus. I
Hmm.
did get a couple of warnings that they limited the revenue, and they said it was because I
Hey,
was
Bob.
talking about the virus. And I,
Hmm.
I
Good
told
to
them, I
see
said,
you.
Yes,
I
it's
didn't give
true.
pro or con, so I was neutral. Don't
Yeah.
strike me because I was neutral.
Hmm.
And so they did a live person review of it, and they messaged me back and said, after reviewing it,
Hey,
we
Grayman, do you want to
understand you
join us
didn't
up
take a
here for a
position.
moment?
So,
Hmm.
but boy, you got to watch them. They're
If you
looking
have
to nail
time,
you
of
on
course.
anything now.
Wow. Thank you so much for bringing that up. I never knew it was a thing. Thank
Wow.
you, thank you. I'm going to go
Well,
ahead to do more search those words because I really don't
Uncle
want
El
any
has
issues.
sold
I just
me.
got monetized only less than 2 weeks now, and I did
Uh
my
huh.
monetization party yesterday. So I've not even earned anything on YouTube, and I don't want any kind of, you know,
Problem. No problem.
problems.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm happy I'm hearing this now. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah.
Steinolf knows a lot about YouTube, and so do Uncle El. So those two, they know a lot. So
Shadow,
if you
how do
want,
you get Shadow? How do you get such pretty ladies on your panel? What's your magic?
well,
Why do you think I'm here? I usually just listen. I usually just listen to him, but boy, today
hey,
I was coming
Grayman.
up.
Well, uh, I got into the Filipino community
Yeah.
that maybe 2 years, 3 years ago.
Hmm.
Uh, I slide in on a banana shell, basically, or a silver spoon. It depends on.
Hmm. Hmm.
And lately, it has grown. So then I found Darren Dobson and Jay Mike.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I met a lot of Filipino
They're
people from
sweet ladies.
Philippines there. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of them, and it spread, and
Magandang morena babae.
and before I know it, I sit here with
Magandang
Frank
morenang
Einstein
babae, ha?
and
You like
Karina
morena?
Berna
Mhm.
and
Asawa ko
Oh, you want...
Filipina babae. Yeah.
Ay, asawa mo Filipina. Oh, that's why.
Oo. Sa Davao.
So, sa Davao. So, the best ang
Uh,
Filipina, right?
yeah, she's Bisaya.
Mapa,
Mhm.
mapagmahal, right?
Bahal. Yeah,
She's Bisaya.
Yeah. Sorry
And
for
I
skipping
Bisaya
out
also.
of. Oh, really? We're saan ka nakatira?
Saan ka ba?
Oh,
Thank you,
Ay, ako,
Grandma.
nasa Riyadh ako.
Subscribing.
You know how to speak.
a little.
You're
I
growing.
love
I know enough to talk
yes, Grayman. He has his
Tagalog and Bisaya to the taxi driver, so they won't
I
overcharge me.
raised the link to him.
Because your wife is Filipina, so that's why you know how to
Right.
Can you
speak
get
Yeah.
the link to
Bisaya
the
or Tagalog.
Steinhoff to give Grayman, please?
Yeah. We're gonna go back to the Philippines soon. Yeah. They finally lifted the restrictions and we're going.
Yes, it's okay now. Maybe it's okay. The traveling is okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
No quarantine. I think if you're complete with the
correct.
vaccination, so
Yeah.
no
Idea where
quarantine at all.
Harvey is.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the requirements now are international travel to the Philippines anyway is we have to have a clean COVID test 48 hours before we arrive in Manila. And
Okay.
we're clean in Manila, then you just go ahead to your destination. But if you have
We're in Davao. That's in Davao.
yeah, we're
Thank
gonna go
you.
we're gonna go from Manila to Davao. That's where the family's at. Yeah.
Okay. Which place in
CR.
Davao?
Oh, it's secret. You have to come find me. Don't-
Because I'm from Davao also. Because
You
I'm
are?
from Davao also.
Agdao.
Yes.
Agdao.
Agdao. Yes,
Oh.
I have my
Mhm.
cousin there in Barrio Patay.
Oh.
That's we call Barrio Patay.
Okay.
Yes, in Agdao.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome,
I
Vincent
have a lot of
Parker.
relatives there.
Good to see you again.
You know, in the prepping community, Filipinos are a valuable resource. They are
Yes.
extremely valuable because they've lived through, especially in Mindanao, they've lived through a lot. They know what to do and what not to do and all that. Miss Verna, are you Filipina?
Yes.
Yes.
Really? Okay. Are you Bisaya or Tagalog?
I am
Yes.
Bicolana. I am Bicolana.
Filipina also.
Oh, hindi
No,
ko alam.
Bisaya, Tagalog.
I am Tagalog.
I'm Bisaya.
Tagalog. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll be in your home
Ako ang
country.
Bisaya, but I don't know how
That's
to
okay,
speak.
CR.
Really, you other guys out there listening, talk to these Filipinas about how to what kind of food to store up and home security, and especially the ladies from Mindanao. They've lived through a lot with the NPA and Abu Sayyaf and
Yes.
Okay, guys.
Agusaya pa, you know the Agusaya.
My ride for the church office is here, so I have to go off.
All right,
I
Al.
had to get,
Yeah, that's
I'll
okay,
catch
Uncle
you later,
Al.
guys.
Okay,
Al.
it's okay. Thank you.
Stay safe.
See you. Nice meeting you
Take care. God
here.
bless.
Yeah, the family's home is in Agdao, and yeah.
Welcome, Miss Worm. Good to see you.
And Miss Worm.
Well, Shadow, you're a lucky man getting together with these Filipinas. They are the most precious, beautiful women in the world. They are wonderful ladies.
Yeah.
That's
And I have
here.
another
I'm
one
not.
in
I'm not
the
from
chat,
there.
Darling A
I'm
Vlog.
not from there at
She's a
all.
funny girl.
Where are you from,
Darling A.
Ruth?
I'm from Lagos, Nigeria.
Nigeria. Okay, good.
Yes.
No. I like the morena ladies. That means I like the brown skin. I think women with some brown skin are the most attractive women in the world. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a dirty old man, a dirty old married man, married man.
And yeah, and it must be a stable relationship because you're so public about how dirty you are.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's very stable. Yeah.
That's
Hmm.
nice. That's
I
nice
might
because
stop.
you could talk freely, and she
Later,
knows you
Uncle.
Yeah,
still love
yeah.
her, right?
Oh, absolutely. Well, my wife and I, we've been together for like 15 years, I think it is, something like that.
Good for you. Good
Wow.
for you.
Yeah, yeah. Well, she knows I'm a flirt. I'm a flirt only.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah,
these ladies.
I was married for 38 years, and
Hmm.
then we got divorced, and we were chatting actually the other day, and I told her, I said, I still don't understand why we actually got divorced. Because neither one of us ever changed. Just the times changed.
Uh,
Get tired of looking at each other sometimes.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you! You pulled my channel up. That's my weekly show. I do 3 shows a week. Yeah, yeah. If you want a little inspiration, I talk about all different types of topics, and I
Hmm.
try to
Yeah.
I try to get people to cheer up a little bit, think a little
Sure.
better of themselves.
Mm.
Absolute life, because life
I'm
is.
going to definitely check it out and stay. I
Oh,
love
thank you.
inspirational channels a lot.
Uh,
The yeah,
Nigeria. Nigeria.
Yeah.
Well, you're the first Nigerian lady I've spoken with online.
oh
Nice to
yeah,
meet you today.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh, there you are.
there she is.
Ah, we got a peek of
She's
you.
hiding. She's hiding.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
I have a grandson that's hereditary error and has has a affirmed seat to the Cameroonian Senate. Um, that his father is right from Cameroon, and that poor boy, I tell you what, he wants to travel so much. He wants to go back to
It's
it. He
painful
wants to
now.
visit his home country.
Certainly, that's
Uh,
understandable. Hmm.
he's, I tell you, he's true red, white, and blue American. But I push him. I push him. Hey, you gotta set it up. You gotta go to Cameroon. You gotta,
Hmm.
you gotta go back to where your roots start. And I'm a firm believer in that.
Travel is the best education on the planet. It's the
I
best.
I spent over 26 years working with the Native American tribes here in the United States, and became so acclimated with the culture that there's a lot of times people will ask me, "Are you or aren't you Native American?"
Oh yeah,
I tell
that's
them, "Well, when in Rome,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
it. You become acclimated, and
Hmm.
if you learn the cultures and the root of their cultures, then you understand the people so much better.
Yeah, you understand why they think the way they do, why they
Yeah,
speak the way they do. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
I'm in
And you
this.
and you learn that
Hmm.
we're not all that different.
Yeah,
We're not all that different.
not
We we
really. Yeah,
we
just.
all breathe, we all
Hmm.
bleed, we all
Yeah.
cry. We
Hmm.
you know, and if we put everything else together, then you find out why some people act different than others.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah. I'm.
Otherwise,
Mm.
we're all
We're all
just
people.
people. We're all
Mm-hmm.
just people.
So true.
Mm-hmm.
So true.
We want to respect and be respected.
True.
Miss Verna, are you overseas working or are you in the Philippines right now?
No, I'm here at the Philippines, in Laguna.
Laguna. Okay. Yeah. I've been to Makati and Manila and Pasig and Pasay and Quezon. And, yeah. I've been around your area.
You've been everywhere.
I've been a lot of countries.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
I have never
Wow.
been there.
Mm-hmm. Laguna. Oh my. Oh my. Did I tell you I'm looking
Only
for a
stay here in
girlfriend?
Laguna and
I'm
once
looking
in
for a
Cavite.
girlfriend.
You're gonna get in trouble, mister.
Oh, I have to be careful because a lady from Davao was right there. Oh my God, she might tell my missus.
She tell your missus, lagot ka sa misis mo.
Mm,
Lagot ka sa misis mo.
and
Maybe your
you
missus
know,
is,
Sweden.
missus is jealous.
Oh yeah, she did. We're at the point now where well, like she's at work right now, and I'll send
See?
her a text. I'll send my wife a text. I said, "Hun, call before you come home. Girlfriend number 5 is over right now. Call me
That's
before you come home." she just says, go ahead with that one.
that's
You're
yeah.
clever, You're so clever.
Something tells me that she just says, "Oh, what's new?"
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, what's
In
new?
reality, I'm just home. I'm right here. Oh. I got to be careful though. One from Davao is here. She's right there. She's from Davao. She might find my wife and ooh, oh, you know how those Davao women
Yeah,
are. Those.
that's Sis Ivy's channel.
Mm-hmm. Ivy. So yeah, Shadow. I gotta thank you because I've met some Filipinas on your channel and
Yeah.
subscribed to them, and I listen in when they're all singing karaoke together, and that's fun. That's fun times.
Yeah, it is.
Hmm.
And I'm impressed. Most of those who are from Philippines are really good singers.
They are. I know. They're well. Learning from my wife that dancing, traditional dance, and singing and music is in their fundamental education.
Yeah,
So
Mm-hmm.
they start off
Yeah.
very young
yeah.
singing and
It's
dancing, and
it's a way of life for 'em.
it
Yeah,
is, yeah. That's
yeah,
how many get jobs as entertainers in
yeah.
bands, and they get out and go around to yeah.
He
I
had
am
some.
trying to go directly to your channel, but I can't because I don't have a moderator.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
am trying.
yeah. That's my channel is Bob942. Yeah, but you'll never. We my wife only is shows up on some of our travel videos, but around the house she runs from the camera. She won't ever go in front of the camera at home. I don't know why, but she's shy like that. Yeah, I'll be posting some videos at the end of next month. We're going back to to the Philippines, and you guys hang out. We'll be posting some videos of the family welcoming us home and the lechon baboy. That's a roast pig for you guys who don't know what that
Yeah,
is. Yeah.
it's
Lechon
yummy,
baboy.
yummy.
Oh, masarap. Lam,
Mister, be
mas.
careful with your your high blood.
Cholesterol.
I know. I know. Hmm. Yeah, Mrs. always, looks at me if I want to eat some balut. Watch your cholesterol,
Wow.
hon. No.
You need to eat balot to
Mm-hmm.
make strong.
Um, uno,
Yeah.
uno tigas,
Para tigasin, di ba?
Dati tiga sa tuhod.
That
Oh
is
boy.
for that is for the 5 rounds. You need to tigas.
You
High
want
knuckle
more.
die. Five
If you want
rounds.
more,
High knuckle.
you need to eat more.
To the English speaker, the balut is said to make a man strong. So
Strong.
yeah, or a tigas or matipuno. To make a man strong.
Mm.
Okay, Hedgehog.
Hedgehog. Hey guys, you get to witness me flirting with some pretty Filipinas here.
Got to go. Check it. Go. It goes out later. Yeah.
Hi, Bob. Did you say your name is Bob Nine? What? What number is that?
Nine
Nine
four
four two.
two.
942.
Yeah, that's the name of my
Why?
channel.
Why did you choose? What's the uniqueness of the number? Can you explain that to us?
Just did. Well, I was an airplane mechanic my whole life, working for the Boeing company, and that was one of the flow days at Boeing, manufacturing the airplanes. And flow day 942. That's a pay point. Yeah. See, that's my
Bob
missus right
Nine.
there. She's shooting her shotgun. That's her shotgun. Yep, that's my channel.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's got
Yep.
300 videos, and I will go subscribe to your channel.
Yeah, I've got some playlists on there from many, many times we've been over to the Philippines and going out boating at Coron, Palawan, and
Yes, in the Palawan, Coron.
mhm.
You go to the
I
Boracay
haven't,
Beach.
not yet, dear, not yet. This time, well, we finally have our own house there now. It's all finished. The family got all the furniture put up in there for us, and
Yes,
as
that's
a treat for the family, we're looking at take the whole family over to the Pearl Farm Resort on Samo. That's
in summer. Yes,
uh-huh.
you
Been
know,
there.
you know, you know the Paradise Island
Oh yeah.
because
Been
I
there many
worked
times.
before. Yes, I worked before there.
Been there many
That's
many many times.
yes
Yeah.
in Davao.
hmm Yeah.
That is in the Paradise Island.
Uh-huh. I have my sister-in-law and brother-in-law live in England, and
Mhm.
we usually get together every year for the holidays. And one of the first things my English brother-in-law says, "Well, Bob, guaranteed we're going to go to Paradise Beach at least once."
Mhm.
Yeah, they won't be able to join us this March. I think next Christmas the British will be able to join us over there, and that's a really good time.
Yeah, they won't be able to.
Mhm.
We have another new one. Earth Verities. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you, Earth.
Hello, Earth. Make a love shout out.
Hey, Thor. Good to see
Shadow,
you,
please.
buddy.
Hey,
The
Thor.
other nice person that joined us in the panel earlier. I've forgotten his name. The person that was explaining to us about the names we should not call here, the words we should
That
not say here. Do you
That
remember?
was
Do you
Uncle
remember
Al.
his name?
dial
Die
balls.
Bullfrog. Die Bullfrog.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
79. I can
Okay.
type it down in the private chat. So
Okay, please. Thank you.
just search for him. You will find him.
Okay. Because I like to connect with all the amazing people I meet on my friends live stream.
Mhm.
That's what I'm just trying to give mega love and make sure I stay connected so I can join your live streams once in a while and learn from you guys. You guys are a bunch, a load of wisdom, apart from the person
Mhm.
that is hosting all the girls here.
Yep. especially these Filipino ladies are a valuable resource as far as preparing for emergencies, because with the typhoons and different events that happen in the Philippines, they've already lived through it. They know what they're doing.
Yeah. We need to prepare everything, especially
Yeah.
food.
Uh-huh.
Especially.
Hmm. I know when trouble was, I live in Seattle, and that's where a couple of years ago we had a lot of problems. And one of the first things, I've always been a prepper, but Mrs. saw what was going on, and they were acting just like the NPA in your country. She knows who they are, And
Hmm.
what she started off with getting involved was she brought home 2 big cases of noodle soups, and just dropped them right here. She says, "Okay, hon, there you go. We'll start with that," because that was a relief food: noodles, Mongo beans, crackers.
There you have Ruth
Yeah.
in the private.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, great. Thank you so much.
Say, Ruth, can I ask you something?
Go ahead, please.
Have 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 you ever, in your country, have you ever had to live on what they call relief food from like
No, no,
not yet? Oh no.
no, I haven't.
Okay.
Not yet. I haven't. I will never, by the grace
I
of
hope
God.
so. I hope for that for you too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Well, but I got a lot of information from these Filipino ladies, and yeah.
It's a great community.
Yes, it is. It is. Mm.
That's
Yeah,
him,
that's
right?
the one. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that's
just
the
him.
Okay.
one.
Okay. Okay.
There's
Thank
Uncle
you.
Al.
You're very welcome.
Ipitin pa natin yung mga foam
He's a
doon, saka
character
yung
for himself, Uncle Al.
Mm.
He had 2 strokes, um,
Hmm.
and that is why his memory is not in the best shape.
Sakit
Hmm.
ulo.
And
Sakit
he
ulo.
got stabbed. He got beaten up. He got
Wow.
shot,
Wow.
and that dude is still alive.
Wow.
So I am now at your channel. Yes.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Oh, you're at my channel now?
That's
Yeah.
I
okay,
already
sweetheart.
subscribed to you,
Oh,
Bob,
salama. All right, all right.
but I didn't write a comment.
Mhm.
We have Rose Vlog TV in the house. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm not sure how old you are, Miss Ivy, or from
One,
Min.
two, three, 4, 5, 6. I make some food here.
Okay, that my wife grew up in Mindanao during the '80s, during the NPA fighting in Davao there. So
Hmm.
she really saw a lot, and she taught me a lot too. It's a valuable resource just for prepping and getting ready for disasters and stuff like that, because she lived through a civil war already.
Yeah,
Oh, I have a jacket now, so I can go directly to your channel.
All
Everyone.
right. Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Rose Blog TV. Rose Vlog, andito po ako sa inyong bahay. You have 330. 330 subscribers.
Uh, Ivy, you're living there in Mindanao right now, or are you
No, I'm
overseas?
here in the Saudi Arabia,
Oh,
Riyadh City.
okay.
Yeah,
You
I'm just
OFW. Okay.
working here. I almost working here at 10 years, you
You're
know.
well worth it,
No,
CR.
Ano yan sis? Parang ang sarap.
yeah, that is the salad with chicken.
Mm.
Lami.
Lami kayo. Lami kayo.
Every dinner,
So, do
my
you
wife.
want to
Yeah.
pop up?
Why, Bob?
eh,
Did you see it? What I'm
Friends, I have to step down now from the panel. I'll be in
Oh,
the
okay.
chat if needed. I've connected with everybody here, so you guys just
All
take your
right.
time and check me out as well.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
It
you,
you,
was
Shadow,
Bob,
for
and
having me
great
on
to
your
meet you.
panel. I
Good.
sincerely do
you're very
appreciate you.
welcome. It was a
And
pleasure.
thank you for
Thank
being
you.
on my stream yesterday. It meant a lot to me. Thank you so much.
All right.
All
Thank you,
right. Good
Miss
night,
Ruth.
God
Bye.
God
everybody.
bless.
bless.
Bye.
hmm
I'm glad to be helped.
Always do your
Bye.
lives.
Bye.
Yeah,
Okay.
bye. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Earth,
my
I'm here at your channel, Earth Varieties.
I got a funny story to tell you though that I have a niece. She worked in the Philippines as a nurse for 2 years. She finished her contract and she passed
Mm-hmm.
the NSLEX exam, nursing exam for the United
That is the
States.
okay, RN.
Yes, yes, yes. And so I called her and her dad the other day, and I said, "Okay, congratulations, darling. You know, I hope we can get you to work here in the States."
This one.
And then I'll tell you, oh, yummy. Ooh, look at that.
Lami. That's the
Lami.
lami. I
Ah,
put in the
Yum.
lettuce.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Now Sty got
I'm,
it
I
hungry.
got to fly to Saudi. Guys, I got to go. I got to go to Saudi Arabia right now. I'm going to get some.
Bye.
No, but here's my niece. She, I congratulated her and her dad, and and we're on Facebook together. I'll tell you, and I talk almost every day, and I says, her birthday's coming up. I said, well, what do you want for your birthday, Ate? She says, oh, uncle, it's so expensive.
Good
I don't
night,
know if
darling
I
L
can.
vlog.
So I finally got it out of her. I said, well, what do you want for your birthday? She goes, uncle, I want an iPhone so bad. And I went, an iPhone. Ay, nako,
Huh.
mahal. That's so expensive. And she says, oh, how about just a simple family dinner, uncle? Well, I said, look, I'll see what I can do for you. But
Okay.
get this, guys.
Your
I said,
turn.
I says, but you're going to have to come over to my house and help me with washing dishes and doing laundry and all that, to help pay back. But I haven't heard anything from her yet. She liked the thought that maybe uncle will get me an iPhone, but as soon as I said there's conditions to this to help, she went,
Mhm.
oh, I don't know
Yeah,
about that.
yeah.
Creative CR, I'm now here at your channel.
Mhm. Oh yeah, I can tell you're in the Philippines. I hear that rooster.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lot
Well,
of
it's
roosters.
4 a.m. That's why.
Oh, okay, yeah. They're telling you it's time to wake up.
Yeah.
6 o'clock, the sun comes up every day. Yeah.
But every 4 a.m. they they waking us up. Tara.
hmm we have a house and we haven't seen it yet. We're going to go soon and see it, and it's in a private. What do you call it? For
Jojo
foreign.
Megalop shout
It, it's for foreigners, you know, and I don't think they allow roosters in there.
Mm.
Foreigners don't like the roosters; they're too noisy.
Hey,
Yeah,
Dojo.
especially every morning.
Mm.
Good to see you, buddy.
I remember last time we haven't been overseas with the family for 2 years, and I miss them so much. And one rooster across the street from the family's home was particularly noisy. And the Filipinos
Mm.
think the Filipinos think I'm crazy because I walked across the street and looked at that rooster and I said, "Now that's enough. You need to quiet down. You're hurting my head. Stop it." And the Filipinos are looking at me like, "Look at this guy. He's an idiot." Quiet, quiet. That's enough. Stop it. Of course, the rooster's looking at me, like, "Come closer, man. I'll mess you up." But
Hey, Dojo.
Hey, Dojo.
Long time no see. You're very welcome, darling A Vlog. Good to see you, my friend. I
Have a
think
good night.
Dojo has some issues with the connection, probably
Oh,
because he is buffering.
yeah.
oh well, where does
Yeah.
where does Dojo live?
UK.
In the
UK.
UK. Oh, okay. International panel.
Dojo has got an awesome land allotment.
Oh, nice.
And
Yeah.
And man, does he garden. Boy, I love his garden.
Those veggies he grows is I don't know. I get how
They're
you get
beautiful.
those so big.
Yeah. And he's got all of his greenhouses and his raised gardens. And I love keeping track of his allotment because he does great.
Okay.
Look at that.
I'm going to Saudi. I'm going to Saudi right now. All that
Boy,
delicious
oh
food
boy.
and a big hot tub. I'm going. I'm
You
going
want to
right
go here?
now.
Okay,
I tell you,
you go here, and then you take a bath here in the swimming pool, but not have water.
fill that puppy full of water and I'll jump right in.
Right in. Oh yeah.
This is
I wonder.
this is a new renovation. That's why.
Nice. Very nice.
And then I fix it all the couch here
Hmm.
so that the sandstorm will not come in the couch.
Oh,
So you
okay.
need to remove it. Yes, it's a lot of work, But my major work here is a cook, a chef.
Really? Oh
Yeah,
boy. Oh wow.
that's my work. Any kind, Italian food, any kind of food.
Very good.
Oh, shut up, you.
I feed
At
you.
last, now we can hear you.
Huh? But
Did you have problems with your connection, Dojo?
Yeah, I bet we can, but don't wait though.
There you are.
There we have
There
him.
we are.
Hello, Dojo. Nice to meet you today.
He's at work as usual.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's a security guard.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah. At a power plant.
Yeah.
My signal's that weak, I can only see half of you.
okay. Let me finish my work here.
So he likes to be on panels and streams because it's so
Oh, I imagine.
boring sometimes.
Yeah,
Very boring.
I did
Very
some
boring.
security work right after I got out of the U.S. Air Force. I did the armed guard for a while. That's like, man, that's tough. Just
Thank
But
you
that-
for the love. I appreciate, Will. Nice meeting you. And you're welcome.
let me try and find
Rose
your
Blood
channel.
Brand Dikit na puso ko. Ayan. Thank you.
Let me try and find your channel there, Miss.
Verna was easy to
Verna.
find. Yeah,
Okay.
I found her without a problem. And I subbed. Oh. Yeah, Verna's got I love your banner, Verna. Your banner on your homepage is Beautiful. Awesome.
It's
Cordon.
very simple.
Yeah.
It's a very
Very good.
simple bond.
There we go. Yeah, join up with my channel here, Miss Verna. You can see our adventures going back to the Philippines and all that. And oh, she's
Yeah.
magadan. She's so guapa. Hoo-hoo. Look at you. Oh,
Oh,
I'm
behave yourself.
I'm trying.
Yeah, I
We
could
have
tell.
another familiar film.
There we
Face
go,
in
Miss
this
Verna.
shirt. Boholana Gamay,
uh,
also from Philippines.
who is?
Buholana
Boholana
gamay,
Gamay.
Miguel shout out. Hi,
This
good
lady.
evening. Hello, good morning from here. Good morning.
Bohol, huh? No, she's from Bohol.
Boholana.
Boholana,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's from Bohol.
Mm-hmm. Bisaya.
My connection's bad.
I had a pleasant surprise this morning. I jumped on and I always run an internet speed test, make sure everything's up and running fast. My internet download and upload speeds were doubled. And then my son sent me a message on Facebook and he said, there's a new modem going to be delivered in the next couple days. He said, I just bumped our internet speed up. Well, yeah, I
Good.
did. Yeah,
Very
I did.
nice.
Correct.
Yeah,
Now I'm here in Taiwan.
and then I found out that our internet provider is going to be able to provide us with a full gig this summer. So,
Oh, fantastic.
yeah, that'll be nice. That'll be nice. Right
That
now,
must be a lot of
I'm
speed.
running at 300 down and about
Darling
30,
8, I'm
about
now
30 up.
here at your channel. Do you have 1.2? 1.2.
I have 100 on my internet.
Uh huh. That's what we used to have the
Oh, my signal is
110.
working very well.
Mhm.
I'm not lagging this time.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you haven't lagged at all.
Hello, Boholana. This Bisaya. Boholana
Thank you.
gamay. See?
Thank
Because
you, Boholana
I
Gamay.
I
will
will
play
put
all
your
for just for you. She's
I
Bisaya.
haven't been to Bohol yet. I have a good friend here. She grew up on an island next to Bohol. I don't know which one, but
That is in Cebu. Bohol
no,
is next to the Cebu.
no, she's not from Cebu. She's from a small island.
Yes, but we're same dialect language. Yeah.
My wife explained a little bit about that. My wife's from Davao, and she said Bohol language.
Boholano.
It's a little bit different. You can
Different, but
understand.
like a deeper.
Yeah. She explained the little subtleties.
Bojos, I am now here
Yes,
at
because
your
they have
channel.
accent for the Cebuano, for the Bisaya. They have have slang also.
Oh yeah, Miss Verna, I found it easier for me to learn your language, Tagalog, than Bisaya. Because the Bisaya language
it's easy.
Well, for me, it was Bisaya is really hard for me. Tagalog is easy, but Bisaya, there's so much slang, thrown in, and one little letter in the word is mispronounced a little bit wrong. It changes the entire meaning of the word. So, it was like, but the Tagalog is like,
but the Bisaya is sweet. Yes. Magandang umaga, maayong buntag. That's its meaning, Bisaya.
Can I tell you an embarrassing story about my own buntog? Okay. Okay. I oh my God, I embarrassed myself. I didn't know what I was saying. This was the last time we were in the Philippines, and I said to my wife before we left our hotel, I said, "Hun, how in Bisaya, how do I say good morning?" Because she said, my what I heard was Mayan Buntog. All right,
Yes.
that's what I heard, And so we took a taxi from our hotel, and she dropped me off at the family's house, and then Mrs. went off to do some real estate and all that.
Okay.
So I walk into the family's home first thing in the morning. Mayan Buntog. And the family friend Donnie, he froze, stood there with his mouth hanging open, like.
So what you mean that?
Well, I was saying it so wrong.
So what
I said
you
it.
say?
Well, I'll get to that here in just a minute, dear. So I go into the family's home. There's my niece, my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law starts making me a coffee right away. And my niece, she's in university. She's at the table studying. And I said something like, Bayan Buntog. And she froze. So did my sister-in-law. They went, oh. And I went, so that should have been clue to you, foreigner, you dummy. You're saying it really wrong. And the way I was saying it was like prostitute. I was mispronouncing the words. I was trying to say good morning. Then I was saying prostitute mountain. Hooker mountain. And my niece, she's so sweet. She says, "Uncle, say it buntog, buntog, not buntog, but buntog." So I said, and I look, me being a big mouth, me being a big mouth jackass. I said, "Honey, you've got to change your language so I can say it easier." Yeah, buntog means a street prostitute.
Yes,
yeah, and that's what I was saying to the family. Like, it's not Mayan, it's Maayan Buntog, a mountain street prostitute. So I didn't know. I'm sorry, I didn't know. So I went outside and I lit up a cigarette, and here comes my brother-in-law. He goes, "Bob, bro, just speak English." And I said, "Bro, Mayan Buntog." He goes, "No, Bob, just speak English. Speak English." So 2 years later, I'm at home, and my wife has 2 children. They're Filipino children, and I said the same thing to my daughter one time. She goes, "Dad, no, don't say it like that."
The stream has reached new heights. I agree about that.
But I found out 2 years later what I was actually saying. They were so polite to me that they didn't tell me what I was honestly saying. I went, "Oh my God!" I said,
"You have to pronounce it."
Yeah, I said, "Oh my God!" I said, "Hooker Mountain." Oh my God! I'm sorry, I didn't know. That's why my brother-in-law immediately says, "Bob, bro, just speak English." Just Bob, bro, just speak English. Don't no, just speak English.
So funny.
That's why I can learn Tagalog easier than Bisaya, because not Buntog, but Buntog. That means the whole word changes. It's like morning. It's like, so if you ever see me over in the Philippines, ladies, I'm going to speak English.
You can never speak in Tagalog or Bisaya in Maayong Buntag.
Yeah. Well, when I've been into Makati and Pasig and Manila, taxi drivers, I'll speak to them in Tagalog. That way they know this is not my first time here. And they will, if your first time there, some of those taxi drivers, they'll overcharge you, but
they are crocs.
Crocodiles.
We call that
yes,
crocs.
crocodile. Yeah, the crocodiles. Yeah, I know. I've had that. But that's my funny story about.
That must felt pretty embarrassing.
It is now. Now, yeah, because I was wondering why everyone in the household just stopped. If they had only told me at the time, Uncle, you're saying prostitute mountain, stop it. Oh, okay. But they're so polite and sweet. My family, I've got a good family.
Yeah, that is good.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
helps a lot, actually.
Yeah, it really. I've really married a good woman with a good family. I'm so lucky.
Well, it's a blessing.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Wala na nandito po ako sa iyong bahay.
Let me find
Bukulan.
Miss Baholana. Let me see if I can find her channel.
Yeah.
I'll take a look.
She's easy to find.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take a look and
Just click
Gamay. Okay.
their link, their names.
Oh, okay. Just a second, dear. I'm almost there. Let's see where we're at. There we are. Okay, I found your channel, Miss Bolan. There we go. Okay, you got a new one, Bolan. All right, there we are. We're friends now. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I worked for Boeing for 30 years making airplanes as an aircraft mechanic, and there was a lady there. I met her at Boeing, and I knew she was Filipina, so we became friends. Then that was before my wife got here, and I used to flirt with her a lot. She's a married lady and all that. So finally, the day came when my wife came here, and we got together. We went up to Cecilia's house. That's her name. And you know what? The first thing Miss Cecilia said to my wife, she goes, "Oi, your husband is a flirt. Watch out for him."
Thanks, CR.
Well, I'm making some musical instruments for our get together here next month, so we can make like Kadayawan music, in our house, and have the whole family can make rhythm and stuff like that. That's what I'm doing on my channel right now.
Interesting.
Kadiyawan Festival.
Yeah, like that, rhythm instruments and
Mm-hmm.
You're a creative
I am
guy,
now at here
Bob.
at your house, at your channel, Steiner. Stein.
Yeah, I've got a big shop, and I'm retired from Boeing, so I've got time to be creative and make things here.
It's my son. I wish, he's still got about another 20 years before he's going to be retiring. But I wish he had the time, because he builds cigar box,
nice,
banjos and ukuleles, and he built me a beautiful mountain dulcimer. And,
really?
And yeah, I'm 65 years old, and I'm back. It's insane, but back in the early 1970s, I used to play the dulcimer and the banjo. Well, I smashed my left hand, so I couldn't chord anymore, and I ended up giving up the instruments. Well, almost 50 years later, I said, I want a dulcimer so bad. Well, my son built one for me, and it turned out beautiful. So then I went and I bought what they call a hobro, which is just a 4-string, what they call a strum stick, but it's designed so you play it like a steel guitar. You just lay it in your lap and you play with the slide. and I'm starting to pick up a little on that. And then I got brave and I bought myself a mandolin. So I'm trying to get that left hand back into shape so that I can play. But I love any acoustics that people put together. I've been in campsites where folks just gathered up what was around in the campsite to put enough instruments together to pound out a little bit of
a drum circle
rhythm.
thing going on.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping to do. I bought an extra suitcase just for the instruments that I'm bringing, and I'm hoping we'll be able to do that with the family.
Yeah.
Just like example, some of these things are homemade. This is a rhythm instrument here with some little bells that you just sit there like that. And then I got this little this frame drum. I got that on Amazon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and these are. I'm gonna fill up a whole suitcase with things like this, but
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
And
that's it. That's agong.
Agong.
Agong. That's agong. Okay, you can dance it, Nick.
I modified this with some chains on the back.
Oh yeah.
So it makes a cracking sound. Yeah, that's the.
And in the worst case, if you're one instrument short, just find yourself a broom handle and turn that suitcase into your fill-in machine.
Yeah, you can sit on it like a cajon drum. The ladies Filipinos know what that is. The Spaniards brought those box drums.
Yeah.
In the cajon.
Cajon, yeah, exactly. I saw them playing those the Christmas carolers in Davao. They sat on a cajon drum and they're reading the words. It was so odd. It was all college age, mostly girls. Christmas caroling is big there for you foreign guys, and they'll come by and sing songs, and you give them some coins, and one of the guys was sitting on a cajon drum, keeping the rhythm, and my brother-in-law, he was saying, Bob, yeah, you can give them some money, but don't pay them big, pay them small. So here comes a group of there's the videos on my YouTube channel, about 5 or 6 college age young ladies with nice little curvy figures, and they're singing, and my brother-in-law's got a handful of coin. He'd shake it like that, and the girls would shake, and then they'd drop a coin to them, and the girls would It was so funny. He knew how to play them, man.
Rob Painless, good to see you, buddy. Long time no see.
Yeah, just watch my channel, and you guys will see what. Probably today or tomorrow, I'll put out a video on some of my homemade instruments, since I can weld and I can make all kinds of different stuff. So, all right, I'm gonna go now, guys. I've taken up enough of your mic time, so I'm gonna get back to work on some of this stuff. So, all right.
All right.
Hey, guapa lady, you're a smart man. Keep these Filipinas coming back. You'll get more guys come to your channel. Peace out, guys. God bless.
God bless. Hey, Rob, do you want to join me up here? We'll see. We'll see if he pops up or not. But Bob is a really good guy, and yes, always have interesting projects going on. Very creative man. Create beautiful things.
Yeah, I mentioned that my boy built me a dulcimer.
Yeah.
Now I can't play it for you because I got to tune the whole thing. I ain't gonna sit here for a half hour tuning it up, but I can give you a good look at it. He carved
Okay,
in
Rob.
the campfires with the smoke running up through them for the resonator, but that was all hand built by him. Yeah, he's
That is really beautiful.
pretty talented, that kid. Yeah, yeah. That
is hard, really hard to build something like that.
And he sat out in his little shop out here. He did a little video of him building it, and the video doesn't do it justice because people don't realize how many hours go into building a good instrument.
That is many hours.
Yeah, and he did a beautiful job on it.
I never seen an instrument like that before.
Yeah, it's a dulcimer. It's very common in U.S. history back when they first settled here. Different regions of Europe, they mimicked certain instruments, and they came up with this. It's typically, this one's a 4-string, and typically they're only 3 strings. And
yeah,
you lay it in your lap and you play it across.
Okay.
And
like a steel guitar.
A lot of people, instead of trying to chord with their fingers, will just use a stick on it.
Yeah.
And but
they got a ukulele.
No, it's technically not a uke. It's really in its own class. They also make what they call hammer dulcimers that will have
Where's the horn?
up to 60 strings on them, and you hammer them. You use a hammer type stick on them, and you pound the strings, and those are really neat instruments. But the reason it's a 4-string is 2 strings are side by side, and you play them like they're a single string, but it gives it almost like a bagpipe kind of rhythm to it when you're strumming it. So it's quite the interesting instrument, and I'm not good on it at all. but
you can play that.
If I gotta tune it. I had just moved.
You can play.
I had just moved here from a different home, and that's why I ran off. I had to run upstairs and dig through some things to pull it out because it was stored away. And I just gave it one strum, and I knew, oh boy, yeah, it's not in tune. But yeah, it's a fun instrument. I got a nice stand that it sits on, so I don't have it right on my lap. It sits on that stand that I can play it in front of me. But yeah, and then the strum stick looks a lot like this, except it's got a triangular base and a long narrow neck on it, and you can play it like a guitar, or you can lay it in your lap and use a slide and play it. And that's another neat kind of folk instrument. But I love my acoustic instruments. The mandolin, I don't know if I did a good thing getting that. Oh, that mandolin really takes some effort to learn how to play. It's a lot like playing the banjo, and my left hand just don't work like it should. A lot of chording that you got to do.
Yeah.
CR, I'm hoping I'll get some practice time in, and I'm setting up a corner here in my studio with my instrument stands, so I can go sit in that corner and practice and play. And someday I'll get to the point where I can play something simple for my audience, you know.
Mm.
But I got hangers that are on order. They're supposed to show up any day. That those instruments will actually be hanging in the background here. You'll see all three of my instruments hanging on the wall. Because if they're there and you see them every day, you got to walk past them. You're more likely to grab one, sit down, and practice for a few minutes, you know. And that's what I need. If that dulcimer's not sitting there where I got to see it all the time, I forget about it and I don't practice. And so, yeah. Never too old to pick up a new hobby, right?
No.
Yeah.
And I figure if the crap ever hits the fan and we all gotta rough it and the power's shut off, I can still make some music, you know.
Yeah.
That's the way I see it.
Bob says, I want to display my instruments at our house in Mindanao.
Yeah.
That would be awesome, actually.
Yeah. That's the way I see it too. And displaying them is important because, like I said, if you see them.
Preparedness veterans, mega love shout out. I learned to play the piano during lockdown.
Yeah, preparedness veteran says that he learned to play the piano during the lockdown.
Yeah. Yeah, my son's got an awesome keyboard, but it's still in its box. It's still in its brand new high-end keyboard. And he doesn't care if I pull his stuff out and use it. And I'm just so tempted to pull that keyboard out and start playing. Yeah.
Yes. That is running water you talk
right.
about. Yeah.
Right.
He has a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he's got. Yeah, in fact, today I checked the mail and he's got this awesome.
I played the radio. Oh, same.
And I nabbed that out of the mail today because now I can do my video work with that little hub on my studio and just plug my SD cards into it.
You play the radio.
Play the radio. That's what I can play really well. I can play the radio really good. Yeah.
You play, I dance. You play, I dance.
Preparedness veteran says takes up a lot of time to maintain skills. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
You need to maintain your skills.
Yeah, that's anything in life is keeping up, you know, and keep your skills up there. Yeah.
2%.
And that's the thing with music is, you know, people say, well, I can't sing, I can't play an instrument, this and that. And then they try it and they go, oh yeah, see, it don't sound that good. Well, no.
Sunday street dancing in the Philippines, so much fun.
Consistency is everything in all aspects.
Yep.
That's true.
Yep. Endeavor to persevere. Stay consistent. Yes.
Sty, keep this running. I need to get
keep it running, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go
Keep
get my coffee.
running.
I'll go get my coffee after you get back.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, both Joran and I are coffee lovers. Yeah, gotta have our coffee. Oh boy.
I think I am the only one here that is not drinking coffee. I am not coffee. Yeah.
No. Yeah. It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody.
I don't know why, My family loves coffee, but I don't.
Oh well, more for them then, right? Yeah, yeah.
I
If
don't
they
know.
offer you, if they
It
offer
makes
you
me
a coffee,
feel, yeah, it makes me feel dizzy when I smell the aroma of coffee.
Hey,
Slow,
Rob
slow, fast,
Painless,
fast,
good to
and
see you.
repeat.
Yeah, slow, slow, fast, fast, and repeat. Yeah,
Exactly, CR.
and that's
I
that's
plays the music and Miss Verna dance.
the
I don't even know how to dance.
I tell you what,
You're not
Verna,
alone. I don't
everybody
know
be
even
paying
know how to
very
dance.
close attention to
I don't
Verna's
have that skill.
dancing and not listening to me.
I only know how to step left, right, left, right.
Yeah. What is dancing? It's just moving, man.
When we're talking about that dancing, when I was in school, elementary school, and higher up to when I was a teenager, we had dancing in school every
Yeah.
year before Christmas. But I were on one dance with when we first learned first time, but I felt that was really really boring, and so I just sat on a bench at the side because I was thinking, why should I learn that? That is something I don't have any use for. It's useless. You can't. What can you use it for? I'm practical. I want to have skills that I can use, that are
Yeah.
useful. That otherwise you can create something or sustain yourself, or like gardening, growing things. That's hunting, fishing, things like that. That is useful skills. But dancing, that is only for entertainment. You can't. You have no use for it.
That's
In my point,
Mm.
but that's my point. That's how I feel it.
that I always saw it
That.
as my only reason to learn how to dance was when you went to a big party and all the girls are out there on the floor dancing with these other guys while you're sitting there watching. So learn how to dance and you're out there with the girls on the floor, that because none of them girls want to sit and watch. They want to be out there dancing. And if you don't dance, you ain't got a girl. Well, doggone it, I'll learn how to dance then. I want to be out there with the girls. Yeah. The great for fitness and flexibility. Yeah, yeah. Um, it does keep it does keep you loose and mobile. Yeah. The
Well, if you want for fitness and flexibility, you could instead train martial arts. That gives you that. And it teaches self defense. Dancing doesn't teach you self defense.
no, no,
What are you
No.
gonna do? Dance away from?
that's it. That's it. The
Dancing while fighting.
Oh boy.
creative. What's
What's
Dyson? Hey, don't blame me. Yeah, don't. I tell people I'll tell you stories, but just for the most part, don't go out and copy them because they might not work out. I mean, uh, I'm starting to think I need that on my channel as a disclaimer going across the bottom.
dance?
Do not attempt at home, or
Yeah.
don't copy me. Yeah, the women love to dance. They love to dance. The
Yeah, most women do like dancing, and some men do like it and enjoy it. But I'm not one of them. I feel that it um, doesn't give me anything. It's
there's not enough benefit in it to do it, right?
uh,
Yeah,
no,
there's just no product that goes with it. See, I personally, I'd rather go hiking, mountain climbing, doing something of that sort than get out on the dance floor.
yeah, I agree.
And heck, I'll put the earbuds in, I'll crank the tunes up, I'll crank the music up, and I'm out there hiking like a madman. And people have actually caught me on the trail. I'll be hiking down the trail, and somebody will come around the corner, and I'm down there doing the jig down the trail because I'm listening to my tunes. And well, if I'm dancing, I'm out in the middle of the woods somewhere dancing down the trail. I'm not out on a dance floor. Yeah. Bob, why would you even waste your time? You wasted the typing right there to say I like the ladies. Uh, I think we all got the idea there, Bob.
Yeah, Bob is a nice guy. So
Yeah, Bob's cool.
yeah,
Bob's
he
cool.
is. He's really cool.
Moment, I will show some of my precision
Percussion
instrument.
instrument.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. That's one thing with percussion instruments. It's such a huge genre. I mean, there are so many percussion instruments in the world, and so many that you can fabricate and make just out of your own imagination. It's like I saw a guy a couple summers ago here in town, and all he had were these glass jars, little jars, all the way up. Started cut this tiny little one, and it goes all the way up to this big 4-gallon glass jar. He's out there with a pair of sticks, and you couldn't believe the music that he was playing. And he's playing all this old junk glass jars. And
Mm.
now there, I said, that guy's got the right idea. He had his hat laying out there, and that hat was overflowing with money. Everybody's going throwing him money, man. He played so good. And he's playing junk. He got that glass out of the garbage, for crying out loud. And he's out there playing away. And I thought, now that's a guy that's thinking. Yeah. You learn how to play like that on things like that. Yeah.
Share your link to your channel, Bob. Well, that would be that is something I can do.
So,
If my computer wants to
Yeah,
cooperate.
thus can be a good title sideline for some extra. Mm, cool.
yeah.
Can you share the links so I can show what I am making?
Oh, I think, yeah, I think.
I think it's the
Bob,
stream.
you mean the StreamYard link?
I guess it's the StreamYard.
Yeah,
I think that's what he's asking for.
yeah.
Is the StreamYard link.
Sometimes it's hard to figure out what kind of link is it to the
Yeah,
channel.
right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah. Yeah, because he wasn't specific, and
So
I was wondering too which link.
Yeah, at
There,
first I thought Here, it's his channel link.
Yeah, Bob says StreamYard link. Yeah.
Yep, there it is, Bob.
Strumming my friends with the finger.
There we go.
All right. I'm
Softly with his song.
some of these instruments, like you saw the frame drum a moment ago. I got that on Amazon, and I got this tambourine on Amazon, and then I kind of custom painted it a little bit, and I make all my own strikers for all these instruments. I make almost everything in the shop here, but I'm also got some more that I bought, and I'm going to bring with me. But like this striker right here, I made that out of I make the whole thing, but we can. That kind of stuff. I'm hoping we can get a drum circle going on in my house, on the next meeting with the family. That's what because my nieces are all grown young women now, and soon they're going to be married and living all over the world. I want to build some really good memories with the family.
That's it. Make memories.
And so you can see some of the strikers that I've made. I'm putting some glam on them to, more Filipinos are into the bright colors and festival dancing and festive and enjoying life.
That's where the Filipinos and that festiveness of them, that seems to be that strong family bond, and
very much
and that festiveness and the colors and
the dancing
and
singing
and everything.
Yeah,
it is. I relate so much to that because it is so like the Native American cultures. I mean, yeah, I can truly appreciate that.
So I went and bought some drumsticks on Amazon, and I put it in the lathe and cut notches in there and putting some more colorful fabric and things like that. Pop, 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 pop. But here's some of the things that I've made. This is another striker for some of the instruments. These are made out of steel. Depends upon what kind of material we're striking. But I made a whole bunch of singing bowls. These are brass vases that I buy secondhand, and I put it on the lathe and turn it down. And let's see, I'll get one of the soft strikers. These can be used for rhythm or just for meditation music, but and I made these recently. I call these. This is like a triple jingle. These are little bells, and these are a single jingle. They're made to be put in your hands. These are drawer pulls for your drawers in your kitchen.
Right.
And then I fashioned these little bells from Amazon on here. Now, if you take something, well, example is like, say if you want to pick up one of these singing bowls, take one of these little finger jingles, put that in your hand.
In your striking hand, yeah.
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 You can add more of these little jingle bells to here and change the sound of everything. Rhythm instruments like that. But what I did recently was I would go to secondhand stores and I gathered up a bunch of kitchen tools because I've got a sister-in-law and 3 nieces. And any man with any smarts at all knows you got to be good to the women of the house. right? So I gathered up a whole bunch of used kitchen tools, and I repaired them. I polished them. On all of them, I put them in a balakbayan box, a box to send over there to the women. They're all made in Spain and Italy and Japan, Germany, United States. I gave them all the best ones, all of them, and the ones that I didn't care for were the ones from China. So I kept ones like this. This is Chinese, right? And a few other things, and I'll show you in just a sec. I'll use these for like this makes a crashing sound like this, and you put some of these bells in your hands, and I know it looks weird, but you can, with percussion instruments, they can be made
I
out of
think it's
anything.
utensil in the kitchen.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's
Yes.
Chinese. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Chinese.
But that is
And
the instrument.
yeah,
You using the instrument.
yeah. I make the handles. I make all this stuff.
Ah, yes,
And,
it's the same handle.
and here's some others. Here's some others that didn't do very well. They're Chinese, or this was a serving spoon, and here in the U.S. you can buy used kitchen tools by the bag, a whole bag full of them. They're mixed of everything in there. And this was a used serving spoon.
Serving or that's the tongue?
That's a big serving spoon, and it was bent. So I took and welded steel on it, and then made a handle for it, and rhythm. Here's another one. These were Chinese funnels, kitchen funnels, and I didn't send those overseas. I kept them here, so I welded a handle
That's only
onto
the
them.
design.
Yeah.
You use it, the 3 panel?
I made all this stuff here. I made all this, and then I welded these kitchen funnels onto them. And you put one of these little jingles in your hand right there. I'm still working on this one. Let me see.
Yes, different sounds.
Yeah. And I took another one like these. These were measuring cups from the kitchen. And I welded a handle onto those. These make some nice sounds. Yeah, like that. Right. Yeah. Costs almost nothing. This stuff was really cheap, and it keeps me busy making the handles on the lathe. I'm gonna paint this
Maybe
some
that's
more
like a
red.
wood. That is a wood.
Yeah. Yeah. See, you can even hold it like this, right? I'll pass these out to my family, and we can sit around and make music, because like I said, that my family over there, they're young women, and soon they're all going to be married and gone. And I'm hoping that this visit we can really build some good memories. Lots of things like that. Lots of them. Lots and lots of them. Singing bowls and just doing it for fun. That's all. Just doing it for fun.
Well, that's the point. You should do things because it's fun.
It's fun. Yeah. These I made These are little bells I bought from Amazon. You know,
Okay,
you put
preparedness veteran. Thanks for
you-
Merry
stopping by.
Christmas.
yeah, you put that in your hand and make some. Or you know, just fun. Yeah. There we go. Thought I would show this stuff and maybe somebody can be creative and do some of these things yourself at home. Like that, an egg beater. You know? All the good tools I sent to my family over in Mindanao, but the junk ones, I turned them into this. Yeah,
Will do,
And
preparedness
even this
veteran.
one for me,
Will
like this.
do.
I know. What's that?
So
Okay.
like this.
See you later, preparedness veteran.
Okay.
See you, preparedness.
Yeah. Which one
Then-
are you? I can't see you right now, Miss Verna.
No, it's his
Oh,
Ivy.
there we go.
Nangangamot ako. Ang ganda ng kamot na. This is
I know.
scratching my back.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I remember being over in the Philippines, and a bunch of men were sitting outside drinking beer, and they would pick up a spoon, tap on their beer bottles, and sing Filipino songs.
Yes, you want to sing a
Uh-huh.
Filipino? What kind of song? Filipino song.
Oh, I don't know. They were singing in Tagalog or Bisaya, but all the men had a few Red Horse, and they were tapping on the bottles, you know, having a good
Yes, and
time.
then
That's
singing.
the Philippine tradition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's what I do with my time. I fill up a whole suitcase with all kinds of things like that. Eat some lechon, drink some San Miguel, and make some music.
Yes. After that is all people is drunk.
Yeah, that's when they're not shy anymore.
Yeah. Then go crazy.
And then they're dancing.
Uh-huh.
Dancing.
I hope so.
Dancing, singing.
Sometimes fighting.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes. Yeah. But my brother-in-law, he's the bouncer. He's a
Oh,
great
in
big.
the
He's Matupuno. He's huge. He's big. He's
Matipuno.
been so he keeps the drunks from fighting. He just, you know, his arms are that big, you know. So anybody gets too crazy, he just, yeah. Yeah, I thought I'd share that with you guys, how to be creative. And these instruments, they don't require any batteries or nothing. Just like if the power goes out, you can still make music, just like was mentioned before.
Okay, we dropped to 0 in the house.
0? Oh no,
Veterans.
I shut down your stream. Sorry, man.
Why I'm alone here?
Alam, hindi ko alam.
I'm
There
alone.
we go.
Yeah,
There we go.
okay.
Oh.
You back in.
2 in the house.
Yeah, Mr. Sty, you said, you know, you can make music without any electrical powers. If the grid goes down,
Yes.
you can uplift
It's your
spirits
creative.
and play music. And yeah, that's really, you and I think a lot alike like that, you know.
That's it. It keeps the morale up, keeps people's hopes up. And,
exactly. Yeah. I know on my channel, I really stress to people who can do it, get tools and learn how to make things yourself.
Yeah.
You know, just cost efficient and all that, you know.
even if it's the simplest things that and I tell people, if you just learn to be crafty, if you've got those moments where you're feeling down and out, and you're bumming, the world's gone to hell, sit down and craft something.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it lifts you up. It lifts you up.
It does. It really does.
Because you're accomplishing something, and you got your end product, even if it's just whittling something. I mean, just people need to keep their hands and minds busy all the. We need it. We need it, and music is a great way to go. I mean,
it certainly is. It certainly
that's
is.
why I say that. There's no bad music. Just make some sound. Make some sound. You get better and better.
Pankaj. Make a love shout
Welcome,
out.
Pankaj. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream.
This I'm sure I will be sleeping all day.
Well, I'll tell you what. This Saturday is a lot different than last Saturday. I can't stay on for 9 hours. Yeah.
9
we
hours.
went for 9 hours.
He was at the live chat last Saturday.
Well, as long as there's some pretty Filipinas on cam, I want to hang out.
That's keeping you around, aren't they? Yeah.
You're a smart man, Shadow. You got some pretty ladies on the panel, and here come the fellows.
Yeah.
Panka, hello, ShadowScoutSwede. Si Panka. Panka.
Pankaj, true. I believe it's pronounced
Pankaj.
Pankaj. Pankaj.
Pankaj.
I have a tendency to
pronounce
butcher
that.
people's names.
Pankaj.
I don't know.
Pankaj.
Varieties by designer.
I've got some more of these little bells on order from Amazon, and soon all of the strikers, or many of them, I'll put another bell on the strikers, so that
actually mount them right to the striker.
Yes,
I was thinking the same way. Yeah.
So you could keep the rhythm and impact.
Yeah.
And the strikers will have a little bell on them. Complex sounds.
Yeah.
Combine.
Plus, you can quit striking and just ring, and then strike and then ring, and you've got so many. You're opening it up to so many options.
Yeah, anything's possible.
That's it. Yeah, that's the nice thing with percussion is you can really mix it up, and you can get the rhythm and beat going with the proper percussion.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I believe in my channel's about prepping and disaster preparedness, but also it's so important to have fun in life. It really is important.
That's it. Part of preparedness and prepping is life. You got to have a life after the event.
Yeah.
So and there's nothing worse than having to be prepared and prep and then have to use it because of something. All that stress that you have to live through. Like you talked about the civil issues in the Philippines and having to live through that.
Good to see you.
The depression and the anxiety that goes with that tears a person apart.
Yes,
and if they don't have something to distract them from that and give them a little hope, there's nothing better than someone that can hum a sweet tune and pass you a candy bar.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, all the problems in the world go away for a few minutes.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
I will share your live stream to ECV.
I learned some important lessons about. I've been to the Philippines about 12 times or more. I lost count, but I learned some politics involved in that, because with the house, like my sister-in-law, she runs the house. My brother-in-law is the king of the house, but that's her house. So that's why I gathered up all those imported kitchen tools
Sure.
and send it to her to show respect to her and her house and to her
Right.
daughters, you know. Yeah. I want, all I want is when I arrive, hello, uncle, and give some big hugs. Yeah.
You know, I always told my kids and almost all my friends that if you got a guy that's a good dear friend, you know, the thing is keep the king happy if you'd like to be invited to the kingdom.
Yes.
Keep the queen happy if you'd like to eat while you're there.
Yeah, exactly. You're a smart
Because
man.
I tell you what,
you're a smart man.
keep that queen happy because the king ain't the cook. He's not in charge of the kitchen. He's not in charge of the business affairs of the house. He's in charge of the business affairs outside of the house.
Yep.
And I'll tell you what, the queen, boy, you got to treat the queen good.
That's why my two favorite ladies in the family's house is the Mrs. and then Ate. Ate is a word that means oldest daughter, because she's the next in command. She's the Ate is the next in command, and
see, that's interesting because the Greeks are a lot that way. The women of the house are the matriarchs. I mean,
that's how
the mother in the home is the catch-all, say-all.
Yeah.
If she says that'll happen, it will happen. If she says that's not going to happen, it's not going to happen.
Correct. Yeah.
Right below her is the next oldest daughter of hers. And if mama's out of the house, if the daughter gives a command, that's mama making that command.
That's correct.
And everybody knows it in a true Greek household. And the men, they sit together and it's all man talk, you know. Don't stick your nose in the woman's business.
Stay out of it.
He's busy running that. He's running that house, and you don't. No, you don't stick your nose in that business. And I've had people say, well, that means Greek men don't have to work in the kitchen. Oh, no. Doesn't mean that they're not participating.
Yeah.
But they are underlings in the chain of command. They are doing as told in that kitchen. They're not doing at will, whatever they want.
Yeah.
And the structure, a lot of people think, well, that you're being feminist or this, that. No, actually, you look at that structure, that family structure, all it does is build respect.
It's right.
And the men are more than glad to not have to do all of those things.
Yeah.
And the women are more than glad the men stay out of it. You know?
in my house, my wife will not allow me in the kitchen, but I wash the dishes. She get out of my kitchen, get out, you know.
Yeah.
But it's much like that, because I know when I'm overseas with the family, as soon as I arrive, Miss Belim, she gives me she puts a coffee cup in the microwave of my favorite coffee and brings it right to me with some mango sliced up, just for me. Now, like when I get hungry, I'll send Ate a text. Ate, I'm hungry. And Ate will tell the other daughters in the family, Uncle is hungry. Make him a plate, you know, and then pretty soon here comes a plate full of food, you know.
Yeah.
And the husband, my brother-in-law, he sits outside with his friends, and they talk and do the man things outside.
Yep.
You know, it's a beautiful system that you don't cross each other's paths, you know.
And there's no unnecessary conflict going on at all.
I love it, and like
Yeah.
like in my house example, my wife handles the money, and when she wants to buy something that's expensive, I know her, and she's already looked into the price comparisons and the brand comparisons, everything. She already has all the information, and she'll
You'll
Yeah.
respect.
check the
We,
how
al-
much.
we always do that.
And then to
I
show
always do
We
respect,
that
are
also.
practical.
then show respect to me, her husband. She'll go,
Yes,
"Hon, I would
it's
like
hard
to I would like to have this, whatever it might be, new air conditioner, whatever." And to show respect to me, she'll come to me,
Yes.
and I already know she researched the price and
Right.
how to
Right.
get it and all that, but she leaves the final decision to me.
That's a
Right.
Filipina. That's a Filipino
That's right.
tradition.
That's right. It's a beautiful, and I
Yeah.
have never been so happy because
Because it's not
it,
easy to, you know,
mhm, mhm,
don't waste the money.
mhm.
So that's
See,
why.
I personally would not, and I envy that. I envy that because the 38 years I was married, I was the cook. I did everything. It was my kitchen,
I see.
and my
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't never had to tell the wife, "Shoo, get out of the kitchen," because she wasn't coming near it. She
No,
was
I,
just like, "He's
mhm.
his
doing it.
wife is a
Let him
Filipina.
do it."
Let him do it.
And
A
Yeah.
Filipina
and
is good, you know. Filipina is a
Mhm.
good,
Yeah,
good
I
wife.
and
agree.
and
I
I same with the home at large, and my children, they still attest to it today. They say, "Dad kept the house. Dad, I worked 12, 14-hour days through my
yeah,
career, but
me
I'd
too.
come home and I'd put 2, 3 hours into just keeping up the house, and I
Mhm.
did all the lawn work, everything else. I that's why I'm wore out at 65. But I never cared who did what because I wanted everything done by someone that was willing and volunteering to do what they did for the household. But that doesn't mean my ex-wife didn't do things. It's just that she didn't do typical things,
I see.
and
Yeah.
and we're both in the world of finance. I was in high finance. She was a lower
Mm.
level accountant. And as far as money went, she didn't want anything to do with money except to spend it, right? So
That's why.
so but that she understood also. It was all right, I want this, and I'm insistent,
I
I
started
really want
planning my
that.
workshop. Well,
And she would then ask me, can
Is she
you
be funny, Scanner?
fit that into our
yeah.
household budget?
I
I
see.
shared
Yeah.
I shared
And
his
I
like
shared
so she was
already.
very respectful
yeah.
on realizing I can't just write the check for a big item. I have to ask him, can that be fit into the budget?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and we had a lot of money to play with during my career, and
So yeah.
so I was fortunate that she was responsible in that sense. But the whole, to me, the whole key is I'll do whatever I can, but I need a partner that can pick up the loose ends, and that's what she did. She picked up the loose ends, and
Yeah, it's kind of opposite in a Filipino family because the wife does all that.
right,
Well, just a very quick example is I want a second suitcase just for all these instruments.
right,
So I go to Mrs. I go, is it okay to get a second suitcase just for the musical instruments? And she goes, on Friday. You can
yeah.
go pick
She'll
them
let
up.
you know when.
Bingo.
Yeah, yeah. You betcha, you
So
betcha. Yeah.
years ago when we got married, I said, well, why do you want to handle the money in the family? And she says, well, that way you won't have a girlfriend on the side and send her money.
Right. Yeah. You can't send her money unless you come
Look
through me.
see these
Right.
ladies.
Maybe you hide it.
That way you won't have a mistress.
Violet Inspiration Soup. Magalang shout out. Hi Shadow. I met you last week in
Welcome,
Chase.
Violet's Inspiration Soup.
Just
Hey,
after
Welcome.
Violet.
Good to see you.
Violet, it's good to see you. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been married.
Melbourne. Oh,
We've been
cool.
married so many years. I tease her about that. I'll send her a text. Hun, bring home cash. Girlfriend number 8 needs more money.
That's it, right. Well, I'll tell you what, you know you've been married too many years when your wife, you're sitting at morning, you're having your morning coffee,
Yeah.
and she says to you, well, you're in between work right now. You really need to do something to make some money. And I said, I ain't got nothing in the works. I don't know what I'm going to do. She says, I don't care what it is. You need to go out and make some money because that's when you're happy. She said, so if you have to go out
Ay, sa channel
on the
mo
street
gamit
corner, go out on the street corner and prostitute yourself, she said. And I said, are you giving me permission to do that? She said, well, if it makes a few dollars, go for it. So I waited a couple of days, and here we are having coffee one morning again.
Oh my God. Hi,
and
Nicole.
she goes, are you heading out to the street corner again today? I said, no. She said, why not? She said, it's not like you to skip out on making money. I said, no, I can't make any money doing that. She goes, why? No customers? And I said, no. I said, having to pay each one of them $20 is getting expensive. I guess I had that job all backwards, I
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
did. You did. You were. Yeah, you're supposed to bring in the money, not spend
Not
it.
spend it, I thought, that job cost a lot.
Paghilom din na, oy.
Yeah.
I7 channel. Hello, Pinay. Host. Just share also your experience about your husband. Sorry. No story.
Yeah, there's
No
no
story
story to
about the
tell.
husband. Yes.
Yeah, I joke with my wife. I'll tell her, hon, mistress number so and so. It needs more attention. She needs more of my time, and she will just go like, go to her. Just go to her. Just go.
Yeah, don't you? Yeah, go to her with your problems. So,
Yeah.
But deep inside, it's hard.
Yeah, I'm just joking with her. She knows that, but she'll, I'll complain about something. This is a real common thing for Filipinos to say, hon, this is wrong, that's bad. And she'll just go, tell it to the Marines.
yeah.
Tell it to
well,
the
that
Marines.
I could always tell when my wife just didn't want to. She didn't want to talk. She didn't want to chat.
Yeah.
And I'd start talking to her, and she'd go, "Whoa, stop! I am not one of your hunting buddies. I'm not one of your fishing buddies. I'm not your buddies you go to the ball game with." And I'd go, "Oh, okay.
I get it.
Time to call one of my buddies and chat with him because she don't want to talk because she's not my sports buddy,
She's your wife.
She's my wife, and
yeah,
she's not wifing it right this minute. So, why don't you go talk to one of your buddies instead of me? Yeah.
I'll say it again. I've never been so happy since I married my Filipina.
It's amazing. It's amazing, a Filipina.
Amazing. Yeah.
Why the American always divorce with the American woman also? Every time.
That's complicated to answer.
Yeah, it's so common here. It's so common.
Well,
it's easy to divorce because in America they have divorce, but in the Philippines no divorce.
See, I always said here in America, it should cost you $5, just $5 to get married, right? That's the way it is nowadays. You go pay $5, you get a license, you get married. but it costs you half of everything you own, or sometimes all of what you own,
Yeah.
to
In my
get
case,
divorced.
it was
I
everything
think
I
it
owned.
should be turned around. If you
Yeah.
want to get married, you got to pony up $50,000, right? 50 grand, and you're allowed to get married. And they're going to hold that $50,000. And after you've been married for 25 years, they'll give that back to you in payments over the next 5 years. They'll give you 10,000 a year for the next 5 years because you made it to 25 years of marriage.
Yeah.
Now you watch how fast people quit divorcing each other, because if you divorce each other, you forfeit your 50 grand. You can't even touch it. That's the problem here, is they made it too easy. Made it too
Someone
easy.
love shout out.
And marriages are just out of convenience over here now, and that's ridiculous.
I don't want to think about divorce because but I want to think about how happy I am now. That's what
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's
That's it.
Mhm.
And you want to keep it happy. That's what keeps a marriage, is
Yes.
just
Life is so
have it.
short.
It is short.
It
Yes,
is,
ma'am. It
yeah.
is. It is. Yeah.
You need to enjoy,
Enjoy. Yep.
follow your desire.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, live life to its fullest.
Yes.
I had cancer little more than a year ago. That was
Mm-hmm.
life changing for me, because now I don't hold nothing back. You know what I mean? It's like, hey man, there was your wake up call, Bob. Enjoy, be positive, think of things that you can do. You can go out and sing and dance and make love and travel and enjoy life. You know,
Every day, every moment.
yes, sir.
Every
Absolutely.
day, every moment. Love your life, no matter how bad your life might seem. Find a reason to love it every day, every
Yes,
moment.
sir. Yes, sir.
Because that's the only thing that can truly be taken away from you permanently.
Correct. They cannot remove
Your life is yours, doesn't belong to anybody else. And if your life is taken, guess what? That you can't get back. They can take my home, they can take all my belongings, they can take my family.
Yeah.
But all of that can be started again and rebuilt.
I'm a
But if
living
they take
example of that.
if
Yeah.
they take my life, that's the one thing that belongs just to me.
Yeah.
Nobody else. It just belongs.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't I want the best, happiest, most positive belonging that I own? And that's me. I want to be happy. I'm happy every day, man. People tell me, God, you got nothing to be happy about, man. Look at this and this and this and that you're going through. And I go, yeah. And I start to laugh, and they go, but it's not funny. I said, it is kind of funny, because you know what? Eventually it's going to go away. I know it is. I've lived for 65 years, and I watched all the misery show up and then all of the positiveness that came after the fact. So I'll just live through that misery till I get to a positive point again. And in the meantime, I'm going to laugh in misery's face, piss on you. I'm going to be happy today. And that's it. Is if you've got a partner, a spouse that you really care about, no matter how much you might disagree about something, the one thing you should agree with each other about is, I really wouldn't want to live life without you. You know?
Welcome,
And
Nanette Fortes. Good to see you.
hey, good to see you, Nanette. Yeah.
Life is good, man. Life is good.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah, explore the deep challenge of life. That's I preach it. Actually, I'm preachy about it. Is I lived my whole life from the time I was 12 years old till now with what I call an open door policy. I kept the front door wide open, and I watched for opportunities going by, and I'd go, I haven't done that, or I haven't seen that, I haven't experienced that. I run out and grab it. I grab every possible opportunity I can, so that I can say I had the fullest possible life, because I took every minute of my life to grab every possible opportunity. I was not going to be just a cookie cutter, same old person for 65 years. I wanted to be. I tell people I've lived at least 6 lifetimes in my 65 years. I've been all over the board, and for good reason. For good reason, and it's because my life feels full. You know, that's it.
Proverb vlog. There's another Filipino right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pubrino
Yeah.
OFW blog.
Yes,
Yeah.
this is the SUV
Overseas.
family too.
Overseas Filipino
I share in
word.
the our community SUV family. That's why they welcome. Mega Love shout out. Can
Oh, there we
join
are.
us here.
That is good. You're loading, Verna.
The elevator is there. Berna is
Mhm.
loading. Well, guess what? For
Finding
finding
Kino.
Kip.
Welcome
Finding
to the
Kino.
stream.
CR is back.
Yeah, CR is back.
Yes. Nanit
All right.
Portes. Shout out to all.
Meeting more Filipinos today. That's nice.
Yeah.
I like it when the ladies all get together and sing karaoke, and that's I like Filipinos.
Hey,
That's- Mhm.
you sing the karaoke. What song
Hey,
you like?
Finding Kino.
I only sing when I'm with the family overseas.
Yes, that's
But
the banding for the
Okay,
yeah,
family.
Verna.
Have a
mhm,
karaoke.
mhm. Yeah. Now that we got our own house, I'm gonna sing
Redundant. Hi, finding Kip.
karaoke, sing my own karaoke songs because I've got a playlist of YouTube music that's karaoke, and I can sing because I know most of the
You
men
buy
there.
you buy the media. What do you call this?
No, I don't have that, but um, I can sing off of YouTube, because
No, they
many
have
feel.
mic. You put the chips on it. The music.
Yeah, we can get one of those when we get there. I'll have to get together with my family.
Welcome,
And
CR.
Hey,
see which one.
CR.
Hey, CR.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Car-
Hi
And
everyone. Hi
I just
Ivy.
wonder when you should
Shadow.
pop
Hi.
up on
Mhm.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
The flirtatious
Okay.
Bob. I mean, hi Bob.
Feel free to
Yeah,
get
I
to
am
know each
flirtatious.
other.
So I like the ladies, man. I like women. I like
That's why I showed up now.
Yeah.
See, now Bob would have loved working in my operation during my career. My
10 million in
office
the house. Mega Love
had
shout out.
21 employees below me, and only one of them was a man.
Oh,
I
boy.
had 20
Oh,
women
my God.
on staff.
Oh my God, drama. Oh my God, drama.
I loved it.
Drama.
Those
Drama,
gals were
Yeah.
they were
You like
the
drama?
best. They were the best. Right now today, if I were to start a fresh new business, I'd be calling each and every one of them 20 gals up and asking them if they're available to go on staff, because they were some of the best employees I ever worked with. But boy, people come in and they go, "Aren't there any men in this department?" Oh yeah, there's one. He's got this tiny little office without a window in it, and he's kind of
Welcome, Rimmer Vlog
in the
PH.
corner.
Yeah.
All the gals are
Good
out
to
here
see
in
you.
this
Welcome
nice
to
big
the
open
stream.
office. Yeah, all my workers are out here. He's hiding in the closet. Yeah.
My wife is in medical. My wife is in medical. She
All my
is.
workers are out here. He's hiding in the closet. Yeah.
My wife is in medical.
Oh, wait.
My wife is
Oh my God.
Echo.
My wife says she's in medical and it's mostly females, but she said the best crews that she's worked on so far is half male, half female.
Split up.
Yeah, but when there's too many women in one
Remark
place,
Vlog.
they especially if they have a guapo boss, man, the women just get really.
I didn't have that issue because of the way I set their offices up.
Mhm.
That they couldn't they couldn't cross communicate. They had it,
Yeah.
and that's it. Is I didn't want open discussions going on in the workplace, so I had it. Their offices all laid out where they could actually see each other, but they did that unless they're yelling across the room, they weren't communicating.
Mm-hmm.
And if they knew doggone well, if I heard them, if I'm out in the hall walking past that department, I heard them in there talking. I was right in the door. It was like, we don't talk. We don't talk unless we're on the phone dealing with a client. You're not here to discuss what you're fixing for dinner, for crying out loud. Because I know what you're talking about. If you get them too close, and then if there's 3, there's going to be a conflict. If there's 4, it'll go fine. If there's 5, there's going odd numbers. You put odd numbers of them together, and there's always going to be a stinking conflict out of it for some reason.
Yeah.
And what it is that one poor gal will get targeted. One poor gal will get targeted, and the other 3 will either talk at her too much or they won't say a word. It's one extreme or the other, and the individual feels the same impact. They won't leave me alone. They won't leave me alone. Then they come to me and they go, they won't talk to me. None of them will talk to me. And I'm like, you're just as upset one way or the other. And I didn't hire you to have a conversation with each other. Come on, just go back. Everybody do your job.
Yeah.
And it went well for me. It went very well. I was fortunate.
We're so lucky here in the U.S. to have most medical staff are mostly Filipinos.
A lot of them, and especially in metro or heavily or more heavier populated rural areas. You get way out in the rural areas, then it seems to be a 50-50 split, men and women, and we don't have as many Filipinos in very rural areas here, but you start getting in towards the core of the city, you have more.
Yeah, it's called the Filipino Mafia, because all these Filipinos in healthcare, they all network. There is never an absence of a specialist or a nurse they all network, and their bosses don't even have to get involved.
No, because they'll work it out amongst themselves. Who's covering who, and
exactly. It's called the Filipino Mafia, and that works great for our healthcare systems.
That's just good work practice. That's just good work practice.
But
if you instill that in people and they learn how to use that, it goes a long ways.
I got to tell you though that it's okay. My son, he's Filipino, that I raised him. He's a big, strong young man, and he'd been telling me about some Ukrainian lady that he works with. Yeah, he's got a little thing going on with her, And so my wife, she was covering an absence in his clinic. Okay. And he had been telling me about this Ukrainian lady for a while now, different times. And I'm like, get some, dude, But my wife showed up at his clinic, and she's doing her paperwork, and she can overhear the other girls in the clinic talking that, well, Vince only talks to the pretty girls. He doesn't talk to all the girls. So that Vince is my son. And then here comes that Ukrainian lady. She comes to my wife and showing some pictures of her property that she owns out in the mountains, and we have 20 acres out in the mountains, and this is our hobby, my family, and all that. And my wife goes, typical Filipino mom. She goes, I don't know why she was showing me that. So what do you think, hon? She knows that you're Vince's mom. Come on, hon. She goes, I don't want to think about that. It's my son. He's too young to get me. I said, uh, he's too young to have a girlfriend. I mean, for God's sakes, he's over 25 with his own job and his own money. Hon, think about it. He's looking for someone to get with, and she's introducing herself to you directly. Oh, I don't want to think about that. Well, it's that time of life, baby. You got to get used to it.
I couldn't farm my kids out fast enough.
Oh, I remember I got 2 Filipino kids, daughter and son. They're both over in their 20s. And I remember years ago when my daughter brought a boyfriend over, she brought 2 boys over for me to meet them. And oh man, she was so nervous. Was dad going to approve and all that? And now she was very smart because she coached those boys before they met me. I'm prior military. I'm a tough guy, and I'm dad. That's my girl right there. So I was impressed because she let him in, and he walked right over to me with his hand out. Hello, Mr. Bob. Nice to meet you, sir. And and I said, sit down, young man. Let's have a seat. We need
CR.
And I said to my daughter, Joel, get us some coffee. So she went and poured coffee for both of us. I don't care if he drinks coffee or not, because you're drinking coffee with me today, young man. You know what I mean? My house. And he was a very nervous young man, and and here's my daughter. At a moment, she came and joined us at the table, and we're all 3 talking. And my daughter really had a thing for him, and she's reaching her hands across the table towards him.
Oh.
That's how my wife is. She's like a house cat. Meow, 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 meow. And she's reaching towards him, and he's not. He's kind of nervous because the old man's right there. And I look at this young fella, and I said, "Young man, you better hold her hand right now before she jumps across the table and sits in your lap."
Yeah.
Meow, 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 meow.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, my 2 girls, they knew. Yeah, if they got the hots for some fella, first thing they'd think about is what's the old man going to think when he first meets him,
Yeah.
And my one daughter, she hitched up with a fella that he just was no good. He was being good to her at the time, but
I know this.
In general, he was no good. Well, then he decided to not be good to her one time. And I seen him on the street, picked him up, had him get in my car. I took him way out in the back country, and it was about 8 miles out of town. We're way out in the woods. There ain't nothing for 8 miles. And I stopped the car. I told him we're just going to go for a ride and chat a bit, and we got out there, and I stopped the car, and he goes, "So what's this all about?" I said, "Well, it's the way you're treating my daughter." I said, you really need to stop and think about the way you're treating her. And he goes, "But she's an adult now and you're playing daddy." I said, "No, I'm giving you the opportunity to think about the way you're treating her." And he goes, "Okay, fine, I'll think about it." And I said, "Yeah, on your walk home, get the hell out of my car."
Good for you, man.
And I kicked his ass. I kicked his ass out of my car, and I sat at the edge of town for 3 hours. And there he comes. I see him walking down the road, and I said, "Good, good." That boy had 3 hours to think about it, and he saw my car. You wouldn't believe it. He turned around and started walking back towards the forest. When he saw my car sitting on the edge of town with me in it, it was like, oh no. Something tells me this isn't good, And
Did
sure
you have
enough,
a shovel in the back?
No, we got coyotes and timber wolves and bears up here. Yeah, you don't need to dig a hole. Within a few days, it's all gone anyway.
Same in my area.
Make a cat hole.
Yeah.
Cat hole.
Yeah.
Do you ladies have any stories about bringing a boy home to meet your father? You ladies have any stories about that?
Ooh, do tell.
Just topic.
Change topic.
Just topic.
Change topic.
I didn't want to reminisce the story about love.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. Because I'm
But
a
I
single
don't
now.
mind. I don't care. I don't mind
Berna
either.
also and me is a single.
Uh-huh.
The past is
I,
so bad.
I remember the first meeting with my Filipina. That was way back in 2005. Because Filipinos family is everything.
Yes.
And I was so nervous because this is in 2005 in Mindanao, and there's no other white guys around anywhere because it was not
Yeah.
it was not real safe there in those times. And so I'm kind of scared, and I'm on the other side of the planet alone with this lady that I'd been chatting with for over a year, and I knew she was okay, but it was very foreign. And um she goes, come on, guapo, let's go. Papa will meet us at my brother's house. Now, I didn't know how formal this was because I'd had no idea about the courtship there. And we went to her brother's house a short walk away, and they brought out a chair for me to sit down because the dinner and all that wasn't ready yet. And a little kid comes over with a bottle of Coca-Cola, and at that time in that area, that was a real luxury, you know. So I'm sitting there alone in this dark alleyway, all by myself. I'm nervous. I don't know what to expect. But she said, wife comes out and goes, Papa will be here shortly. Uh, okay, you know. So he shows up, and I go in the house, and there's all this food on the table, and
Yes.
it's just the men. Yeah, there you go. See, it's just the men of the family waiting for me. Now I don't know what's going on. Courtships there are so different. And I got sat at one end of the table, the other end was Papa. And they interviewed me for over an hour, just the men in the family, and I had to pass the test. And finally, Papa goes, Bob, it's nice to meet you. You're a very intelligent man. You have good work, good morals. You're good. Now, I don't know what the hell that means, but my wife's at a window with all the women in the family and the kids listening. And all of a sudden, all the women were screaming and, oh, hooray, hooray. I guess I got Papa's blessing to court his daughter. And now here comes another weird cultural thing that I had never seen in my life was a big fish, a great big huge fish in the center of the table. My brother-in-law goes, Bob, help yourself. This has no carbohydrates, no saturated fats. It's special fish. Help yourself. And I'm looking on the table, and there's no forks, no spoons, nothing.
Just
Ah, I think
Yeah, see,
they're
Verna's
fine.
smiling. They're smiling because they know that foreigners are not used to
Yeah.
this. And
I
I
love
go, well,
eating with my bare hands.
yeah,
It's
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I had no idea of eating because here in the States, if
yeah,
you
especially
eat with
when
your
you're on body fight.
in the States, my mother would have slapped my face if I eat with my fingers.
yes,
So
yes.
I'm kind of nervous, and I don't see any plates, I don't see any forks, nothing. So my wife is at the window behind me, and I said, "Can I have a plate and all that?" She runs right in, gets me a plate and a fork, and she runs right out because Papa told all the women and the kids, "Get out, it's time for the men." So they're hungry. I didn't really know how hungry these guys
Because
are.
the
Uh,
visitors is first to eat.
right. See, that's things that I didn't
Yeah.
know.
Don't worry,
Uh,
Bob.
That's for the
I got you.
respect.
I
there
got
you
you.
go.
Hold on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I got you.
yeah.
Bring your own.
Come on, Bob.
What
Bring
must
your
have been
own when you get
special?
here.
Good to see you,
Yeah.
brother.
And I reach over as soon as I pierce that fish with my fork. they all went in with their hands. And I went, oh my God, they're savages. They're eating with their fingers.
You can eat like this.
Yeah,
It's
I
not.
never said, you guys call it hand to mouth, hand to mouth, hand to mouth, and they rip off a piece of meat from the fish and dip it in rice and hand to mouth and went, oh, that's how it's done. Okay, well, put away the plate and the fork.
That
Funny.
that is funny. That I like that story because
Yeah,
I I worked
Yeah, it's more fun
like
eating with your finger.
hand
yeah
to mouth.
I
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
I worked one hunting season for an elk camp up in northern Montana here in the U.S. and I worked as their camp cook and
Oh,
Isn't it
and
good?
and these hunters would come in. I fixed them
Yeah,
breakfast, and then
we
they
did
come
this.
in for a lunch. We'd have sandwiches made up for them and stuff, and then they come in for their big dinner at the end of the day.
sure.
Well, we had these fellas, and I don't remember which country they were from, but we had these big plates that these
Mm,
guys would eat off of, and I'd fix their plate for them, and I'd set them plates right in front of these hunters, and I think I had about a dozen hunters, and these two fellas that were, I can't remember which country they were from, and you could eat all you wanted, man. I had enough food to feed you three times at each meal.
hmm. Yeah, they're
And
hungry. Hmm.
and these guys, I'd give them a huge plate of food, and these two fellas, they cleaned their plates right down. There was nothing. There wasn't a crumb
Yeah.
on their plate, and they set their silverware down on each side of the plate, and they just sit there patient. Everybody else is still eating away. And people get done, and I go through and collect all their plates and silverware and top off their coffees and stuff. Well, the third day, I watch these guys every meal. They clean their plate off. I put a plate in front of them. Breakfast, it'd be loaded with sausage and bacon and big pancakes, and they'd clean every bit of it off, and then they'd set their silverware down on the sides, and they'd sit there and just patient. But I noticed they just kept their eyes on me constantly. On the third day, I found out if they cross their silverware across the plate,
Then they're done
they're
eating.
done.
Yeah, I got you.
If they
Yeah,
set the silverware to the side of the plate, they'd like some more.
yeah.
And here I'm
Mm.
starving these poor two guys for 3 days.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'd see
Yeah.
their plates empty and they're just sitting there patient until everybody else is done, and I'd clear the plates. Oh no, they're asking for seconds. They won't say it, but they're asking for it. And here I starved them for almost 3 full days. And I felt so bad. I come out with the
Yeah,
pot.
exactly. I
Whenever we're
know.
eating, I come out with the whole pot and set it between those two guys and tell them flat out, you help yourselves to all you want.
Yeah.
You're gonna kind of learn our traditions, and that's be a little more bold and just help
Yeah.
yourself. And the two of them, they come to me on their last day of their hunt, and they said we love the hunt, we love the food. They said, but we don't like the bad habit you sent us home with. And the one guy, I said, what bad habit is that? And the guy says, I can see myself getting smacked the minute I reach for something on that table. No. The cook
Oh.
will provide it to me. And he says, but you've got me in the habit, boy. If I want it, I can just grab it. I thought, wonder how he got slapped up when he got home.
Fortes, yes, absolutely. I'm very much a Filipino. I'm a white Filipino, 6 foot tall white Filipino. I accept the culture very, very freely. Yeah, we have a house there now, and we're gonna retire over there. And there's so many things to learn. I'm still learning new things, but the next year, okay, I had a long distance relationship with my missus for 4 years because she was a single mom and she was going to university for medical school. Well, I had to wait for her for 4 years. So the next year we went back. I brought my son and my cousin to meet my Filipinos, and I told my son, I said, it's going to be very foreign for you. It's very different. And I said, whatever kind of food you're offered, you have to eat it, no matter
Yeah.
what it is.
Don't be picky.
But they learned from me that we're formal with a plate and a fork. And so different neighbors were calling my son and my cousin and I into their homes. And here would come the lady of the house with her best food, and they learned to put it on a plate for the foreigners. And I really got to compliment him. He was 11 years old at the time, and that little guy, man, he dug into any kind of food that they served him. I was so proud of him, because I said I explained it to him before we got in the barangay, that I said, it's offensive if the lady of the house brings you her, because she's going to serve you the best she's got, because
Right.
you're a foreigner, you're a visitor.
Yeah.
I said, it's really offensive if you don't at least try it. So
That's
just
it. That's
square away, buck up, whatever it is, try it. Now, I was so proud of him. He really did. He was a good trooper.
and
I
that's
add something
that is important.
about this? You guys
Yeah.
are talking about like customs and traditions, right?
Yes.
For me, it's customary to like offer water to someone older, right? The elderly and your grandparents and stuff like that. Before you, right? You always offer them water, always offer them something like tea and something like that. Out of respect. Yeah. So that's why I'm letting you guys talk, because you guys are older there.
Oh, thanks for rubbing it in. I mean, now that's one thing.
Wiser.
That's a good word. Good choice. Wiser.
That's one thing I learned through Native American culture is there is such a high level respect for seniors, and it doesn't matter, even if it's at home, but any gathering of people, 2 or more, the seniors in the room, they were fed first.
Yeah.
They always fed first. And until they've all taken their seats, gotten their food, and begin to eat, nobody lines up to get their food. No.
Yeah.
No. You make sure every senior is fed first. And it goes even beyond that. If you're with a true traditional, and it depends on the individual tribes, but the tribes I worked with especially, if you had any type of big family gathering or ceremonial type meal with a large group of people, there was one plate that was prepared first, the very first plate, and it had a little of everything that was available to eat placed on that plate. And then someone of standing that was middle-aged would take that plate and they'd leave the premises, and then the seniors would go up and they would take what they wished to eat and sit down. While they're getting prepared, the person that took that plate goes out and they take that plate out in the forest and they set it out in the forest.
Really?
For their ancestors. Because
neat.
Their ancestors had to be respected for teaching them how to hunt and gather to provide that meal in the first place.
Okay, I got it.
So they had to give back to where it came from. Okay. Because in their minds, all food comes from nature. So you have to take and feed back nature first. And And it was so neat because they wouldn't go out and recover the plate that had that food on it for 3 days. And I have never now it's been 35 years involved that close with them. I have never seen a plate that still had scraps or food on it.
Mm-hmm.
3 days later, you go out and get that plate. It looks like somebody ran it through a dishwasher.
Yeah, it's gone.
Mother Nature takes it all.
Uh-huh.
And I always thought that was an awesome tradition that they did that.
It is.
That they're recognizing where their food came from. And you get these outsiders that would come in. I was fortunate because I learned it in small family group first, so I didn't embarrass myself. But outsiders will be invited into a ceremonial meal, and they'll say, "Oh, it's like a banquet. I can just walk up and load my plate." And they see people heading up there to eat, and they'll get in line, and they're in amongst the elders. And oh my gosh, you ever hear a room go silent? It's like, no, you don't do that. You don't do that. That's like you're pooping in somebody's swimming pool. You know?
Yeah.
And
You gotta wait.
I know the thing that I found unusual too, my first times there, was manopo. You ladies know what that is. Manopo. Yeah. That was some
It's our
strange.
way of respecting older people.
Uh-huh. When they give the Filipinos give the foreigner kind of a break on that, but
Kissing with the
yeah, when you enter a home and you see a senior citizen there, I learned their culture, and some of the
in our
Filipinos.
province, they always asking my hands with the little
Yeah, mine too.
children at my province.
Mm-hmm.
They always mano po, ma'am. They called me tita,
auntie, yeah,
yeah, tita,
Mm-hmm.
or ate, ninang, lola. Yeah.
Lola, yeah,
Yeah, I am Lola.
That's that for me. I spent years. Any elderly male tribal member, I called him grandfather.
Yeah.
Period. You didn't call him by name.
Yep.
It was grandfather. And I always wondered how they felt about that, you know. And now I go on the reservation, on any one of these reservations that I worked with for so many years, and I'll have these kids all the way up to people that are 45, 50 years old. They'll come up to me and they'll say, "Oh, welcome back to the reservation, grandfather."
Manopo, it's Manopo.
Yeah, manopo. That's where you take the senior citizen's hand
Liberty Garden.
and you press.
Yeah, asking elders hand.
Yeah.
Then put it here.
Mm-hmm. It's a sign of respect
Forehead.
for the house, and yeah, you just take the senior citizen's hand and press it to your forehead. Now, some of the Filipinos were shocked to see me do that because they didn't know that I knew that. They kind of
understood it.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
and that's it. Is that when you learn those traditional, respectful gestures,
it is so important.
Yeah. That's how we show our respect. Even our parents just go out, and then when they get home, they always manopo.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been told by a fella I worked with. He's from Laguna, and he told me that if a Filipino comes in and they don't manopo, if you're Filipino, now you're in trouble because you disrespected the house. But
you're being disrespectful,
right? Yes. But to a foreigner, they're kind of like, well, he just doesn't
understand.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, when you
kissing kiss. Yeah, they do manopo.
Now, in what my wife's area, the kissing is not done. That's not done. But manopo is done. But the kissing, I notice that's like up on Luzon a lot. They'll kiss their cheeks. But the people in Mindanao, they generally don't do that.
Yeah. In our province, we do kiss and mano po.
You do the both.
Yeah.
Did you grow up there in the
And then,
Laguna area?
yeah, I grew
Oh,
up in Bicol. I grew up in Bicol. I am
oh,
Bicolana.
Bicolana. Okay.
Yeah.
Each little area of the Philippines is a little bit different. Just little subtle
Yeah.
differences. Down in Davao they don't do the kissing. They just but
That's one thing. That's one thing here too. Is amongst the Native Americans throughout the United States, that the tribes in general have so many cultural comparisons that are so much alike, so close, but then they have their own regional dialect and their own regional traditional approaches. Now, like the tribes I worked with, they were not touchers. They were not touchers. You don't like, let's say you had a friend and him and his wife come to you to visit. You may shake his hand, but don't hug his wife. That's a sign of disrespect. And don't hug him. Don't hug him, because from that point on, you probably won't show up if he's invited again.
I see.
And so they aren't touchers. They aren't touchers.
Sino yan, sis?
I remember before we went to Mindanao, on my first meeting with my wife, we went to the Pearl Farm Resort.
Mano po practice is usually in countryside. Yes, that's true.
We went to the Pearl Farm Resort just off the shore of Davao. My wife and I alone, and before I met the family, and there's still some Spaniards there in the Philippines, white Spaniards. They're usually the richy rich, So we were at the Pearl Farm Resort, and I see a bunch of white people, and they see me, and they're waving, "Hey, come over." I said, "Hey, stop in with those guys." They're a Spanish family. Have you ever heard of Del Monte Produce? Fruits, and that was them. They were some of the Del Montes. They're some of the wealthiest families on the planet. Is the original Spaniards, who still own those lands for the last 400 years. So they saw me as a foreigner, and they invited us over, and they were drinking heavily. And their culture's different. And we were sitting there. My wife and I are sitting there, and some of the Spaniards came over and said, "Hello, who are you?" I said, "Yeah, I'm an aircraft mechanic." And they looked at me like, because I work, you know what I mean? But one gentleman was nice. He was a younger man. He came over and says, "Hello, my name is Marco. And, it's nice to meet you, Marco." And he reached down and he kissed my wife on the cheek, shocked her. My God, he kissed me in public. Oh my God. I said, "Hon, he's a European. They're different." He does, because she's looking at me like, what the heck? I said, no, baby, that's just their way. That was one of those cultural moments that she was not, because kissing in public in the Philippines is not done. You don't kiss her in public. It's disrespectful to the lady. Oh my God, he kissed me. So just relax. You're okay.
Yeah. Now I tell you, and with gestures. Now, when I lived up in northwest Montana, I had what they call a huckleberry camp. I picked wild huckleberries. I made a lot of money doing that.
They're delicious.
But I would sell them to the highest bidder, right? Well, this fella approached me and he says, "Man, you got the best huckleberries of all the pickers. I want to buy from you." And he offered me so much. I said, "Yeah, yeah." He says, "But you got to deliver them to me." I said, "Okay." And he told me where their processing center was, and I drove. It was like an hour and a half drive up to where he's at. We hauled our huckleberries into him, and he introduced me to his partner. And this boy is pure old English, right? And and we're chatting about our business arrangement, and this English fella, I am asking him, how'd you get tied up in this? He says, "Yeah, it's just an investment." He says, we're both full partners and on and on. And he goes, "Hey, anybody want a cup of coffee?" And I said, "Yeah, I'd like a cup of coffee." And he spoke with such a strong English accent, this guy. And I said, "Sure, get me one." And he got up, and across the room was the coffee pot. And he walks all the way across the room and he yells back at me. He goes, "Hey, Sty, would you like sugar in your coffee?" And I go, "Well, yeah, I would." He goes, "How many lumps?" He had sugar cubes, right? "How many lumps?" And I made a fatal error. I went like this. I go,
that means
I didn't say nothing. That's this.
into the English that's like
And and he looks at me and he goes, "And you can kiss my ass too. The hell with your contract. I don't want nothing to do with you." Oh my God! It took me 2 hours to calm him down for giving him the finger, and I and then to find out why he was so upset. And then, boy, with the Englishman on my channel every once in a while, just to tease them, I'll give them.
Young Winfrey, make a love shout out, thumbs up, good morning.
I learned I've been to England several times, and I learned that was one of the first things I learned was you don't do this, with number two. That that means kind of like F you or up yours,
Yeah.
I learned that a long time ago. Thankfully, someone clued me in.
And that was it. That was my first taste of that, of even understanding that gesture, And that's like sitting on Joran's live stream while he's trying to teach us Swedish, and I'm up here with Crazy Ann, and everything went great until we got to the number 6.
Do you want to join
and Crazy Ann saying, "No, you know how it's said, it's sex." I said, "Oh my gosh, I would have never gotten past the 6th grade. I would have never gotten past the number 6. I mean, oh, no. Yeah, that screwed everything up for me, that number. One number can screw the whole language up, boy. Because I'd be using that number all the time. How many potatoes? I go to the grocery store. How many potatoes you want? 6.
Yeah. That's how I remember my wife's birthday. That's how she put it to me, because she goes, "It's the 26th," and I was like, I don't know. And she go, "Remember it like this, hon. It's the 26th." 26. Oh, okay. 26. I can remember that.
Okay. I won't forget that number.
Easy to remember.
Yeah, that's why she put it to me that way. Now you won't forget. You're right. I won't forget. It's the 26th.
Yeah. But that's, and that's me. A lot of people, they say, "Oh, Sty, you'll have people up from all over the world on your panel and you'll chat with them." And, there's a lot of language barrier going on and this and that. And for crying out loud, they'll go there. I'll have a bunch of people from the UK up, right? But they're all from different regions. I'll have, and in the
Welcome
UK,
to reality style.
They've got, yes, they have so many different dialects.
Oh yeah,
in the British Isles, and I've had a Welsh character on there. I've had someone from Scotland. I've had an Irishman, a Norwegian, and somebody that's really deep into their old English. And nobody that's watching me can understand a word any of them are saying, and I'm carrying a hell of a conversation because, and they go, why Sty get it, but nobody else gets it? And I said, well, pay attention to my responses. Sometimes I'll ask you to repeat it, and that's because I didn't quite catch it. But I want to get as close to understanding your dialect as possible and know as many dialects, because I think it's really interesting, because those people, the British Isles, to put them all together, isn't a big place. We got states in the United States bigger than that.
You go to the neighboring town and they sound completely different in England.
Completely
different.
And I love it. I love it that they haven't lost, because those are cultural gems.
Yeah.
And
Miss Ivy, may ladder pa dyan, oh. Dyan pa rin yung link.
Yeah, I've told over here with the Native American tribes, I used to do a lot of lobbying with the government for them, and there was a push for a while that they wanted to break treaties with tribes, certain tribes, because the tribe has lost its native language. So I managed to put together this funding group, and we were able to fund for those tribes language education programs where they could learn their original dialect, their original language back again, where they're actually teaching it in the schools. Well, that was so important. I told the tribe I was contracted with, I said, you people got to start using your own language. And they said, but we're in America, everybody speaks English. And I said, but you're American, but you're also Native American. You have a specific culture separate than the broader culture. You need, and I said, if you lose your language, you'll lose your culture. Never lose your language. Always
you lose
teach
your identity.
Right. Teach your children your native language. And I loved it because I got Native Americans that would walk around town and they'd just be proud and they'd say, how many languages do you speak to somebody? And then they'd say, well, just English. And they go, well, I speak 2 languages. Oh, really? Yeah. My second language is English. I used to love it. Here they're Americans, and they're saying my second language is English, because they knew their native language, their original language, and I think that's very important.
My kids also loves learning my local language.
Yeah.
Welcome, Prepper Dog. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Prepper Dog.
Prepper, mega love shout
We are all doing
Wanted
good
to pop
up here.
up and say hello to everyone. Hope you are well. Yeah, I am now a zombie. I don't have sleep since yesterday.
Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late for you, isn't it? Yeah.
Mochi, wait. I am hungry, but no store that open yet.
I've been hungry since you guys talked about food.
Oh man.
2 hours ago. Again.
Yeah. He's always hungry, especially when food is mentioned.
I was watching Mojo make his breakfast sandwich today, and he made a egg and bacon filled croissant this morning on his live stream, and I left there and saw you were going live, and I come over here and I said, oh, that's good. I get rid of all that hunger that I got over watching him. Oh no, we start talking food.
I learned that lesson the hard way, like 5 years ago. Everyone talks about food.
Everybody.
Even
you know,
guys.
I thought about that.
They're not going to talk about food. No,
I should just shut my channel down and start a new one. All food, because everybody loves
Thai
food.
food.
Yeah, yeah. I want to do more food stuff this summer when I get out. I'm cooking over the fire pit and on the grill outside. Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, go smoke something.
I want to do some smoking too. I'm going to be making some jerky.
I'm gonna eat rice. I'm hungry.
I might.
Hey,
I might try
Stein, you
this.
can always make hardtack.
No hardtack. No, I won't eat a hardtack. I'll starve to death if that's all there is to eat. This boy's starving to death. I won't eat hardtack. I hate it. That's the only food. That's one of the few foods in the world. I just won't eat it. And I'll tell you
I
what.
heard you can make.
If
I
that
heard
was a
that you can make a peg out of it.
That's you know,
So I've heard.
I'm not kidding. I took a nice square of hardtack, broke it up, and I put it in a kettle that was full of broth, and it had rutabagas in there and potatoes and other stuff. I boiled that damn thing right to the point where my potatoes just about disappeared. And I went to eat it, and there were chunks of hardtack in there just as hard as they were when I put them in there. And they were in that hot fluid for 45 minutes to an hour, and they never, ever softened up. I said, that's enough of that. I won't eat that stuff. Those little squares, I told this guy I was in a camp, and he had about 5 stacks of them damn squares of hardtack. He was giving them out to everybody. Try my hardtack. I walked over and I grabbed the whole stack, and he goes, what are you doing with those? I said, I'm going to use those as a backsplash in my kitchen. I said that as tile.
The original jawbreaker.
Yeah, the original jawbreaker. You're right. You're right. That's right. That's right.
Well, you could use hardtack as a bulletproof vest.
That's a good idea. Put them in all your pockets. Yeah. Yeah.
Probably it would help against small caliber, but
yeah. Stop a rim fire, you know.
Welcome to breakfast. Good to see you, brother.
Hello.
Hello. Nice to see you guys too.
Long time no see, Brexus.
It is. Long time since you've been live.
Yeah.
A week. Last
had
week,
a YouTube burnout for a while, and then I got back on track in August last year again.
Wow.
And under my absence from YouTube, I lost a couple of subscribers, so I was down to 1,500.
Wow.
And now I'm over, since then, I'm up to 1,700 something.
Nice.
Yeah.
I got a live stream that I'm going to be doing a little bit, about an hour and a half from now. And the gentleman that I'm interviewing ended up pushing for like 3 days and got me over 1,000 finally.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Well, welcome to the 1K club.
Yeah. Nice.
So we're going to have a good time with that one.
Yeah.
That's cool. How are you on hours, watch hours?
Oh, it's down. Since I've been down here, I haven't been out doing my live streams or putting up many videos because of work and all that.
Sure.
I'm like a little over 500 watch hours right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy, buddy, that's not good.
Heck, before I left Michigan, I had damn near 3,500 watch hours.
Oh, shucks.
And I was only at a little over 200 subscribers.
Yeah.
Then when I come down here, they took away live streaming from the cell phones unless you hit 1K.
Hi, Jordan. How are you, sweetheart? Missy, Lady A.
Well, I'm doing good.
You staying safe over there?
Yeah, so far.
That's good.
Well, that's a good thing.
But I don't know for how long.
Don't say that.
Lauren. Please don't say that.
There's another person that's over in that area with Russia and stuff.
Yeah, the captain ship in the east.
Let's eat.
Like your heart goes out.
And I'm having my breakfast. Then I will go to bed later.
I'm hungry now again.
Oh,
I wish we could share food here. That'd be nice. That'd be so nice.
Yeah,
We would never starve.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
you're eating too.
I love you.
I'm just glad that I can't smell it because that would kill me, man. That would kill me.
I love your accent, sweetheart. Oh my God, you're so good.
That is exactly what I mean, Prepper Dog.
Yeah.
The Captain Trip.
That's who she was barking at with it when I was in the living room on the phone.
Yeah,
Really?
it is to our east. And Poland is on the east as well. So
Right.
I was just trying to talk to you. You're pretty wise. Oh, who's here?
I'm a little bit worried about that situation over there.
Yeah.
My heart goes out to y'all.
I think the oil price gonna through the roof, and that means the fuel prices will go up even more, and that means our food prices will go up even more.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, we have facing hard times, really hard times. The next few months.
Yeah.
It depends on how long this bad situation will last, of course.
Right.
Well, let's just hope that things get better.
Yeah.
See, the dog agrees with me.
Yeah. Poland and Baltics. Yeah, they were. And then the Russian bear or Captain Trip will aim for Gotland. So, and Gotland is 330 kilometers from Leningrad. So that is pretty close. That's 30. That is 33 miles, Swedish miles, not English miles.
Right.
So that is, I don't like to have them so close.
I don't blame you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't blame you.
I don't either.
I don't think the Russians will go outside of the Ukraine because that would invoke NATO.
NATO.
Yeah.
That's what I guess that's where I'm keeping my closest eye. Are they going to infringe on a NATO member country?
I don't.
I don't think he's that stupid. I don't think he'd even risk that. But
it depends on how cocky he decides to become.
Well, that's it. Is will he become emboldened enough that he says, "Oh, what the heck, NATO ain't," and I think that'll show itself if NATO does. If they carry through on providing anti-air defense to Ukraine, even though they're way behind the 8 ball on it, but if they do, then Putin's going to say it's going to be a little touch and go because NATO is taking it serious. But if they don't, because right now NATO doesn't have an obligation to help defend the Ukraine, but they're saying they will. So if they will help a non-NATO
Actually,
country, that will definitely help.
Canada has had their special forces in the Ukraine for several years now,
Yeah.
teaching them the Patriot missile system, teaching them military
Yep, they
tactics
have.
and strategies. Some of the videos I've seen, the Ukrainians are punching them right in the nose with those Patriot missiles. They're blasting their airplanes and helicopters right out of the sky. So there's been involvement in there from the Western countries. Wherever Canada goes, the U.S. is going to have our
They're gonna follow.
special ops around there. You know.
Yeah. The yeah.
No, he's not afraid of Poland, Germany, and the Baltic states.
No, he's not. Well, in Germany, he's got in his back pocket anyway. He's got Germany in his back pocket. So Germany is not concerned about whatsoever.
The only thing I'm afraid of is it turning to nukes.
Well, that's it. They better not. Yeah, they better not go down that road.
I read an article a couple of years ago. Maybe I think it was 2-3 years ago, and it said that Captain Tripp in Russia,
Kaya pala,
his dream was to take Gotland.
Close yata yung kaano mo.
That means he would send a submarine with Spetsnaz soldiers to cut off all the communication information and build a fortress on Gotland. So we, Stockholm, would not know that Gotland has been taken over.
Dikit na po
And
ako sa inyo, di ba, Rose?
the problem
Ay, nalaman
here
ko.
with that is NATO, which means USA and the other, especially USA, would not allow it because in that case, Russia would have access to the sea because Gotland is a strategic important point.
Right.
So, and he would take Germany, Poland, and the Baltics, and if USA would help us to take back Gotland, Putin would say, if we resist, if any one of the countries resist, he would send a nuke.
Yeah.
And we would have a nuke missile over Stockholm, over our government building.
Yeah.
And that means he would force USA to back off.
Yeah.
So he has them, like this in your checkmate.
And that's it. I think he's trying to bring back the Cold War is what he's trying to do.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Yeah.
And if he were to bring the Cold War back into full peak, that gives him a lot of control.
I was in the U.S. military a long time ago, and one thing I will say for sure is I am sick to death of young American men and women going over to other countries and getting mutilated and killed. I'm sick of it.
What is the point of war?
It's money.
Resources, that's what
Money.
it is. Yeah, you're right. It's all got to do with resources. You look at the Ukraine and what it holds. Everybody says, well, it's because that's where their nuclear heart is and blah, blah, blah. But you look at the Ukraine and its resources, natural resources. You betcha Russia wants their hands on it.
Sure they do.
The people that are fighting, though, have nothing to do with them resources. They're dying for no damn reason.
I know
Well,
that.
That's what all of us are really complaining about is the guys that have to die for those resources aren't there for those resources.
No.
They're there because they've been directed by their government to participate in that war without question. You've enlisted, you're military, you're going to do as directed.
That's right.
Now,
I heard today, it's like
Conscription too.
telling the people in Ukraine, you can't leave. You have to defend our.
Yeah, conscription.
It's like what?
the
My life
you
is
know,
more important than this stupid. No, I'm sorry. I'll be out of there.
now being from the heart of the Nam era, I can tell you, I haven't met a Vietnam in country veteran yet that said we should have been there.
Wow.
A lot of people say we shouldn't have been there.
Uh,
And I do believe that's the whole reason of the assassination of JFK, because he wasn't going to send our military troops to Vietnam.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, President Johnson sent our forces in because his wife, Lady Bird Johnson, was one of the board members of Bell Helicopter, Bell Aviation. I mean, she was a major stockholder, and that's most of the reason why we go to war is because these people they're not paid off with money. The politicians are paid off with shares of stock. So all these politicians who throw us poor people in front of the meat grinder are earning billions of dollars, while poor people like me are getting their arms and legs blown off.
Right.
And they don't care.
They have no skin in the game. They got no skin. They can only break even or greatly increase their position in life.
Yeah.
They have nothing to lose.
Nothing.
They have no skin in the game whatsoever.
Right. And all they're doing is lining their pockets full of cash.
Exactly.
That's right.
That's what
That's
it's all
right.
about.
That's right. Well, and that's
exactly
right. it. That's it. It's all money. It's all money.
All about the Benjamins.
That said that 200 people died and like 3 of them were children. Because like when they came back from now, they called the people that were coming back baby killers. It's like what makes it right for him to do it if oh my I don't even know.
Well, I don't think it'll spread around too much, and I don't know. I'll just finish it up with saying I'm sick to death of seeing young American men and women going overseas and getting their arms and legs blown off and their minds destroyed for the rest of their lives. I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
So
especially when they're over there in a conflict that truly doesn't have any benefit to us.
Yeah.
So in your guys' opinion, is this going to be the start of World War III?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Keep your eye.
It's hot news today. It's hot news today.
It's
Next
flavor
year
of
at
the
this
day.
time it'll be something else. Yeah. Flavor of the day.
Mhm.
And it's because all of us now are getting more world savvy. Everything that happened, you talk about 150, 200 people got killed. You know what? And don't take me wrong. Every single one of those lives did not have to be lost. I hate it. I agree with Bob 100% on his argument about sending our people into the harm's way.
Yeah.
But what we're hearing today and what we're watching over there in Kiev and that, you know what? It's child's play. It's bullshit.
Exactly. Somebody needs to go.
If you look into the heart of our major wars over the years, what's happened so far in Kiev is just a weekend picnic. It ain't nothing. Ain't nothing. We've had civil wars in countries where tens of thousands of people died in a matter of a short period of time.
Yeah.
That make this Kiev situation look like, so what? It's just two bullies fighting each other, and that's it. Is I refuse to become so obsessed with what's going on in Kiev that it's huge. It's world impacting. It's gonna screw it up for everybody. it's going to screw some things up. It's messing with our economics. And
Right.
again, it's all money. The big money is going to make money. The rest of us are going to pay it. We're going to pay for it. But it's that, we're not going to have, River Dog says, watch China. I right now, I keep a closer eye on China.
Me too. I know I am.
And, when you're talking over here in the United States, we're talking 300 million people, and that includes men, women, and children. Over in China, you're talking billions of people. Make our 300 million look like one guy in a room full of people.
Right.
They have a whole different mentality also.
They do.
They want land base for resources, period. They want our money, our technology, and our natural resources. They would invade large territories. They would.
You're talking about technology, okay? I was talking to a friend of ours, and he used to be in the military, and he was talking about, Afghanistan and everything, how Biden left all the planes and stuff over there to ISIS or whatever, Taliban, whoever, and he said they had to report it to, I forget what it was, but they chose China. Now China has got our technology. They know everything backwards and forwards that we, all the technology that we had. And
worst part about it, the way it looks, it's somebody that decides to get a real big power trip going.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there's other ways to solve this shit. And
Tutulog ka na, Sis Ivy.
nobody wants to.
Yeah, what she said. I don't know what she said, but it was nice.
I don't know, but she's sure cute when she says it.
But that's how it is. I guarantee if they wanted to have resources, other ways to deal with it.
Yeah, it's called business.
Instead of going to fucking war over it. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
And that's it. Is war is it's not just a fact of life; it's a fact of history.
Exactly.
And everybody says, well, we have to come up with a way to stop war. No more wars. I guarantee you it's never going to happen, ever.
You're right.
Like
war will always exist. It's how do you control and manage it to limit the negative impacts of it.
And like they say, history's always going to repeat itself.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Right now, Putin reminds me of Hitler. Like, they were talking about how there was an apartment complex there in Kiev that got attacked.
Yeah.
All kinds of damage. Well, Putin says, well, it wasn't us. It was the people in what is that country?
Belarus.
It was them. Yeah, it was them that attacked their own people. Really?
And and Russian backed. That's one thing Russia loves to play out is it wasn't us.
Right.
Oh, but it was your armament, and it is all of your backup they used to do it. They wouldn't have been able to do it, Russia, if you weren't backing them up. And that's it. Is they say, well, because we didn't send our specific guys in, it wasn't us.
Yeah.
Well, bullshit. You armed them. You gave them the training and the ability to go in and carry that out, and you're not willing to take ownership in it? And no, they aren't. They aren't. They're always going to deter that argument that they did it by deferring the responsibility to somebody else. That's Russia.
They're playing the blame game.
That's it.
That's it.
I don't know. I just can't wait to get back to the Philippines and sing and songs and dance in the streets and
and that's it.
That's I did my military service a long time ago. I'm done with it, and be surrounded by the most beautiful ladies in the world right there in the Philippines.
You troublemaker, you. You're gonna start a war.
Make love, man. Make love. You know.
Yeah. You know, that's it. Is I heard someone say once at a Native American big conference we had. Someone said once that if back in the old Native American genocide period, if Colonel Custer would have had a different frame of mind and he was a hippie, it wouldn't have been, oh my gosh, we're getting slaughtered. It would have been, Custer would have been yelling out, look at, if they made love instead of war, he would have been yelling out, look at all the fucking Indians. Look at all the fucking Indians. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
Who's gonna clean up after that battle, right?
Not me.
Not me either.
I think really overall, it's the world leaders are the wrong people in charge because they're the psychopaths. They have no conscience.
Yeah.
They're saturated with the sin of greed, and that's where all this shit. We've got the wrong people in the positions of power, you know, in the corporate world and in the political world. That's what it really comes down to.
Yep.
You know, back during the Indian Wars, if there were the average people with a soul, with a conscience, Custer would have never attacked. He would have probably went down there and said, "Hey guys,
hey, we got to work this out, man. We got to work this out."
Exactly. You know.
And I love it because now today, the Blackfeet Reservation in northwestern Montana is a perfect example. They gave them the most rugged, nasty ground you ever saw for their Indian reservation, right?
Yeah, they did. They always did.
Right now, because of the Blackfeet Nation, a sovereign tribe, one of the world's largest silver reserves sits under the mountains they gave them for reservation.
Okay, good.
And guess what the tribe said? We're not going to let you come on our land and mine it. They said that belongs to us. You ain't touching that. You ain't touching it. I did core drilling in that mountain range, and we would drill up to a mile lateral flat holes through a mountain into the Bad River or the Blackfeet Reservation and pull cores out of silver and gold that were to die for. And it was just to assay it all, you know?
Yeah.
And so they could determine how much is there. They determined that just the silver reserves alone at the current, well, this was 2000, about 2000. At that time, if they were to go in and start mining it, they would have unlimited silver for 150 years.
Wow.
But the Native American tribe holds the rights to it, and they said, you're not touching it. You're not tearing our mountains down. You're not putting these big open pits in here. You're not doing it. They said, in a time of crisis, we might let you drift mine to it, but we're never going to let you open pit mine it. And all the mining corporations pulled out of the region because the tribe said, no, ain't happening. But what happened right away? A bunch of politicians and a bunch of big corporate bodies said, we need to break the treaty with them.
Yeah.
We need to find a stipulation where we can break that treaty.
We need
They've been fighting for 25 years trying to break that treaty with them. But the Blackfeet Reservation finally got full sovereign status. Federal government can't touch their ground. Period.
Good.
And And I told them, good for you, because your treaty is still in effect, but you now have a U.S. Supreme Court decision that land is free and sovereign and belongs to the tribe, not to the federal government, and the federal government no longer holds it in trust. It's held by the tribe itself. So good for them. Good for them. And the only problem is in the whole picture, they're just a drop in the bucket. I wish there were so many others in different arenas that would be able to take that position, because now you're getting the common person saying, we got to protect our future. We got to protect what we have. And they're not thinking on the corporate side. They're thinking on the, hey, I like to go up there and hunt elk. I don't want a big open pit up there.
Yep.
So that somebody else has all that silver to do what they want with out in the world, and some fat cat's getting fatter somewhere, So, and that's I think Bob's right. Is it's the greed in the world.
Greed, baby, greed. Yeah.
And we allow these people that are just packed with greed into these positions of control.
Yep.
And
I would.
I was talking about one governor. I believe it was the governor from Florida, or maybe it was a senator from Florida. I don't know. But anyway, you know how like all the stupid people in the Senate and all that, they do insider trading and shit. That's how they get their money. That's how they
they do.
Oh yeah.
The one guy's like, you know what? We need to have a limitation on how long people can serve. Because how old is that stupid bitch Nancy Pelosi? She's 80-some years old, right? She's the biggest one that does the insider trading bullshit.
She's a wino. She's a drunk.
Under our Constitution, the true intent of the founding fathers was there was only one position that you could serve a lifetime term in, and that's the Supreme Court.
Right.
Congressmen and senators were never intended to have lifetime careers in those positions. Right. Never intended. And Pelosi's a perfect example. That old bat. Shit.
Don't give me her. He's being nice when he says she's drunk. I got more words for her than that.
Oh my God! I've sat at nursing homes in their day rooms and heard smarter conversations from people that were 95 years old, and we got her running our country. No.
I was listening to one of the bullshit bill things that they were putting out, and they were like, oh yeah, there's even let's build a park for Nancy Pelosi and name it after her. I'm like, what the fuck?
What I cannot stand is how many times in the last, I'd say about 15 years, that I've heard people hit that floor and say, and they want to debate a bill, and they go, we need to pass this by the end of the day tomorrow. Read it after we get it passed. Yeah, I've heard that way too many times.
You're gonna read 2,000 pages overnight.
If one of my reps from my state votes something in, and I know they haven't read it, they don't like it because they get about a 6-page letter from Sty. I know our reps, and some of them I know personally, and they know I'm going to raise hell with them, man. If you haven't read the bill, don't vote on it.
Right.
You got to vote it down. Even if it's good for us, because you don't dare vote on something you haven't read.
Especially if they say you have to read it or vote before you read it. It's like, that's a given.
That's a given. It tells you right there. It's no good. It's no good. It's padded full of pork, and it's garbage.
All right, guys, I'm gonna bounce out.
Okay.
Okay.
Take care, Bob.
Take it easy, everybody.
See you, Bob.
Later.
Take care, Bob. Stay safe. God bless.
Yeah.
They
Yeah, it's a crazy old world we live in. Crazy old world.
Yeah,
Again.
it is.
Again.
Again.
And it
Yeah.
gets crazier and crazier every day, every year, every
Again.
month.
Yeah.
Again.
Again. Same shit, just a different day.
Exactly.
Again.
Again. Yeah. So true. So true. The
Dog, stop. You're by my
yeah,
microphone.
Urine, I'm gonna have to step down too, pal.
Yeah, that's okay,
I
bro.
I got a couple of things I got to get done. It's my
I'll
day
take
off.
over and talking.
Good.
I mean, take care, Sky.
Good.
Yeah, I got things I got to get done because my boy's coming home from on the road, probably Wednesday, and
Awesome.
so he's gonna be home for 1 week, and then he's back out on the road for another 3-4 months. So
Man.
Enjoy the
So-
time. Enjoy the time, right?
so I wanted the house nice and ready for him. Poor guy.
Yeah,
wouldn't
of
get
course.
Fist bump on the way out.
Hey,
No
you
problem.
guys all take very good care of yourselves, and God bless y'all. And we'll
bless.
see y'all again soon. It was great
care, Sty.
meeting you, Vernon. Ivy.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you as well.
Yeah, we'll see you again. Bye bye.
Later.
Bye, be safe.
What are you doing? There ain't nothing
Need to wash my face now, but I'm going to sleep soon.
Okay, I'll start talking now. No.
Go right
I
ahead.
was letting Bob and Sty do all the talking for the last hour.
Hello, Abracas, Abra.
Abraxa.
You're a lot closer than most.
People do they can't pronounce because they call me Abra.
Abras.
The guy down there. Down there.
The guy down there.
Like I said, it's close
Oh,
enough.
and the lady down there. Both of them. Both of them.
Hello.
Thanks for support.
I'm pretty sure Jordan can tell you about all the combinations that he's heard people call me.
Yeah, it's a lot of combinations.
SSS.
Just call him asshole.
Yeah, the problem is people has a
I don't think he likes that.
huge problem to
I admit I
pronounce
am.
my name. So
Yeah, when you type SSS, make sure you don't add an A in the beginning. You might take that the wrong way.
No,
yeah,
I admit that I'm an asshole. So you can't offend me over anything like that.
One out there.
I don't get offended hardly at all. You can even ask Jordan that.
See, the sun is come out now.
yeah.
Oh,
I can
good
see
morning.
that.
Good morning.
Yeah,
Good
it's,
morning then.
it's 7 a.m. now. It's 7 a.m.
Wow.
I hear the rooster.
And that was the time that I wake up yesterday, 7:20. I wake up yesterday 7:20, and I'm still awake till now.
Wow. I remember nights like that.
Yeah, I've been up for 24 hours.
One day I was up for what, 32 hours?
I've done 36.
It might have been about 36 as well. I ended up waking up at 11, went to work, ended up closing that.
I will try to sleep later because I also co-hosting Grand LS for my friend 7 p.m. tonight.
Nice. But we ended up going to Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Ended up using more oil, or spent more on oil than what I did. And home till about 3 a.m. next morning.
That
It's
was a
on-
barking dog.
Where'd it go?
It's over here.
Where'd it go? It's over there.
I'm going for a bathroom break, a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in a minute.
He'll be
Make
back
that
before I
30
finish
seconds.
the sentence. He'll be back before I finish the
Don't
sentence.
take it more than twice though, because you'll be playing with it.
Really?
TMI.
I don't think he even paid attention to me.
He's probably laughing at you.
He's probably all, well, leave it to her.
But yeah,
He is.
that
I know
was
he is.
probably the longest I've ever been up straight.
I'm getting too old for that shit.
When? Just wait till we go back.
It's harder on people to stay up longer the older you get.
Yep.
You just can't do it like you used to
I
be able
don't
to do
hear
when
that.
you were younger. Oh.
But yeah, I'm usually up at night anyways, and
See, look, he's already back. See, I didn't even finish the sentence or paragraph, and he's already back.
wow. Welcome back, man. Okay, now welcome back since you got your headphones on.
Yep.
We didn't say anything about you.
Don't let them lie to you like that.
I'm not worried.
It's all good. But yeah, me, I tend to go to places that have people that are not living there anymore.
Abandoned places.
Yeah. We went to one place and my wife decided to challenge me. And of course, I can't back down from a challenge. She wanted me to tie myself to a chair and do a blindfolded. So that's what I did. I sat in a chair tied to it blindfolded for about a half hour. And then she wanted to push me even further. So what I'm going to do is do a makeshift casket and lay down in it and have somebody lock me in it. People think I'm
I feel
crazy.
claustrophobic now.
Oh, really?
I feel claustrophobic now.
Just by saying it? That's not good.
Just kidding.
I seen it on one paranormal show. They didn't lock them in, but they just shut the top of the casket on them. And it was an actual casket, and it messed with him. It messed with him bad. So now I have to go and prove it to him that it can be done.
You know, I've been in abandoned houses before with a friend. I was more worried about like stepping through the floor. Really, the floor was giving away at times.
Ooh.
My friend's like, "Watch it, CR. You might step right through the floor and like end up at the bottom. We don't know what's at the bottom."
Right. I wouldn't want to.
We don't want to carry you out, man.
I wouldn't want to find out, especially by falling through a floor.
Yeah, you'd be like neck high in it, and you'd be like, "Oh boy."
Well, where I did that one challenge that my wife challenged me to, we were at an old nursing home in North Carolina. I was more freaked out to having somebody coming through the hole in the wall where our window was more than anything. But if something happened, I would have had their asses on videotape. But knowing my luck, they'll reach in and take out the memory card. I'd have been screwed with that evidence.
So, Shadow, did you notice? Did you notice, man?
Noticed what?
I'm still wearing it.
Yeah.
Ever since I've been here. All the time. It wouldn't be the first time. Or the last time. Again.
Yeah.
So, Jordan.
Remember that time I did it for 5 hours?
Yeah, Brexus.
Got a question for you.
Okay, shoot.
With you being the survivalist that you started your channel out with,
Prepper, survivalism, yeah, outdoor.
Maybe bushcrafting.
With what's going on, how would you prepare for something like this?
Like Russia and Ukraine?
Yeah.
Or what's in the U.S. and our places?
Well, it's a problem with U.S. has a lot of problems now. High inflation. Canada,
every place.
Canada has a total mess. Australia has a total mess. Now Ukraine and Russia. Where will that end?
That's the thing.
Abraxas, I'm here now at your channel, and you have 1,000 subscribers, and you're doing paranormal activities, and that's scary.
Not really.
But it's
inflation might be scary.
Worst part about it when you're there. I'm sorry.
What is your channel?
Abraxas Paranormal.
Yeah. It's not really scary as in that sense. It just shocks you when you go back over and watch the videos that you already recorded them. Because a lot of times you're not going to see what is actually being picked up on the camera. Or even hear it. My wife.
I am afraid of the dark. I'm scared of abandoned places, and that's scary for me.
My wife, with her being in a wheelchair and being legally blind, she can't really hold the camera steady. So I ended up making her a helmet cam. She was at the place where I did her challenge she had me do. But, the investigation we did before that one at the same place, she ended up panning through, and she actually caught something that wasn't able to be seen with the naked eye. And with us for doing it, as long as we have, it actually got us excited and wanting to go back. But the only thing you're really going to have to worry about with any abandoned places is, like CR said, about falling through a floorboard or something. Or
that's very
somebody coming up on you. Because a lot of times you're not going to see something that a camera picks up unless they really want to make themselves known. Yeah, we have a saying, we scare the living more than we do the dead.
Yeah, that's what they said. But I'm scared both.
But there's only been a handful of times where I've actually seen a full body apparition with my own eyes. But they were there and wanted to make themselves known at that time. The only other thing that might startle somebody is like when I was at the old Jackson prison back in Michigan, walking the grounds, it felt like I got stabbed like 5 or 6 times in the side. But they also had a big riot out on the grounds when there was a prison break of 3 inmates. And it's just something that goes on. I didn't have no scars from it or anything like that.
Ayun na may almost dyan, pansit. Yan ang ano kain. Sarap yan. Yan ang kinain ko. Hindi kakain. Bakit 3? Bakit 3 lang? Hey, that's fine. That's fine.
So, coming back to that question you were asking, you guys drifted off on that.
I'm more than welcome.
Shadow, you're supposed to answer that.
I can.
At the moment, I think it's best to stock up with food, water, medicines.
And buffer it to a certain degree.
Right.
Yeah, because I mean, if history's repeating itself, well,
yeah,
let's learn from the past, right? Reuse stuff too, right? I think that's gonna be an important thing here. Because you guys were talking about the resources, right? And how that's one of the main goals. Well, that means we got to use the resources even better, even reuse them, right? I've been hearing about aluminum going up in price and stuff like that, not just the food, the fuel, and such, right? But like metal too, right? So metal can be reused indefinitely. Aluminum, copper, and such, right?
Exactly.
Because I kind of figure if the copper and aluminum stick around more for us, right? They're not in the landfill or in the dump. That means we can use them still for other things.
Yep.
Because if we're diverting things from our own countries for our efforts, well, that means we don't have it here in our own country. Whatever it is, the fuel, the food, the materials too, right? All these metals, right?
Yeah.
Think about it. They're sending firearms and all this sort of stuff, right? Well, there's metal in there, which means it's not here in the country.
Well,
your own country, I should say.
There nowadays with a lot of the handguns and stuff like that, especially with the semi-automatics, there's about the only thing that's metal in those anymore is the trigger, the firing pin, the springs, and the barrel. The rest of it's all polycarbon.
Yeah, it's to reduce the weight.
Yep.
A little bit. In comparison to how it was the turn of the last century. In comparison to that, all right.
Well, I showed my wife the comparison between my handgun I got back in '97 compared to my handgun I won, and there's what, like, see, it felt like there's like 5 pounds difference between the two handguns.
And that little dainty one that I held at the thing was like a pound, I swear, to like
2.1 pounds. But it's like there's a big difference in the weight anymore. Like you said, make them lighter, easier to carry, easier to hold, and all that.
then I gotta get my ass moving because like
Yeah. 45 minutes, we're going live with Lunatic Dad.
And I need to make sure I'm charging my battery. that'd be good too. I don't want to just run dry.
Right.
But I think
I
it's
am
important to
also
stock up
charging my
with.
iPad.
That's why I have the camera off.
I think it's also important to stock up with water different possibilities to purify water.
Right, you want options right now, right?
I was just curious on what he feels is the right preparation, especially with this war that Russia's trying to start and all that.
Well, like I said, it's probably gonna be, we're gonna see the inflation skyrocket up even more.
Yep.
Fuel will go up,
yeah.
Right? Like it's because if they're diverting things from our own countries over there, that means it's the fuel, resources, and that. So we were not using it here in our own countries, but it's over there being used for obviously for good reasons, but it's still being diverted.
Right.
I mean, you're still allocating some to resources somewhere else. That means another place doesn't have as many. So the supply goes down, but the demand's still relatively high, which means the price is probably going to go up.
Yep.
So. No, I'm not saying go panic buy or something. No, I'm not saying that.
Oh,
you
we
should
already
have
had
the
that
TV.
crap here.
You should already have the TV. Let's just say, right? For example, right? But what I'm saying is, look for something more sustainable.
Exactly.
Use and use again, right? Right. Gardening is part of it, I guess, and stuff like that. Reducing their supply chain a little bit on it, right? As much as possible. Maybe in your own community, get more people to garden more, right? Spread those. Like if you have seeds, have other people grow some of those seeds too. So not only are you growing your own kind of tomatoes, you got your friends growing that, your other friends growing that, and something like that. Then exponentially increase something you can use.
Right.
Because the resource is local then. You just got to walk over there.
When this COVID crap started up, people over here started panic buying and everything. Somebody ended up spending over $500 on toilet paper.
My God.
You know what? I got something.
Why don't you use water instead?
Then, after they ran out of money, they tried to take it back to the store. And they wouldn't let them return it.
How's that?
No.
No. You ain't got money to buy food, but you can wipe your ass.
Exactly, right? Guys, I just opened up a roll from 2019, like last year. I was like handing some out to friends. I was like, oh yeah, right. I could spare some.
Right.
And besides, to show the people out there, not everyone's out there just to take. People are.
Toilet paper, what does it average out to be? Like $1.50 a roll anymore?
Well, I don't know.
Depends on what brand you buy.
Yeah, the one we got, big 12-pack.
How many ply? I'll just put this up on my head for a little bit. But yeah.
I'm now trying to take a nap. Mochi, get in. Mochi, get inside. Get in.
I want to share a map for you guys.
Just to add to what I was saying, and kind of reduce the impact that things might happen of things happening a little bit more.
Right.
Because we're all facing this really big hurdle right now, all of us. Right? The idea is a little preparedness lowers that hurdle so you can actually jump it a little bit easier. What is this?
Mochi.
What is this?
Get ready for the stage.
Chi.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I want to show you this. We are here. I am here. Okay. Here is Ukraine. Here is Poland.
Can you zoom in a
Germany.
little?
Zoom in.
I'm trying to look it on my screen.
Well, you have Ukraine here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You have Poland here, and then you have Stockholm here, and then Finland here, okay? You have the Baltic states, Estland, Lithuania, and you have Finland here, and here is Russia. They have this piece here.
Oh yeah, and that's against the Arctic, right? So
Yeah,
control that kind of input of shipping.
So if
the shipping lanes and
Russia
stuff like that.
wants to do something, they can go this way. And you know what? Go through here.
And let's remember, winter's ending here in the northern hemisphere, so that's going to be ice free soon.
Yep.
If it's not already, right? So because
you
usually
see
those
how-
paths are not available during the winter.
So the point here is Ukraine are very close to us, even if they have those Baltic states here and Belarus.
Okay.
So Ukraine and Poland is here. So it is pretty close to us.
Right.
I'm praying for you, John. I really am, man.
So
Yeah, we're there with you, man. At least in spirit.
And here is Scotland. So this is strategic. Now I can't speak either. So
And apparently I need to brush up on my European geography. I've never been to Europe, so I've never been into that time zone before, so I would not know. And apparently we lost her. I didn't realize she disappeared.
There's someone.
She's back.
One of the people that's supposed to be
so that's
flying over
the
here in
close.
So, now, what are they doing about flights, Jordan? Are they still having flights from the UK? You know, or what? Because she was supposed to leave in March. Are they going to allow her to come over or not? Jordan?
She's worried they're going to be canceling the flights in and out of the country.
Well, it's a possibility that could happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will try to take a nap now. I'll just stay here and BG.
Yeah.
Okay, honey.
Don't worry, I'll do all the talking.
Okay.
I let Bob and I do all the talking earlier.
Go get some sleep, sweetheart.
Okay, Jordan,
No,
I'm
just-
going to go ahead and get off here so I can start getting prepared for my live stream in about a half hour.
Yeah.
Take care.
Take care,
Take care.
buddy.
Take care,
Much
both of you.
love to
Bye.
every one of you guys, even the people in chat.
Stay safe.
I'm the only one talking in chat now. I am. I'm the only one that doesn't talking. Rose said something in there about hungry.
Okay, later, guys.
Later.
Bye.
See you later,
Take
buddy.
care.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Well, that's a Braxis.
Yeah, Shadow. Before you brought up the map, I was saying, it's just these little things that we can do. Because even during the Great Depression, they had to reuse every last thing. You didn't waste at all. You didn't even waste at all. It was very taboo, right? You
Yeah.
used everything. Because I think it's gonna come back down to that again, right? You know, so that's why I've been trying to reuse more and more. Because there'll be a certain point like where you can't buy your way out, or it's so expensive you can't buy your way out. So you gotta figure out another way. You know, where that loaf of bread becomes more than a block of gold, or whatever. You know, that metaphor that they always say in whatever, right? About inflation, or you'll need a barrel of money just to buy a loaf of bread or whatever, right? So
yeah,
I've been trying to learn some other ways and stuff like that. So I've been picking up some more stuff. Although,
what do you pick up now?
but reading it and knowledge is one thing, but doing it and experience is totally different. So, you know, there's a difference between book smarts and street smarts, as they say, right?
Yeah, it is a difference.
Yeah, right. Like even that site that I showed you, right? What did I say? The prepare.com, right? I mean, it's much. There's a lot of information, but you gotta do it too, right? I've been reading about it, but that's just knowledge or information. You gotta apply that knowledge and gain experience from it, right? Because there's a lot there you can learn. But you gotta apply it into your own situation, wherever you guys are right now, right? All of us. Doesn't matter where you are in the country or on the world. Because one way or another, we're all getting affected in a certain way. Some of us less, some of us more, right? But we all are.
Yeah.
We're not. No one's dodging this, right? You know, at best, someone's maybe breaking even, but most of us are taking a loss somewhere.
Yeah.
Because I just kind of knew, like I said, what I said, right? I mean, these are the multiple fronts that I've been talking about. We're facing it now, even more. This year is more apparent on it, right? And see, Shadow, this doesn't even include anything natural that can happen later down the road. Right? Because all it takes is something happening and something else happens. Then, like on the U.S. side, some hurricane strikes in, right? That becomes news, right?
Yeah.
What happens if there's another heat dome here in North America again, here in Canada, for the year? All this stuff, right? That'll be another front for most of us to face again, and makes everything currently happen even worse, right? Because more money has to be spent towards this right now, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like relief effort and all that stuff. That also means that will raise the price of everything else, right? Because the demand for it will be very, very high then. All right? And what happens when the demand is very, very high and supply is very, very low? The price does not increase. Like, wait, let me stand up even taller. Wait. I can't even. Let me get a ladder, right? That kind of thing. It's gonna be that. So that's why I've been trying to not necessarily do with less, but trying to use what I do have as much as possible, whatever it is, right? I mean, let me go get it. I thought I had it somewhere. I had it somewhere around here. Where did it?
Can't you find it?
I know. I can't believe I was so ill prepared for it. Sorry, but I mean, like, it could be as simple as trying to mix. Like, you want, let's say, for example, you want something, right? Whatever it is, and you're trying to either make it your own or get it secondhand and improve on it, and then start buying it new, but you're buying secondhand and stuff like that, right? Hopefully that makes sense to everyone, because I'm trying to rationalize it myself lately. I don't know if you agree with that, Joran.
Well, I do.
Because,
And I,
like I said, I mean, like, if you can't, like I said, you're probably not to be able to buy your way out, right? You know, it'll be more expensive, or you have to wait longer, right? You know,
yeah.
there might be a time where there ain't that expedient shipping, 24 hours shipping, or priority mail or whatever, right? You don't have to wait weeks, right? But if you need it right away, well, then what, right? So hopefully you would plan beforehand a little bit more, or learn to improvise or learn to make when you can, when you get a chance to.
And what I believe will probably happen, and what I think is if the inflation in US going up more and more, it goes up and goes up and goes up.
Or things
The
get
dollar,
smaller and smaller and smaller.
yeah, the dollar will
Inflation's
collapse. The dollar will collapse, and the problem is if that happens, those countries, the dollar controls the every every country's currency basically. Like my currency is controlled by
well,
the
yeah,
dollar. So if
it's
the dollar
intertwined, right?
collapses,
The system, the supply chain's intertwined.
so
It's
if the
the way it
dollar
is,
collapses,
right?
we
Because
will, our currency would collapse as well. We
well,
will
because
be
the
dragged
resources
down in
out
the
there,
fall.
all the resources, even water, example, water, right? It's not evenly distributed throughout the world. Some places have more of it, some places have less, right? I guess on
Water
the
is
African
essential.
continent there'd be less water, right? Here in North America, there's probably more water, for example. You know,
You need
here in Canada, there's
means
more
to
lakes and rivers.
purify your water, and
Oh yeah, I think I know Second Star Survival was in here. And by the way, Second Star, you still listening? You say hi. But he was already showing how even the Sawyer water filters are going up in price, right? In his area and such, right?
yeah, they have probably gone up in price too.
Right, because people are starting to understand the we lost her. Oh, oh, she's back. The value of it and stuff like that,
Yeah.
right? So that's and those things are going to be valuable later on, especially when we don't have the conveniences of the world right now, whatever it is, right? Because, like I said, all it takes is something more natural to happen, then it makes it worse. Hi, Uncle
Welcome
Al.
back,
Long time no
Uncle
see, my
Al.
friend.
I'm
Hi, Uncle Al.
back. Got out
I
of
don't know if
my
you agree with me on some of this, Uncle Al. I do appreciate your feedback, by the way.
yeah.
You're the
I'm out of
wise
my
kook. I
church
mean, the wise
clothes.
guy.
Yeah, I'm out of my church clothes and I'm in something comfortable. I've been listening on and off, listening as I was working at the church office. Had to do paperwork today, so you know how that is, folks. Um,
Yep.
CR, you were talking about inflation and fiat economy. America current. Whoops. Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
loud and clear.
America has a fiat economy. It doesn't have anything of value So it affects everybody worldwide, especially when they print out millions and millions of dollars and nothing
Millions,
back.
billions. Try billions.
Maybe
Well,
trillions.
Bro, it's got to be way higher than this.
they have to. They can't go over a billion because if they do, everybody's messed up really bad, even the Russians. Because
Okay, 999 million, whatever.
close enough, but it can't be a billion because
Right,
once you
right.
go
It's
into a
probably like that,
billion,
right?
right? Once you get into a billion, you're like Zimbabwe money. You know what Zimbabwe money is, right? They
Yeah, I
sell
heard
out.
about.
Yeah, you get for $20, you get a $12 million bill, Zimbabwe money.
Yeah.
It's nice looking.
Here's $1 trillion bill. Wow. It's not worth. It's worth 20. See. Oh, okay.
It's worth enough for you to buy a Happy Meal at McDonald's.
Well, like Uncle L said, like I said earlier, it'd be like a barrel full of money that you can only buy a loaf of bread with.
Right.
Because the currency's value is so low
Decrease.
that it's.
That's why right now the governments are trying to do crypto. And again, that's another sham. Crypto is. I dabbled with it and I jumped around. I had to quit because the taxman like, wait, you're poor. How come you're trace? There's money tracing on your crypto. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was a game, like Game Boy. Uncle Alan had 2 strokes. Oh, I'm sorry. Do I owe you guys any money? No, no, but quit doing that. Okay, walk away, smile, take my profits because I don't keep it all in crypto. I'll hop around in different cryptocurrencies until it's time and I'll switch it into gold or silver or gems. Never diamonds, always gold, silver, or gems.
Like one of these?
Yes.
I told you I have stage props. I wonder why.
That's a good point with the stage props.
Hey, Missy.
Hey, I don't have the phone because I'm charging. I use that as office. But
I
like I
butchered it.
said, nothing to worry about. This is day 3 already in the Ukraine. It's day 3. And I looked at it and I keep telling people that we're helping who is near Slovenia, pack a bag, take a vacation. Tell them you're a refugee and vacation in Slovenia for a week. Then go back home. Because that way you don't get bombed. Because right now the Russians are really mad. You know, you
Oh,
could.
yeah. That reminds me, Uncle. I got to see your one video. I know you posted it earlier in the day. I'll watch that after the stream.
Yeah, because you could
And stuff like that.
tease and if you follow the dark money, this goes back to 2008. You could tease the bear, you could call nasty names to the bear, but you don't really want to kick the bear in the because we have ladies here, in the gentlemanly parts.
You mean the crown jewels?
Yeah, and what Captain Crazy and a few European leaders, they kicked the bear, and the bear's mad. And I heard the Rapid Defense Force got stuck because they crossed over a bridge, and the bridge collapsed because they were towing a tank, and the tank was too heavy on the bridge, so they have to go around the bridge. It was like Keystone Cops because I don't have regular mainstream media. I have Asian media from India, Indonesia, and Japan, and it's looked like, and these guys supposed to defend NATO. They can't get a tank over a bridge, so they had to go around it, put it on a barge, tow it across the river, and they got it onto the bank. And guess what happens? It's a Leopard tank. It's about 80 tons. What happens when you don't put the brakes on and you're on a steep bank of a river?
Well,
That's why I'm
the
doing
tank
this.
will go down in the river, basically.
Yeah.
That's why I'm doing this.
So they got to wait until they get a tank hauler to move the tank out of the river because it's blocking barge traffic. And people are screaming, why did you leave this 80-ton tank, German tank, in the river? We have barges all backed up to, I can't pronounce the town. and they're looking at them like, and then
They didn't think ahead.
They don't think ahead, and then all
I think
these
that's an important thing, right? I mean, we need
right.
to be thinking ahead right now.
And this is why Donald Trump got mad because we already gave him $100 million in weapons and cash and training, and he's asking what happened to it.
Well, like I said earlier, Uncle, we're diverting resources and supplies elsewhere for obvious good reasons. But
No,
the thing
no,
is, because
this
we
is
do.
$100 million that the Ukrainian army had after 2014. Where did it went? Now, I had a
Oh, you
good
mean that?
idea.
Okay.
They sell it. They sold everything they got, and some Ukrainian hooker got the sorry, ladies, got the money, and living very comfortably in Poland or in Sweden. They're waving, suckers. I'm in Sweden.
Like that guy. Like that guy, right? Let's
Right.
point that way.
Because right now, I say by Saturday, this will be all over, and you'll see Russians pull back. They're only going to take about 2 states, and they're going whatchamacallit, and maybe talk something about Moldova, but that's diplomatic. But anyway, it'll be over by next Saturday. I wouldn't worry about it too much because right now, Russia made China #1 enemy, and they're mad. You want to get somebody mad? Get Russia mad. Russia is like, they found out who tricked them in 2008. It was the Red Chinese, okay, CCC, and they're madder than. That's why Putin's like purple right now. He is so mad at China that right now China is trying. Oh, it's not our fault. It's this guy, Captain Crazy and Son. It's they know who's putting up Captain Crazy and stuff, and they're really mad. So it's going to be special forces and secret agents. And I tell a lot of people, if you're on the East Coast of America and you're in a social media group or news agency or mass media, I would get life insurance or a bulletproof vest.
Whatever's cheaper, right?
Or both, because the Russians.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you piss off the Russians. What happened to him? Oh, he committed suicide in the toilet. He was sitting in the toilet and got 2 bullet holes in his head. Yeah,
So,
that's
Uncle
the
Al,
typical Russian response.
just to ask a question here.
Sure.
I was gonna say was so you think inflation is probably still the highest thing to worry about, eh?
Yeah, it's going to be about
one of the highest things to worry about.
Right,
still.
it's going about 30%.
Regardless, because it's affecting everyone.
Right, it's going to be 30% because people forget that the Ukraine is Central Asia's breadbasket. So when you cripple its grain economies by tanks, artillery, and people running around, shooting up everything, it's a little hard to farm the grain. Also, they blew up the areas. What Jordan said earlier. Remember, Jordan, you were talking about fertilizer plants.
Yeah.
Guess what they blew up in Ukraine?
A fertilizer plant.
One of the biggest.
Well, that smells.
Well, it's atmospheric condenser, and all that stuff is supposed to head to the Middle East and Central Asia countries for fertilizer, and the UAE is like they're livid because their order, they farm, they're small desert, but they grow grain. Their order blew up; it went sky high. So they're mad as hell. And India, China, and they said, "Whoops, we let Frankenstein's monster out of the bottle. I think we kicked the bear too hard." And right now, like I said in my video, we have 3. I already got a secret strike on it. I hold up 3 things. There's the Russian side, there's NATO side, and then the rest of the people. We don't want to get involved in this stupid fight. It's true. You have those 3 problems. Now, this side, a lot of these 2 are going to this one, and they're going to make sure that they don't get involved, and they're going to take the best advantage because China is really nervous. because India and Japan and Australia sees what's going on, and they say, "Well, America's kind of getting old and feeble. We better start doing stuff." So you might see a whole new crisis in another part of the world.
Oh, and but then they'll be in their French right there.
Right.
'Cause
Like
they're
I said,
multiple
we
fronts.
lose. Yeah, we in America and Canada. Canada loses British Columbia. You're not in British Columbia, right?
I didn't say I was.
I thought you
Never
were in
said I was.
Alberta.
I never said anything. People assume everything for me. I never said anything. Remember, I never said anything. You guys assume.
Assume.
But I mean, Uncle, I was gonna say was like I said earlier, Tim, that we're assuming nothing's gonna happen like it did last year, naturally, right? Last year, 2021, here in North America, what happened? It was cold, Texas. We had fires, flooding, heat dome. What's to say that then won't happen again here in the country or somewhere close by, right? Because again, then more resources have to be used, right? More money has to be used for that.
Oh yeah.
Because that's an emergency, right? Like a local emergency, and they have to deal with it now.
Mm-hmm.
They have to put resources out there for the people, right? So, what does that mean? Everything else goes up in price, probably, right? There'll be even less fuel. Now we have to divert all this fuel over here because they need it on the east. You know, to rebuild all these roads and all that stuff. Where's the money come from?
They print it. It's magic money.
Well, yeah, and then what happens though?
Yeah,
oh,
and
let's
then
just print our
inflation.
money away.
Yeah, and the inflation goes up.
Yeah, see, I think so. Really, inflation is really the big key factor or thing we should watch out for, regardless.
Right, Jordan, aren't you glad that you stockpiled food in your little storage space?
Yeah, and Uncle
Yeah,
L, I can fit on my other shelf. I have put up 5 liter jugs, water jugs there. I did my math on it, and I figured out that I can fit 300 liters of water on that shelf if I use the 5 liter jugs. And 5 liter jugs is much easier for me to carry and for my wife to carry upstairs. So
yeah, because you live off 4 flights, that'd be really hard over time.
Yeah, but
so
that's
I mean,
better.
if you're doing that every single day.
Yeah, but that's better because for 2 reasons. I know how buildings work. You don't want to be on the first floor. Water goes downhill, and most systems in Sweden are run by a pump. So guess what happens if you're on the top floor, like the 4th floor? The bottom apartment does like the exorcist out of the toilet. You have like
Uncle Al, why is it raining inside my apartment?
Yeah, basically like that.
See, this is why I've been telling people: if you live in an apartment building, I think you've said this before, Uncle Al, if you have like a go bag or whatever to keep it sealed, because if water gets into it, because you're in an apartment and the upstairs leaked, and now your bag's soaked, and hopefully not, it's not urine, right? Because that would be horrible.
You don't want brown water. You don't want brown water leaking on your head. But like I said,
I was trying to add Uncle Al because my buddy lived on the 2nd floor a couple of winters ago. He was living in an apartment building on the 4th or 5th floor. People left a pipe broke during the winter or whatever. His unit was flooded like half an inch of water, right? His stuff was got wet, right? He was lucky his phone was on the bed and not on the floor and all that stuff, but that was like a reminder right there. Yeah.
Right. Oh, and let's go.
Because now he's got to dry out everything and send his stuff out to do laundry because it's all
wet.
It just smells of polluted water, right? And now you got to wash all this. And it's a big hassle.
Right.
Big hassle.
For anybody who's running a YouTube channel right now, here's a tip.
That's us.
Yeah, Jordan CR. Get an end clip. Always put like a little cat or a little dog, like Hoople's cat. I found out his algorithm picks up every time he shows a cat or a little dog on end of his videos. His algorithm goes up by 10%.
Well, I
Oh,
can
okay.
tell you
Like a
make a
real one?
little video clip
Like a
of
real
my
one?
Yeah,
cat.
just get a video clip of a cat or get a video clip of a dog and just show it.
A real one, though, right?
Yeah, or you could do a drawing of it, but I don't think you're going to get a lot of people with a drawing or a doll. That might
It's good
work.
that
Just kidding. Just kidding.
well, I have 2 cats. I can
Yeah, at the
Yeah,
end
just
of the
make a
adding it.
short clip.
show the cat.
Hmm.
You get more views. I don't know why the algorithm likes cats and dogs. It drives me nuts. But like I said, it's funny how YouTube's because I know they're not no longer in the Bay Area. They're in Shanghai, China. It's like, why is YouTube in Shanghai, China? Because I checked their IPO. They're in China. YouTube. I'm like, and they say we're an international company. So what are you doing in China? Oh, that's our new headquarters. Do you have a complaint? So I have to drive to China to complain about something on YouTube? Yes, you could go through our local office in San Mateo and we'll get back to you in 2.5 years. Isn't that
That's a
wonderful?
long waiting.
Yeah.
Too
Also,
long.
I thought it was funny as hell.
Oh, hey, Uncle, I was going to ask you since you're here.
Sure.
I always like that you're here. I feel like I can actually just talk to you personally. I don't have to. When's Uncle going to reply to me? I've been waiting for a day. Come on, Uncle.
I'm busy.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But on a serious note, remember how I said it to him earlier about during the Great Depression they had to reuse everything, like they didn't waste and all that stuff. Do you think that's gonna come back?
Oh yeah,
we're
big
gonna have
time.
to do stuff like that.
Oh yeah, big time. The big problem is this. Here's my notes. I always have notes you would not believe. Okay, this thing lasts from 2018 to 2035. That's how long the depression lasts. Just be happy, Jordan, you're living in Sweden. And be happy, CR, you're living in Canada. So, yeah, the worldwide depression will last from 2018 to 2035. And it's going to be
That
bad.
sounds right about right.
Yeah, it's going to be bad because it's going to be by the time everybody comes to their senses and straighten everything out, it'll be like 2030, and by after that, it's going to be 2035 because it'll get normal as 1998 time, and the money and everything will balance out because everybody will find out. What do you mean this guy made $12 billion off our backs? We're going to get him. You see, China, they went after people because they found out, wait, where's our money? And then, yeah.
So pretty much you're saying that we're not to be able to buy our way out. You just can't
No.
buy the products out and be good. You don't have to.
Either you make it yourself, you reuse it, or you find a cheaper alternative. And like I said, Uncle Alan knows how to make a lot of things by myself. That's one of my passions is reproduction. If I can't duplicate it or make it myself, or make a ration or cook, because everybody's seen my cooking videos, because I know how to cook. And then garden, camping, making money, not counterfeit, real money.
Disclaimer right there. He means real stuff, everyone.
Yeah, real money. Fake money's too easy to make. I make real good bills too. I always do like ones and fives. So nobody like, oh, it's another $1 bill. I better get the marking pencil and check if it's real. Nobody does that. You just smile and hand them a counterfeit 5 or a 1, and then go on like, this looks funny.
So you're thinking that we're gonna have to like, let's say in our own kind of communities or countries, we're not have to like waste less and reuse the materials we do put out there, whatever it is, aluminum, copper, all this stuff, right?
Because already copper and aluminum went up in price because of what's going on in the world right now.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense because copper is our conductor, right? And you need it for wiring. And if we're going to do this green movement, well, electricity, the batteries, the lithium, and all this.
Right, but the trouble is producing copper makes a lot of carbon dioxide. So you have to use existing pure copper that you manufactured before and recycle it, because manufacturing copper and aluminum from raw materials causes more carbon dioxide. Now, I think this is a sham, and they're telling people this so they can make more money. Okay, it's like the fertilizer. We can't make any more fertilizer. So you shut the fertilizer plant in Sweden and send it to the Ukraine? Yes, it's more economical. What happened to the plant in the Ukraine?
Oh, I just happen to have more stage props. Uncle Al talks about stuff and I just bring up stuff.
Okay, what's in the bottle?
This is like, I'll put it in the ground later. It's to add back into the soil, basically.
Coffee grounds or?
No, there's lemon peel, orange peel, lime, orange, apple, banana, celery, pea, pomelo. I could go on.
Yeah, because my sister has this new decomposer that uses air dry technology. She put her wet garbage, kitchen garbage in it, and what it does, it dehydrates and removes all the moisture, and then it has a little blade attachment and grinds everything
those
up.
food cyclers, right? I've seen those food recyclers. Yes, because they use heat and they grind it down.
Right, and then you spread it out.
Those are expensive, though.
Yes,
but the thing is, not everyone has like $300, $400, $500, $800 for that.
I know.
Right?
I'm looking at it. I tell her
that's expensive compared to what, right? I mean, like for something that's very niche, like, right? Especially if you don't have any food on the shelf, you're not gonna be prioritizing towards that.
No, you see, I have it simple. I have a bucket outside. I put my waste in it. I put dirt on it, and then wait a week and dump it into my garden.
Yeah, I mean, I've shown Howie this already from Food Forest Permaculture, and yeah, he knows about this too, right? He knows I do this. It's another way of reusing. It's another way of reusing it, right? Because again, if fertilizer is going up, I'm not have to reuse stuff and improve the soil. I just can't buy my way out of it.
Right. You follow a cow or what you call it. You have to use night soil, but you have to be careful with that. You don't want to be like France. We know what the French dirt is, because that was one of the big problems of World War I was the French soil, because it had a lot of night soil in it, because it's cheaper than fertilizer. Whoops. Somebody fell.
I could still hear it. Apparently she's yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay, I thought you went no. But like I said, folks, there's things you could do. I tell a lot of people, get a shoebox, start filling up with crowns, dinero, cash, whatchamacallit, the money in Canada, the plastic one. Loonies? Is it loonies? CR?
Should I go? Let me go get some currency.
That always cracks me up.
Yes, here's a Canadian dollar. Here's a loonie. That's a loonie.
Yeah, but that's metal. I'm talking a paper one.
Oh, sorry. Wait. Wow, it's kind of old. We haven't had a dollar bill since '87. Wow, it's almost been 40 years.
Yep. Wow. Amazing, isn't it, Jordan? They don't have real money anymore. You have to look around.
Well, we have, but that's very few who use real money, physical money. Now it's a plastic card.
Right.
Or Swish. Or
See,
PayPal.
that's a real Canadian dollar. This is dated back in the 50s.
Yeah, it's not have the beaver on it.
Yeah, I just keep it around just because.
Right. It's also funny, CR, that it has young Queen Victoria on it.
That's how old it is.
There's young
older than-
Queen Elizabeth on it, because now it's either a beaver or it's the loon, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah. And I hate to see Justin Bill come out. Justin Trudeau Bill.
Don't even start. Don't even start me on it. Don't even start me on it. Don't even start me on it.
Do you know how much money he got from the Chinese government?
Uncle Al. Don't get me started on it.
I won't. Sorry.
No, I'm just kidding. But
yeah, but like I said, it's loads of fun, folks. And like I said, I'm old as dirt, and I take it easy and welcome everybody aboard. I'm going to try more for, let's see, grocery shopping, dirty tricks.
look, see, he has some currency right there. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Is that an old bill or a new one?
New.
Interesting, Jordan.
They had to remake the bills, so now it looks like this.
Right. They had a problem with counterfeiting?
Well, these are more difficult to
replicate.
Yeah.
Give me time and I'll figure it out. Folks, this is don't tell anybody, but Uncle Alan likes to reproduce things.
Educational purposes. Right?
Educational purposes. I'm going to do more
we're doing
like
this for educational purposes, right?
Right, and then more design features, time travel, fashion. I really like fashion a lot.
And this is
the metal one.
Yeah.
Corning?
Yeah, it's
Is that the new one?
This is 10 crowns.
Is that the new 10 crown one, or is it the old one?
Yeah, we had these are golden ones. These are 10 crowns. I can turn it around.
Remember when 10 crowns was worth 10 crowns in gold? Now we don't know what it is.
Yeah, we're so live.
Well, there you go.
That looks like the size of like a quarter or a nickel for me.
That's maybe a little bigger than our American quarter or Canadian quarter.
Oh, okay. Because I know
still have
I know
beavers on
we
your
have
quarters,
here,
right?
so.
You still have beavers on it or loon?
Yeah. Yeah, we still have the beaver. Yeah, on the nickel, yes.
Right. Because one time you had the buffalo. Let's see, buffalo, moose, loon, and beaver.
Yeah.
For Canadian money. It's kind of weird.
And we have a bear. We have
a
polar bear on the toonie. Oh, that's a $2 coin, by the way.
Right.
Sorry, I keep forgetting I'm talking to people that are not. I always forget about that. I'm like, oh yeah, people don't know.
This is a 1 crown.
Cool.
Mm.
And this is 2 crowns.
Hey, Uncle Al, I was gonna ask you something here. What do you think about those people that are still scrapping for medals for money? You think that's still gonna be a thing?
Yeah, it depends what region of the country. In Canada you're in. Mexico, they do it full blast because they learned that if they get raw materials, and Mexico pays top dollars, and you see people scrapping for glass, plastic, electronic parts, platinum, you name it. They also steal
gold, silver, copper, aluminum, all this stuff, right?
They're scrapping everything.
And this is 5 crowns.
Ooh, neat.
Yeah, one of my friends wants me to get
And
into
it
that.
looks like this.
Hey, zombie prepper.
Hey, zombie prepper. Good to see you.
I have a container of copper. I'm starting to weigh a lot more now.
Yeah,
right. But be careful on copper because it does off
I'm
gas.
still alive.
It's not pure copper. So you don't want to end up
I'm
like that
still
guy
alive.
they found green and dead in his bedroom. And they found like 40 pounds of copper underneath his bed. Not a good sight. Because it's not a pure alloy. Pure copper alloy is worth money, but they have a copper alloy that is kind of weird because they want to stretch out the copper. And this guy had 40 pounds of peeled copper wiring underneath his bed. And when they went into his room and they looked at him, he's green. His skin turned green. He was inhaling the vapors from the decaying copper. And, he has a.
So that's why I put it in a container. Okay.
Yeah, that's why you put it in a container. You don't put it underneath your bed, in a box with a shoe lid over it. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Like I said, I put it in a container.
Yeah. Put everything in a container. You don't know what it off gas. It's like those people who put potatoes in their basement in, I forget. Again, it's the Ukraine. This family in the Ukraine, to save money, they built a root cellar and they harvest all the potatoes and they put it into the basement. Well, first thing, mom went down to the basement to get potatoes. Mm-hmm. I thought, okay, that's normal. And then father like, where's your mother? And the son, well, she went down to get potatoes, Dad. So he went down and tried to get potatoes. And then the son's looking around and like, okay,
sounds
mom
like
and
a
dad.
Scary movie now.
Yeah, and the little girl's like watching TV, like, I know what's going to happen. And she tried to tell her brother, don't go in the basement. Don't go in the basement. Right. But he said, you watched too many movies. And he went down in the basement and never showed up. So what did the little girl did? She called the emergency number, told the policeman that her whole family went down in the basement and never came out, threw the phone down still on, and ran out the house with a blanket on her, waiting for the police, the constables, or whoever to show up. They showed up. The police came out. They had a police dog. The dog didn't want to go into the basement. So they know something's wrong with that basement. When you see a German Shepherd go and run the other way with the little girl, you know there's something in the basement. So they called the fire department. They put on respirators. They walked into the basement. Everyone who went in the basement got asphyxiated. Why? Because the potatoes off gas and there were no ventilation inside the basement. A root cellar is supposed to have ventilation for off gassing. They didn't have it. They just dug a hole and threw all the potatoes in there underneath the house. So it's
similar to like CO, right? Carbon monoxide, right?
Right, but it's
you wouldn't even know. As soon as they're down there, it's like,
yeah, they got a whole bunch of potatoes and try to pick up mom and then try to pick up mom and dad. So little girl survived because she called whatever emergency number and ran out of the house. And you know it's bad when you see the police dog run out of the house and goes to the little girl like, hey, I ain't that stupid. You go in there. And the younger police officer wanted to go in there head on with flashlight and charge in. The older police officer grabbed him by the collar and like, we're waiting until the fire department gets there. Because, or there'll be another person dead in that basement. Like, I wonder what killed these people.
I guess that would be the time to send a drone in or a robot in.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, right? There's benefits to that, right? Because you have no idea, right? If you had that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, but like I said,
hey, Sierra, want a really long selfie stick cookie?
Right. You know, it's a dark basement and no light. would you go down there and look around like, gee, what killed these people? And it wasn't no, figment of imagination. It was a real gas. That the basement wasn't built for a root cellar. They just dug a hole underneath their house and threw potatoes in there. That's not a good idea.
Because it causes the oxygen to be not there anymore, right?
Right. There's no
it's
oxygen.
Like seal, right? It displaces it.
Right, but the potatoes were nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't rot.
You can get them back upstairs.
Right, but you need oxygen to breathe. The only problem is there were no oxygen in that basement. That's why the police dog didn't go down there. It ain't stupid. It's like, I smell that. Hell no. I'm going outside with the little girl. Hide underneath the blanket. So what do you think, Jordan?
Yeah. Animals are usually right. If they sense something or smell something they don't like, they get away from it. So you should look at the animals and see how they behave. That might save your life one day.
Right. And remember, this is a vicious police dog, and it smelled something bad in that basement, and it turned tail. It's usually like, arr, arr. I'm like, oh hell, run like that. Go with the little girl. I'm safe.
No.
Yeah.
So the lesson here is trust the dog. Okay.
Yeah, or trust the little girl with the smartphone. I seen that movie. I ain't going down that basement.
I know how this ends.
Yeah. When mom doesn't show up, dad doesn't show up, big brother doesn't show up, like, oh no, run the other way. But like I said, it's fun. It's like I do a lot. Oh, you see, got a cat.
Meow.
Meow.
Mummies, mega mega love shout out.
Yep.
Hi.
I am awake now.
It's all right.
How long I have been sleeping? 1
It's all
hour?
good.
I get 1 hour, I guess.
Hey, Masi in Taiwan.
Maze live.
Is it Maisie?
Maze.
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 That's our ponder.
Okay, so what I've been learning from Uncle Al is we need to store things like it's gasoline. Okay. Treat it like gasoline.
Right. Put it
Or
in a
seal.
container.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, you don't want to eat anything that's got, gee, Sarah, your rice has something staring at me and it's eating rice and it's
Hello,
making you brown.
zombie keeper, mega love shout out.
Hey, there.
I'll get that in mind. Well, isn't that what they say about rice or something like that? Freeze it for a couple of days before you pack it out.
Right. But there's another prepper who put it in a plastic bucket and something chewed through the lid. And when he opened the lid, there's like a family looking at him like, I don't think you want to eat that rice.
Well, isn't that why a lot of people keep them in smaller packages? So, well, because if you have like a 5-gallon or whatever container and it's all gone or something like got into it, then the whole bucket's probably gone.
Right.
So.
Because you don't want to eat rice that a family of mice or rats been living in there doing stuff into the rice. I don't think a lot of people enjoy that.
I don't need extra protein that badly.
No, I'm not talking about protein. Sorry about that, Verna.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's morning over there, right? The 27th?
Yeah, it should be.
It's now 8 a.m. 8:13.
Yeah.
It's coming up to sunset time out west. Here. Right, Uncle?
Yeah. We're about 14
and we
hours
have
different.
1:13 here. So.
Yeah. So like I said, it's nice seeing you. I just got back from closing up the church's office and stuff. I've been doing paperwork all day. I had to change something comfortable. Oh, thank you very much, Macy. It's like I'm a little weird and a little different from most other channels. I go all over the board. I
Yeah,
like to talk about
he's being very tame right now
right
compared
because
to some of the things he says at times.
yeah, I like to talk about modern urban living,
I'm
and also I like to talk about fashion, and also
Fashion.
I like to
not
talk
yet
about
connected to the net.
hmm?
Don't even get me
Internet.
started on fast fashion. Don't even get me started.
Oh.
Like I said, I like to dress up. Sorry, I like
Oh
men's
yeah,
fashion.
yeah. Everyone, Uncle Al likes to wear hats. By the way, you'll see that. By the way.
Right. Oh, I worked on a device. Sunglasses and your beanie cap. Why not put the sunglasses in the beanie cap? So all you have to do is pull over your face, and you have sunglasses right there.
Yeah.
Think about it, CR. You can
Ayan.
patent it like CR's sunglass
Nanet
hat.
Fortes.
Like a
Ayan.
bakalava.
Andito po ako sa bahay niyo, Ma'am Nanet Fortes.
Inspired by Uncle Al.
Like I said, I do
Traveling to
all.
Bali.
Yeah. Like I said, there's all sorts, a lot of stuff.
Miss
Well,
Ben,
I
I
mean,
thought you're in abroad. I'm here po in Laguna.
well, Uncle Al, I was gonna say. I mean, during the 2021 season, right? A lot more people will start to learn how to do stuff, right? We're just doing more of it
No.
now. Even more of it, right?
Yan, nakasubs na po ako sa inyo. Yan, nakadikit na po ako sa inyo, Ma'am Nanet.
You know, I think I heard this. I forget who said it. Something about like
Really? Saan sa
that
Batangas?
certain fast food
Andito po
places
ako sa
are only
Batangas.
gonna sell small fries now. No more of their medium or large. That's why I heard too.
Yeah.
That they're downscaling that like that too.
Well,
Just the potatoes and stuff like that.
Canada and America, they're having problems with supply issues, so they're changing their sizing. Remember, everything used to be supersized or big or American. No, they're converting more to be Asian and European sizes. So, like your small,
Mm-hmm.
so your American size is now medium
That
and
must well
large.
be shrinkflation right there, right?
Right.
That must well be.
Yeah, like I said, it's all sorts of neat stuff. I like to camp, but right now it's cold over here where I live at. It's the final 2 weeks of winter, and I feel sorry
Cold.
for.
Uncle says it's cold.
Well, I live in a desert where it's 116 in the summertime. When it gets 30, it's cold for me. Yeah, laugh it up, CR. You live where there's water. I live where it's tumbleweed and dirt and cactus.
You know what's crazy? I thought I saw a little mini one go by when I was like just looking out. I was like, really? It was funny. It just looked like one.
Yeah.
It was brown, but it was like the size of a little golf ball. I'm like, really?
Could be a vole. Yeah, it could be a small animal rolling.
I know, it's just funny. I was just like, I've never seen a tumbleweed here.
Well, like I said, you're going to see a lot of weird things. And like I said, my channel, I usually blab about things and I just smile and kick back. I just sit and wait. That's cute.
Hey, Uncle, this reminds me of. I'll show you guys something because I have it right here.
Mm-hmm.
I've told Shadow this before. Shadow, remember I told you about this. Remember?
Yeah.
Well, Uncle, see, I found this really large sock. One, right? Extra large or long, right? And I'm like, well, what am I gonna do with one sock? It's too long, and I'm not gonna just wear one sock. So I cut it in half, sewed one side together so it's sealed. Just kind of to make a one size fit all kind of knit.
Yeah.
For winter time or something like that. I mean, like, because I'm reusing, and it actually does help. I was actually surprised how well because my fingers and thumb stay together. So I could be wearing those like really small thin gloves or whatever, put this on, it'll be good to like 0 Fahrenheit, minus 15 Celsius. It'll help me out because my fingers and thumb are together. So it's just something I did real quick. So hey, it could help.
Yeah, it does work. Just don't
Yeah,
stretch it
well,
over your
Mr.
head
Clerk.
as a nightcap.
No. It's too small for that.
Ayan,
But
akit na daw
but the
kayo.
funny thing is, the way that I made it, it just happens that I could actually technically still wear it as a sock because the
Right.
way that I made it technically, right? Because it's one piece.
Right. You could also fill it up with dry rice or beans, and you sew the other end and microwave it as a portable
Well,
heater.
I don't know about that because this is synthetic. I don't want to do that if I don't have to, but
Well, if it was like wool or cotton, you could do.
yeah. Well, if it was wool or cotton, I probably would have did something else. Well,
Right.
it would have been better if it was wool.
Right.
But for
because-
me, I was just like thinking to myself, I'm like, it might come back down to this where I'm gonna have to reuse stuff like this. And it was so easy too. It was so easy.
They
Not
did
even
that in the
difficult.
Civil War.
Not even that difficult.
The American Civil War, folks.
Just cut
sorry.
once, sew across. Right? It's really easy. I mean,
Right.
literally just invert it back. Right? Like literally, I just sewed the top back.
Yeah, thank you po.
Right?
Yeah.
And
See, I didn't even use real thread. That's the funny thing.
Right. That's good. And folks,
Well,
please
for
check
anyone
out
that's
everybody's
seen-
channel.
Well, for anyone that's seen like produce packaging before, right? That mesh stuff, that
Right.
You see it in raids and stuff like that. I've actually used that to re-sew this because it's thin enough that I can feed it through the needle, but strong enough that I can actually pull it.
I make wash cozy out of it. You know, take all the threading and just make a little yarn out of it and make a little pot holder to scrub pots with. I try to make socks, but my hands are too crippled up with arthritis. But it does work well if I want to wash something.
Yeah, Uncle, I figured out I can wear the gloves, mid over top, and still put this over top.
Yep.
So I can have 3 layers. So this, for something, and I found it too, right? So I was just like, oh yeah, bonus. So it'll definitely be part of my winter stuff now.
Yeah.
And I can, and and it has multiple purposes.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just a one size fit all, but it's a sock too if I need it
All right.
too.
In about 2 weeks, we're talking Canada. That's Zone 8. I think that's Zone 8.
Zone 8 would be down in Selfmore.
Zone 9.
That'd be in Florida. Zone 9 would be in Florida. Yeah. Or in the Carolinas at least.
No, Caroline's is 7 or 6. It goes up as the temperature drops. So you're in 8 or 9 if you're in Canada. So I'm figuring out
You mean
weather.
the number goes down?
No, the region goes up as the temperature goes down.
Oh, then I'm lost.
Okay.
You lost me there.
Bad thing is I know weather. You're going to have a warming trend for a couple of weeks and then back to cold. But be careful.
Yeah,
because,
I saw that. I think I saw that kind of prediction too.
Right, because you might have sudden.
It'll be warm this week, but next week the temperature will fall back down, and then it's supposed to come back. And
right.
But the days are getting longer, right? So.
Right, it could be wishy-washy.
Because we are coming up to spring, right?
Right.
If you think about it, spring is another month.
Another month, but
right?
that's April. But March is always
wishy-washy.
wishy-washy.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm jumping the gun.
Right, because it's cold.
Brother Shadow, please add moderator for Ma'am Mace. She's our founder in SUB family.
Okay. You were saying, Uncle?
Yeah, like I said, folks, everybody check out everybody's channel. Sign up if you want. Check what they are. Like I said, Uncle Alan's a little bit strange. You know, when you visit Uncle Alan, it's like visiting the old Addams Family House show. You know, I'm the bald-headed guy going.
Sorry. Sorry to snap right there.
Yeah, but it's fun. I have fun. But like I said, folks, you have to be careful. Or it's becoming a very interesting year. And I got to go lie down because my medication's kicking up again. So I'll catch you later, Jordan
Take care, Uncle
and
Al.
Yeah,
CR
Uncle
and
Al.
Always a
Verna
pleasure
Catch
and
you
talking to you.
later.
Ivy. And I'll catch you later. It's nice been chatting. Don't worry, everything will work out by next Friday. Bye, folks.
Yeah, like I said, I'm more. It's the inflation part that concerns me a little bit more because that'll be a long term thing. It'll be a long term thing, in my opinion, anyway. I truly
Manggalit
do believe
akit
that.
ikaw. Akit po ikaw.
Let me turn
Tulog
off
na
the
si
light.
Sis Ivy.
You're very
Yeah, I don't like
welcome.
turning on the light
Nanganay.
when it's still daylight out. So, you know, it's thinking shit. Oh, at this rate, I might have to save electricity and be like, "Hey, I'm using a USB light." It's just like over top of me, so you can see
Yeah.
me. I can't afford to turn on the lamp all day. Yeah.
Feel free to get to know each other.
Yeah.
Know each other.
That
Wait,
means
I better
check
not start
out
singing.
everyone's
Oh,
channel.
you know it's funny.
It's
I'm still wearing it. Hey, look. I forgot I had it on
yeah.
Where,
again.
where you going? Why you have a backpack?
Oh, I keep forgetting. So you're new here. You're new here. It's a thing I do now. It's just a thing I do.
Hmm.
I've shown wearing this bag before on here.
Yeah,
It's
you're
nothing to
headed.
me. It's nothing to me. It's like working out, exercise.
Uh,
But yeah, I'm more used to this now. Stuff like that.
Yeah, that is because you have strengthen up your shoulders and.
Oh, I thought you said strange at first. I thought you said strange at first. I was like, did you say strange?
Strengthen.
Oh, I know strengthen. No, I thought you said strange. I'm like, I'm not. What? I'm strange. What?
No, no.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Strange.
kidding. I'm just
No.
kidding. I'm just kidding. But
Yeah, I figured.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's good to fill your backpack and wear it.
Yeah, this is nothing. I got
Well,
this is like a warm up for me lately.
Yeah.
I need to up it actually, because I have heavier.
Put
bags
some more
now,
weight
so.
to it.
Well, I have airbags I can dip into, which I'll eventually want to try. Well, because the thing is, in survival, you don't want to assume too much. Well, in preparedness, you don't want to assume too much, anyways. So, because you always want those options available to you, and to know that you thought it through more in advance, right? You know, usually
And then
preparedness planning is one of those things, right?
you don't want to fill up your backpack. You would have some space left if in case you find
Well,
stuff.
I think that depends on the nature of what you want to use that bag for, right? I mean, like, hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on, I'll be right back in a second.
Yeah. Let's see how fast he is.
yeah, 6 million in the house.
Yeah. And we have run for 5 hours, 28 minutes, and 4 seconds.
Yeah. I am trying to take a nap, but I can't sleep really. I think 1 hour is enough for me today, but I will try later again.
Yeah. You look tired, but.
Yeah, but I can't sleep.
Yeah, I know the feeling. It's really, you feel really tired, and when you go to bed, no, you're
Yeah.
awake.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
You go up,
right.
and you feel you are tired again. You feel like you want to fall asleep. You go back into the bed. You wake again.
Hmm.
That's it. Could possibly be that you are overtired. Or
You know, that happened again, by the way. Everyone calls me when I'm on a panel or streaming. That's why I put the
why
phone
am I
outside
not
this room.
surprised?
That's just so you guys don't hear it, but I
How
just
much weight
just
did you put
I
in
was
your
just like,
backpack?
oh yeah.
How much?
That's why I say I'll call you. Don't call me right now. I'll call you.
Sleep this night. Yes, Mama say I've been up for 24 hours.
I've I haven't done that in a while, but
The longest I have been awake is 1 week without sleep.
Oh,
But trust me, I never do that again.
yeah, that I would be like a zombie by that time.
oh, you
Uh,
will be.
you will be more like a zombie.
Yeah. The other day I feel so dizzy while I'm
Yeah,
walking because I'm so sleepy.
yeah.
You know,
I feel so tired.
lack of sleep is one of those things too. At times too, right?
What
There's a
happened to
lot of
that
survival
1 week
situations
without
where people have
sleeping?
lack of sleep. Because
Not
when you have
enough
lack of
sleep.
sleep, your judgment is
Well,
goes
it's an
downhill.
experiment I never do again.
Yeah, right.
Maze,
Because
never
you start
again.
making mistakes more. Because you're not thinking
You
clearly,
you lose
right? If you're not
focus,
eating properly and stuff like that, you start making mistakes too.
and you were so tired, and I were awake nonstop, and I went to
Love
work the
with
day
lack of
after
sleep.
and
Yeah.
day after without sleep. Uh, well,
You know what's really bad? When you start
that is
sleeping
not a
standing
good.
up. That's bad. I did
Yeah,
that. I almost did that once. I was just like, did I just almost fall asleep for standing up? I'm like, hopefully my coworkers didn't see that. Because they're just like, oh,
A Walking Dead. Oh, yeah, I am like that sometimes. Like a Walking Dead.
well, it's a horrible feeling when the first 3 days. Well, that works, but when you get to the fourth, fifth, and sixth and seventh day, well, it gets worse and worse. It's really horrible, actually.
well, I think that's why when people are forced to keep walking or whatever and survive or whatever for whatever reason is that they become very very exhausted.
Yeah,
Right.
and trust me,
Over time.
when you after those 7 days you have been awake, and when you go can sleep again, go back to bed and sleep, but you sleep deep.
It feels like your
You
head is missing, yeah?
uh,
Well, because if your adrenaline's been up too, you need to recover from that. You can't just be hiding awareness for long periods of time because you get tired from that.
yeah,
You know, it's like when you're like sometimes when you're really really angry and frustrated and stuff like that, you get tired after because your heart rate's so up, right? It's like and then afterwards, that kind of a crash, right? And it's like, oh, I feel so tired now. Yeah, because your
yeah.
heart rate's been racing, right? And all that stuff, right? You're using more energy.
Yeah, I have been
Because
there.
you're not thinking straight, right? After the fact.
I have been there. I am. I have been in a situation where I felt threatened.
Just taking a nap.
And when your adrenaline levels go up, it was
Yeah.
really horrible because you got the taste of adrenaline in your mouth, and that is
Sorry. I fell asleep.
makes you really on top of the edge, basically, and that is horrible.
And remember to go, if you're trying to go for that without any stimulations like coffee and stuff like that, it's even harder. It's one thing to have coffee and trying to do that. Totally different if you've got nothing like that, or not eating and you're cold and shivering. You know, you're just staying awake because you feel like you might not wake up if you pass and fall asleep.
Yeah,
Situations like that do happen to people, unfortunately, because it's that
indeed,
serious, right?
indeed.
Because they actually have to. Of course, now people are messaging me here. Anyways, because there's real life situations like that, and they do happen. They do happen, unfortunately. Especially if you're cold, right? Because if you're cold and shivering, right, it's one of those things where you're not gonna sleep.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's the way it is.
It's hard to sleep when you're freezing and shaking.
Well, it's not. Well, it's not only that because
You become
you feel like it.
irritable.
Well, because
Yeah, if you're
if you're sleeping, you're not moving, right? And usually, what happens when you're not moving, it's just like when you sleep at night. This is why we tend to have pillows and sleeping bags and like covers and blankets, right? Because you're not moving, right?
Yeah,
We're not actively moving, right? Well, you're not actively doing stuff during the day, right? So you're not generating heat. When you lay down,
yeah,
you're just kind of not doing much, right? So you'd start getting cold. And if you're already cold, you're not gonna sleep. You just stay awake then. Then the
yeah,
next day you're more, you're kind of really exhausted, right? Because you haven't had any sleep or barely any, right?
when you're freezing, yeah, you burn more calories.
Yeah, because you're shivering
Ma'am
too.
Nanette,
Right.
gusto mo akit ka dito. Akit ka na dito.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
If you're shivering and you can't control it, you know you're really cold. Because
and
shivering is an automatic action. Your body trying to keep moving to keep warm. And if
and
you
it
can't control
says
that,
you'll
or you
become
do that,
irritable if your lack of rest, and that is true.
yeah, that too, right?
Some potential problem
Irritable, yeah.
associate with chronic sleep deprivation or high blood pressure, diabetes, heart attack, and heart failure, stroke.
Yeah.
That's...
Well, I suffer from myself from high blood pressure, but I have medication for it. Really good ones and that work actually. There are
I'm
different.
anemic. I am anemic. Yeah, tendencies coming.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Shadow's going for another 8-hour live stream, everyone. Because I'm still here. Still.
Yeah.
How come CR still got the barrier? I don't know.
I take
the
a
only reason my
bathroom break
legs hurt
for
is
a
because
short
I'm
while.
standing.
I'll be back.
What? What did I say? Come back. I should start counting how many times he leaves the room now. I think this is the 4th time, I think.
What I do?
It's like once or twice an hour. Yeah.
What I did when I sleep, I put off the gadget and drink milk. The problem is I am not drinking milk. Yeah.
Well, I
My
know eating
doctor,
from you can do that.
my doctor forbidden me to drink milk.
That doesn't help. That doesn't do it for me. It's usually eating.
Yeah.
That'll do it for me. Because they also say if you're really cold and you only have one meal, to have it before bed. Because as you're digesting food, it'll warm it up. You'll feel warmer. But, see, he's already back. I didn't even get. See, he's watching right here.
For sure, later after I eat my lunch, I'll be knocked out.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's
I know
always happens
I'm like that.
when I'm
Yeah, me
when
too.
I'm
Me too.
full.
Yeah, that's why I tend to eat a little bit less, but more often. Yes, Shadow. We were talking about how food can make you tired, but food can also keep you warm.
Yeah.
Don't drink coffee. Yeah, I also not drinking coffee because I don't know. I am not a coffee lover.
No. Not everyone likes
I just don't drink
coffee.
coffee or any that has coffee.
Tea?
Oh, nahihilo po kasi ko dyan. I only drink chocolate.
Okay.
Makes me dizzy every time I smell the aroma of coffee.
Okay.
Just don't drink coffee before you go
In
to
my
bed.
family,
Because you might have to wake up for it.
I am the only one that not drinking coffee.
Well, coffee has a
My
specific
brothers and
taste.
sisters, they are addicted to coffee. They always drink a lot every day.
Too much coffee is not good for you.
Well, I've gone for days without coffee before too, right? I have.
In a reasonable.
I like coffee barako of Batangas. Yeah. Papa always loved to drink barako coffee. We have a coffee tree in my province.
Yeah.
Actually, I do like tea too. I just don't drink tea enough more often.
Coffee is good, but not 3-in-1. Yeah. Barako is nice. Red coffee is good. I can sleep even when I drink. Yeah, my sister, my elder sister, before she went to bed, she drank coffee first.
Yeah,
What's your
coffee's not
province,
really
Miss
to help
Brian?
me stay awake.
Bicol po. I am Bicolana.
I can fall asleep to
I'm
coffee
from
too.
Bicol.
You're not the only one. It just depends. Coffee's something more just to help me keep going. But if I'm tired, I'm tired. Coffee's not gonna help.
Well, I can drink coffee and then go to bed and sleep. I have no problems with
I've done that. I've done that before too. I'm just taking a little cat nap. I'm just taking a little power nap, guys. Wake me up in like a couple minutes.
You're Bicolana. You love laing, of course. Yeah, I do love laing, and I know how to cook laing. Chap. Spicy one, Bicol Express.
Mace, 2 cups.
I limit myself to 2 cups
Yeah,
because too much
they
caffeine is not good.
now too much caffeine is not good. Uh, they recommend maximum 4 cups of coffee per day,
Oh,
because if you drink 4 cups of coffee per day, you get the health benefits from the coffee. But if you drink more than that, you lose those. So so I
I
did.
think my sister's overdose with coffee. Yes,
Okay.
she can drink more than that.
The problem is if you drink more than like 10 cups of
And
coffee a
it's
day, it's not.
black, no milk.
Yeah, it's not good for your stomach. You can get problems with your stomach if you drink more.
Mm.
I know that because I have experienced that myself. I could drink at least 12 cups a day.
So you can drink
Only?
three
Oh,
I
well,
4 cups. Mama's.
I did
Oh,
drank
by the way, I
about.
gotta leave in a couple of minutes. Apparently now. I have
I
to return a phone call now.
Yeah.
Choice.
Mm.
And so
Evening is I only drink hot water before
be, before
no one
to
ever
go to
been to.
bed, or milk.
I think I've been here for like what, 5 hours, 4 hours.
Yeah,
I
probably.
only drink lemon and ginger before bed and sometimes before breakfast to cleanse my tummy.
Yeah.
Lemon and ginger.
Well, I could when it was many years ago. I drank 10
Oh,
to 12 cups a day of coffee, but at the end, my stomach turned
hey, I
out to be
figured I can
messed
make a
up.
pillow. If I'm standing up against a
So
wall, I can make a pillow.
How much weight did you put in your bag?
I'm warming up. I'll show the contents later.
Are you just warming up?
I actually have worn this bag in videos. I've even danced with this bag in the video. You will see that. I have danced with this bag. I'm not joking. That was for charity though. And yes, I do have a pillow in here, just in case. No, because if you can get a good night's sleep, that's important too, right? You want to get a good night's sleep if you can. Because if you feel warm and can get a good night's sleep, then you're more you recover for the next day and stuff like that, right?
To be
Because if you
honest,
don't get good sleep, you don't think straight.
Yeah, after I started to I here on YouTube, I never get enough sleep. Sometimes I only have 4 sleep.
Oh, the bag's about to go down. I'm dropping it. Nope, no, not yet. Not yet. I'm still here. Not leaving quite yet. Not yet. Not done yet. Just kidding. Yeah. For everyone that's new here, unaware, I've been doing this with Shadow for how long now? At least this month or last month. I've been doing it more often now. Every time I come in now. I know I'm just not aware.
yeah,
Just for fun. It's just for fun too.
yeah. I don't remember, but it's a long time you have had
Yeah, I
that
know,
pet.
right? I'm just like, It'll be a normal thing. I swear I can't be the only one that wears a backpack during the live stream.
I have been used to that you have that backpack on you.
This ain't even that heavy. By the way, this is not that heavy, but the thing is, over time, right? That's the thing. And 5 minutes, 10 minutes is one thing. Tell me this 3, 4, 5, 6 hours later, you still do it, right? That's the thing. That's the thing I'm trying to actually see me do, right? Because some things you don't understand until like 3, 4 hours into it. Like cold, for example, right? If it's cold outside, 5 minutes to 5 minutes, but an hour is an hour, 2, 3 hours. Then tell me, is it cold still? Or are you tired, Gray? Oh, I've been up for 5 minutes. Nah, you're not that tired. I've been up for 5 days. Then, yeah, you're tired.
If you're anemic, don't drink too much ginger tea because ginger is known to be a blood thinner. Well, it's there is another spice that is a blood thinner as well. Cinnamon is a blood thinner as well. So you
Shadow,
should be
did you ever
careful
see
with
that stream that I was on with AOK before, where I actually put on a backpack on the front and the
No
back?
wonder I am very skinny.
This bag I actually put
Because
on the front of me. I actually had the heavier bag on the back. I done that once. Maybe I should do. Maybe I should try it next Saturday, next week.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll have something in the front and the back. That's challenging, though. That's challenging. It's the reason why I'm doing it is because to understand what people go through at times, right? Having to wear something for long periods of time. Unfortunately, some people are right now. It's just the way it is, right? You've probably seen the videos, hey, Shadow?
I have seen. Well, I have watched so many videos lately.
Where the people had to evacuate out. Yeah, that's part of it too. It's because their stress level is so high too, right? They're not even getting sleep too, right? So they're not thinking clearly. Someone's always got to stay awake. Especially if you start hearing, noises and stuff like that keep you awake too, right? You can't sleep because you're so stressed out. So.
Yeah.
And I figure if I wear a backpack, at least I can get a sense of having to keep it on. No choice. Right. Just in case. Hopefully it would never come to that. Oh, okay. Hopefully it would never come to it. But I'll be more used to it then, at that time then. So if, 2-3 hours I have to do it, then it'd be like, okay, I know kind of how it is beforehand. It's just like the reason why I do these cold or hot tests, just to get a sense of it beforehand. Like when you start getting tired, these feelings when you're starting getting tired. Oh, I feel like this. I think I'm getting tired. Right? It's the same thing with hot and cold. Heat exhaustion or stuff like that. Heat stroke, right?
Yeah.
Now I know these symptoms beforehand and be like, oh, I'm experiencing that. Oh, I'm not thinking clearly. I don't think I'm sweating and all that sort of stuff, right? Where you push it to the limit up here just now, but you're not overdoing it, right? Because people thought it was weird walking 6 kilometers for in plus 30 in the middle of the day with not much shade. But that was just an exercise. Don't worry, I told everyone where I was going, so they picked me up later, an hour or 2 later. But yeah, that was an eye opener too. That's an eye opener. Or
you got a point there.
you know, or when I'm going out and like
My doctor told me not to drink milk because I have a hyperthyroidism before, and I had an operation here, surgery, and they remove it.
Okay, top of the hour. I'm leaving at the top of the hour. I know I said a couple minutes, but I'll leave at the top of the hour. That'll be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the 6 hour
The
mark.
doctor told
Yeah, we
my
are
mother not
soon
to
on.
drink herbal.
Yeah, we are soon on the 6 hour mark.
You know,
Is she taking medicines?
Hmm.
Cabbage is not good for them. Yeah, I am not eating cabbage. But at least I can now eat seafoods, unlike before when I have a
I'm getting
hyperthyroid.
hungry. I think I might eat after. Again. Don't get away from it. You know, I know exactly what you guys are thinking. I should just start putting snacks on the side of the pocket so I can just be like, during these streams, I'll be like, okay, I'm hungry. Just snacking.
Yeah. Or
You
a
guys will be
bag
like,
with.
how did the CR just pull this popcorn out of his bag? And it's hot. How do you do that? He was standing in front of the camera the whole time. Yeah.
Maybe because doctors wanted to buy their medicines prescribed, that's why they're not allowing herbal medicines. Alam niyo si Papa, mas iniinom niya yung herbal kasi may ano din yun gastric ulcers and then high blood.
I think I know exactly. I'll show you one thing that's in this bag right now, because I think I'm gonna take it out right now, and it'll be an example of what I say about employment. How fast can you get something out of your bag?
Yeah.
So this shows where I like as fast as possible, for example, right? So without even putting the bag down, hopefully, I'm gonna see if I can do this without putting the bag down. I'm gonna put it around on my front side here, without even look. Bag's still on me, right? Without putting it down. Let's see, how fast can I get this? Well, it would help if I go to the right side of the bag. Right? Look. You'll see this right here. Water. Look. I pulled out the water without taking off the bag. So let's say if the ground was wet or whatever, right? Let's see how warm. Well, I won't put my work. Alright. This is an example of me using this.
CR, can you sing for us? Oh, Ma'am Nanet, Ma'am Mace here is a singer. She's a good singer. Miss Verna, kanta ikaw.
So look at this. See, I did not take off the
Ma'am
bag
Mace.
to get the water out at all. Let's say the ground was wet or something like that. I could probably keep walking and doing this. So even without a water bladder or anything like that. I mean, I didn't have the water on the side. If I was walking, I'd probably put the water
I
on
do
the
love
side.
songs as well, but the songs hates me. Charot. Joke.
See, I would sing, but I don't want to get shadow copyright straight. That'd be bad. I don't want to get him a copyright strike.
Oh my god, I am lagging.
I think it's about that time. Yeah. That's about 90 seconds here.
Host doesn't like to sing. Yeah.
And I don't want to give him a copyright strike.
No, I don't get to
I don't have
sing it
anything to say.
because I
I don't
can't.
have anything to sing. Something like that.
Yeah.
So Shadow, thanks for having me on once again, my friend.
Yeah, you're very welcome, and it's always a pleasure to have
I
you.
see. I didn't even show you the water bottle before too.
Yes, prescriptions, drug, and herbal
I know, right? I
medicine
just feel
should
like
not
I
be
can just pull it
taken
out.
together because herbs may
But
alter
remember
the
what?
kinetic and dynamic properties
See,
of
when you saw me
the
guys, when you
prescriptions
guys saw me
drug.
do that, yeah, keep that in mind when I show this bag. It'll become apparent why I did it so fast, and put it back too.
Yeah,
Kanta
we
ka,
can.
Miss Ming.
Yeah, that's one thing I've been trying to work on.
Yan. Ma'am Mace, join us here. And you too,
I have one
Ma'am
more. I have one last
Nanette.
thing. I have one last thing to show.
Okay, see your.
Let me turn off the light so you guys can see this better. Look at the. Remember the colors that I'm going to show here. There's a reason why I'm showing you. Look. You probably can't see that so well. That's supposed to be. Look. What's this color? What's this color?
Yellow.
Let's remember that
blue,
right now.
White.
Yeah. Let's remember that right there. As people call me. See?
Yeah. So it's either you take
See. I can't even get
prescription
away
drugs or
from.
you take.
I can't even say my exit before they call. Okay. Anyways, guys. Thanks for having me on. Bye, everyone. Take care.
Take care, see you. Stay safe. And
Bye,
God
everyone.
bless.
Yes. Be safe. Oh.
Yeah. There he drops off.
Take care, people. And
But
Ma'am Nanette, join us here. Ma'am Mace.
yeah. But May says right. Either you take the prescription or you take the herbal. You should never combine both of them. The medicine I take for my high blood pressure, I can't. There is one thing I can't eat when I take that medicine I have. Um, that is grapefruit. So
Miss Verna,
because
what
that
time you're live streaming?
well, I'm on a
I
6 hour
do
mark.
my live streaming every 6 p.m.
I'm at the
6
6 hour
p.m.
mark. 1 minute 56 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first 6 hours are usually go pretty good, but
Well, 6 hours is not bad. It's a lot of much hours already.
yeah, you can get on a 6 hour stream. You can get pretty good watch hours. So
Yeah.
so let's see for how long we.
I can join you in guys. My toddler is awake and I will be it will be a disaster if I join you.
Okay, Mace. We understand that.
It's still
Yeah, and
early
we
there. We hope.
still early. Well, it's 2:03 a.m. in the morning.
Oh.
So it's pretty early.
Oh, it's okay. It's my first time as well here. Yeah, it
Well,
is
it's
my
okay to be
first.
shy. And
Yeah.
it's
Come up, come up, come up, and join us here.
it's fully understandable.
No.
Well, I can
Sunduin
try.
mo na si ate. Sunduin mo na si ate. You have a high blood pressure, Shadow?
Yeah,
Ayan. Ayan, come up, come up.
but I have good medicine for it, so I'm on
You
normal
should.
levels. But when I
Hindi ah.
find out that I really had high blood pressure,
You're not going anywhere. Asan na
I
pa
saw
tayo binigay
double.
ko? Ayun ba yun? Kung ano lang yung hinihingi lang na. Asan yung ano mo? Hindi ka lalabas.
It's okay, Mace.
Mahulog yung battery ay yung ano, charger. Pati yung laptop.
Let's see
Lagyan mo
how
to po.
long we keep the stream going.
You still have 5 in BG.
Yeah.
Hindi na. Masabi ko na mag-energy. Nalaman ako dun sa pinto. Sabi ko ganito, tapos sinabi ko no, nandila, sinuchi. Sabi,
Ang ingay, ano?
You know, I noticed that when you run a stream a long time, after a while you notice that it goes slower and slower because you get a little bit tired. So, but a 9 hour stream, I don't want to. I don't think I want to do a 9 hour stream again.
Yeah,
I was
that's too long.
totally, yeah, I was totally exhausted day after. Like, you will you couldn't think. You couldn't. Well,
Yeah, you can concentrate with what you're doing.
it's really exhausting to do live streams because, especially the mental part of it,
Mm.
because you need to stay so focused all the time and keep an eye on everything else. But it's fun to do live streams.
Yeah, it is. Especially meeting new people, hanging out with them.
Yeah, it's live streams is a good way to interact with people and your followers.
Yes.
But sometimes it can be pretty hard to do live streams too, even if it's fun.
My father has high blood pressure too and clogged artery needs surgery, but it will take many pills. So
High blood pressure and clogged artery. Need surgery, but it will take million of money. So he's behaving now. Well, I hope he still behave. Okay. Otherwise, he will have serious problems. And that would be that can make things much worse. So you have to keep an eye on him.
yeah.
Especially
My
when it
father,
comes to
he had a mild stroke as well, and he has a gastric ulcer. The last time that he went to, they brought to the hospital
yeah.
last year. He's not moving or talking, and I was so scared by that time.
Yeah, I bet.
I thought I'm gonna lose him, but thank God he's okay now. How many watch
Yeah.
hour do you still need? I think
I
more
can
than 1,000 watch hour, right?
yeah, I can check it out. Check it up.
Ano po? Very slowly.
If my computer will cooperate with me. And there we go. No. Thanks for cooperating with me.
Hello, Bob. Welcome back. Good to see you again.
Is Bob 942 back?
Yeah.
Wonderful. He couldn't stay away. My watch hours are at the moment 2,761 watch hours at the moment.
Wow. Yep, I'm here. So you only need 1,200 plus. For
Yeah,
sure, before
probably.
your birthday, you'll be monetized,
Yeah,
or
I hope
before
so.
end of March.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a nice birthday gift to be monetized before my birthday.
Hmm. It's not possible, especially when your other friends helping you with your watch hour, if they are also playing your videos. See, Shadow, a pretty lady will benefit your channel.
Yeah,
Yes, he's behaving now. Less red meat, less
more
rice,
fruits
then
and vegetables. Well, red meat is too much of it is not good.
Mhm.
Red meat is something you shouldn't eat too often. You can eat, well, if you want red meat, you can eat it once a week, maybe twice a week, no more than that. Well, it's good to see you again, Bob. Dropping in. But I hope anyway. I think well before my birthday, at least I think I can reach 4,000 watch hours. Vanessa Kitty, hello there. I missed you.
Hello, Vanessa Kitty. Mega love shout out. Way
Yeah,
to go.
that is a wonderful woman too.
Be safe, mummies.
Okay, but it's good to see you anyway, Vanessa.
Ayan. Just got home. Ayan.
Yeah, she has probably been somewhere visiting someone, probably. But it's always good to see her. She's always on my streams.
Oh, see, I will be there on your birthday. It's a karaoke live stream. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
party.
yeah, and I had talked to Darren Dobson and Jay Mike. Um,
She's a good singer. Have you seen his channel? Her channel pala. Sorry.
I was at the submarine base pricing groceries. Okay, that was interesting. Well, I will.
I hit the notification birthday for your birthday show.
Thank you, Vanessa. Much appreciated. Um, I will at least have Darren Dobson and J. Mike and one more, um, David Billow, the karaoke master from Nashville, Tennessee.
Mm.
I let them sing.
Where you
And I will
come?
take some from the chat as well to pop up and sing if they want to. So it will be that one will be a little bit of a mix. And I believe that will be a lot of people will pop in.
$2 font for
$2 pound pork. Where's the same cut if meat near me at several stores? It is
You
at
know, I can't
$8 per
read
pound.
the chat now cause it's like too
Yeah,
small.
yeah. I can buy 4 times as much on military base for the same price as one locally. Yeah. Yeah, I bet you can, Vanessa. I
Anong ginawa?
I never publish my videos or streams public on Facebook. I put it on my Facebook group and Stein North's Facebook group. I always post them there, never public. So, but I did an exception this time for my birthday stream. So I guess there will be probably people I know, probably family members and other people I know. And most of them will probably have not a YouTube channel, so they just pop in probably. But we are not there yet. But I guess that will be a fun stream. And I plan to run that stream for 4 hours from 8 p.m. to midnight. So I think that is a decent time to run a stream like that. So how are you doing, Vanessa? I hope everything is okay with you. And Vanessa, she usually have a lot of stories to tell. Last time we told her that she should write a book about her stories. Real life stories. Oh, almost 6.5 hours. Yeah, Bob. Yeah, bet you have to be careful. He has a sense of humor. Well, well, Bob, it is what it is. When the missus is home, you have to watch your steps and watch your back, perhaps.
Mrs. is home now. I have to be careful with my flirting.
Yeah,
My Mrs. has a sharp knife.
yeah. It's a huge risk you lose some body part
Yeah, be careful or
otherwise.
yeah, otherwise he will slash your
It will be a terrible job to put him together again, to stitch him up or something. Sharp knives is good to have, but you don't want to get cut.
Yeah.
I have a lot of sharp knives myself, so my absolute favorite is my machete. My Colombian Raptor machete. My absolutely favorite.
Oh.
Fits well in my hand. And it has a saw on its back. And these teeth are really sharp.
It's very sharp.
This one is sharp, yeah.
Sundong. Sundong. What's sundong? What is sundong? Hi all. A7 Lakota. Am I right? Or am I right? How to read your name? A7 Lakota? Big knife in Bisaya.
Yeah.
Already subscribed, thanks. That's Sundang in our language. That's Sundang. In Bicol, a big knife. Tabak. Hi Berna, you can call me Miss Boo if you like. Hello Miss Boo.
Hey,
Make a
7
love shout out.
Lakota. Good to see you.
What's your channel? I will subscribe to you. Hey Miss Boo and Bolo, yeah Bolo and Tabak. Hi. Yeah Bolo. I don't really have one, just the A7. Let's see. I will go to your channel. But you have 42 subscribers now.
Well, 42 subscribers is better than none.
Yeah.
But it could be more.
Mm-hmm. She just need to upload videos and it will go well.
Yeah. I think if you begin to start to upload
Sundang.
videos,
Oh, yeah. Sundang. I'm
you will.
working on creating a Discord, but we hit a problem with programmer. Yeah, Bolo, Sundang. Sundang in Bicol.
I'm working on creating a Discord, but we had a problem with a programmer.
Yes, I went live on a panel Wednesday night on YouTube and peeps started subscribing me left and right. Why don't you continue that channel? Just upload your videos. Who knows? Who knows? It went
Well,
viral.
I think
Plus,
if A7 begins to upload videos, I think the subscriber will increase.
it will blow up. If it goes viral, right?
No?
Welcome, everyone.
Just no.
Swede, they are aware of my schedule to sing at your live stream. Can you join us here? A7, Miss Boo. Miss Boo.
Okay, so they are aware of my schedule to sing at your live stream. Okay.
Whoa.
They may follow me to your birthday party. I'm sorry. Ooh.
Go, tap, 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 tap. Go.
Well, you don't feel sorry.
Why?
Actually, I would be honored.
Yeah.
I just want to win. Yeah.
Well, I dropped the link again. Let's see if someone are up for it.
No.
91 days to my birthday live stream.
No.
Come on, just give me.
And tomorrow, which is
It's also a
Monday.
celebration for being monetized, for sure.
Yeah, I hope so. It would be nice.
Yeah, you'll be monetized this month. This March maybe.
Yeah, March is first March. March 1st is on Tuesday, so it will be Monday tomorrow. So yeah, I hope so. I really hope so. That would be awesome. Even if you reach your 4,000, you need to apply to be monetized. So I guess that procedure will take a while, I guess.
No, they approved me less than 24 hours. Maybe I only wait for 20 hours. I applied 5 or 6 p.m. and they approved me 2 o'clock
That
p.m.
was fast.
Yeah, it was fast. And it's Christmas. I
Well,
applied
that was
December 23, 6 p.m. and they approved December
Yes.
24, 2 p.m.
Yes, of course.
well, that was a good Christmas gift.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a gift from SUV family.
Yeah,
They gave me 2,000 subscribers. Watch hour, I mean.
yeah. Well, if you got 2,000 subscribers, that, that just like that, well,
No,
that would
my
be
my
something.
subscribers it's not boosting, but my watch hour does.
Well, if I'm lucky, I might reach my 4,000
Samurai.
at the end of March, maybe.
Yeah,
If I have
by
more
end of
bad luck.
March you'll be monetized for sure. Especially you have plenty of friends that helping your watch hours.
Yeah. I know one guy, he had reached his 4,000 watch hours, and he had the correct amount of subscribers as well.
Mhm.
And he applied for to be monetized, and he thought it would go pretty fast to get the
You'll
answer
get it.
from them,
You'll
but it
you'll get
took
it fast if you do the live stream daily.
daily. I have no possibilities to do that.
No, I mean you can do music live stream. No one's in the panel. Just for watch hour. You don't need to stay to your panel. Just leave the music play and people will come to thumbs up or watch or listen to your music. That's what I do before.
The problem is the most music is copyrighted.
No, you just need to choose non-copyright music. There's there's a lot of non-copyright music on YouTube. You just need to look for it. And or you can also edit music. Hello
Hey,
A7.
Seven.
Make a love shout out.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you on my panel.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
DJ
can hear you loud
yeah.
and clear.
Awesome.
5
Thank
by
you.
5.
And thank you for the invite.
You're very welcome. It's always nice to have new people
Can we
on.
see you? Can you see?
I don't know how to undo the camera. We worked on it 2 days, Wednesday and yesterday. Um, I'm a technotard.
Mm.
There. Okay. How to best explain this? This is what got me in trouble Wednesday. I'm active in the music industry in America. Not currently. I'm on medical leave. And
Oh.
I had a very hard time explaining to people why I was not showing my face. I said, well, there's always the chance that people will recognize me and that I'm not terribly comfortable with it. Um,
Mm.
when I say I'm in the music industry, I literally work with all of the labels. And for the past, I guess it's been over 2 years now, or about 2 years now, I've been studying how to help people grow their YouTube channels and Discord. I've been trying to learn both of those because I am trying to create a show. Now, there are several music labels that are very interested in this product. That's why I haven't bothered to try to grow a YouTube channel. This YouTube name A7, that's 16 or 17 years old.
Wow.
And then if I make a
Wow.
comment, people come back and say, "Well, you're suspicious because you have followers." I'm like,
Mhm.
I had 9 followers until Wednesday night, and I joined a Discord that has over 50 different YouTube channels on it. So they all follow each other when they do a live broadcast, and all these people started subscribing my channel. I was like, "What? What?" Because I could see them put the link in the chat, and I was like, "Guys, you don't have to do that. I'm not gonna be making a video." But no.
I have
But I had
seen
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have seen channels that are completely genuine and things like that, and they don't have any videos, any, but they they are watchers. They just watch videos and support other channels. And I have seen those had one channel had, I believe it was over 1,000 subscribers, and no videos about what?
Wow.
This cannot be possible.
Mhm.
If you can get 1,000 subscribers without have any videos on, well, that
How
makes me
does it that?
confused.
Yeah, me too. On your, oh, you're still there, and I put food for lunch.
Like I say, I'm still so new to this. This is just only the second time that I've done this. I did try to pop in on Darren, either I believe it was last night. I
Yeah.
hope so. Please bear with me. This has been a kind of difficult few days. And just as I signed in, he was saying goodnight. And because of this controversy that happened yesterday, that I'm quite honest of, uh, are you familiar with Discord?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with Discord.
Okay, well, you know how you can make a phone call to someone and speak to them
Yeah,
directly?
I know you can do a lot of things, but I'm not. Uh,
You can say you're not fond of it, that's okay.
well, I'm not familiar with all the functions on Discord.
Me either, I'm still learning it.
Yeah, I'm still learning it myself, so I try to figure out a lot of things with it that I don't really understand yet.
Well, the first one that I joined was approximately a year ago. We were trying to help a gentleman go from, this is an elderly gentleman, he has a YouTube channel called Night Terrors. Now that's all one word, by the way. If you type it in,
Yeah.
Night Terrors, the two T's are next to each other. Um, Very nice guy. I've known him for over 5 years. I've supported him through Patreon, and he stopped for a year. And he told everyone, "I'm shutting down my Patreon. I'm not going to be making videos, which is what he did. He didn't do live streams. If you get a chance to look at the Night Terrors videos, they're wonderful. They're like old segments of Twilight Zone and things like that. So it's not, horror graphics or things like that. It's more like the level that you would see on television. Well, I shouldn't say
Is
that
it
either.
is
TV
it
over
one
in the
word,
USA
night
is fine.
terror, or two words?
Pardon?
Night terror. Night terror
Anyway,
is one word.
yeah, Bill Madden, excuse me, is the gentleman that I'm talking about. And I approached him and I said, listen, this is one of the things that I'm studying about doing because I was very good at this in the music business. And that is, I help people get discovered, I help people grow their audiences very large. And I think that you have real potential to really expand how many subscribers you have. And I'd like a chance to do that. Now, first of all, I ask each owner, what do you want? What is your goal? Some people don't want a lot of people subscribed. They don't want a large audience, and I respect that. That's why I ask them, tell me what is your goal, and I will see if I can help you attain that goal. So we built a Discord. When I say we, I was not the head person. There was a gentleman that put up the money, the nitro money, to make it have all the bells and whistles and all the fun stuff that you can do that you don't get if you just get a free Discord.
Yeah.
And the place was great. But he also had a medical problem and he had to stop for a week to go for a special medical treatment that was in a different city in his state in the United States. He said to me and the other person, this other guy, he said, y'all hold down the Discord while I'm gone and I will come back. Now, the owner is a programmer. So he's like the admin prime. Ms. Verna, that's like the highest position that you can have on the Discord. Each Discord is the highest person in charge that can override everyone else is the admin prime. Well, this guy he left me with was not. He's just a regular admin, and I was just a moderator. So, unbeknownst to him, while Mr. Admin Prime was out of town having medical treatment, the other admin went nuts. He lost his mind. He started telling everybody, oh, so and so doesn't own this Discord. Mr. Bill does. And Mr. Bill told me to get rid of Miss Boo. And the people in the chat room said, what? And they accused me of breaking the rules because I said Happy Mother's Day in the chat room. That was the worst thing that he could come up with to accuse me of. He took away my modship, and all the people in the room started saying, that's a foul ball. Please give her back her position. You're not even supposed to be doing this. At the same time, he went over to the YouTube channel and fired half of the moderators on YouTube for Mr. Bill. This is 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm quite sure this elderly man did not know this was going on. Then he came back to the Discord and he sat there and dared me specifically. He said, I know you have the phone number to the admin prime, and I know you have the phone number to Mr. Bill. Call him right now. And I said, I'm not going to call an elderly man and a medical patient at 2 a.m. in the morning because you feel like having a childish shit fit. You need to get over this. Just undo what you've done now, and we'll be cool about it. We won't sit up here and make a whole bunch of gossip or drama or what. No, he stuck to it. So at that time, I had already tripled Mr. Bill's subscribers because he changed from doing videos to doing live streams, right?
Yeah.
We had tripled the people that were coming to his channel. When I quit, it immediately reversed back to what it was. For the whole year, it's been that way. So just to test it, one night about 4 months ago, I checked in on 2 channels I knew that would have my back that were also connected to Mr. Bill. And without even asking them, when their live streams were over, I went to Mr. Bill, and suddenly Mr. Bill's channel increased by 600%. They didn't know where the hell all these people were coming from. I'm laughing my butt off because I'm like, this is cool. I didn't even have to ask these people to back me up, but just because they know me, they did. But then I've never gone back since. And when you look at when you look at your notifications, it'll tell you how many people are in the room. To this day, only about 100 people show up for his live streams, whereas we had it over 600.
Over 600 is good for a live stream.
I know, but I feel terrible. But I was put in a position where I could not override this crazy person. And now he's even abusing Mr. Bill further because he uses Mr. Bill's YouTube page, in the About section, right under the video window where it tells you all the things and links connected to the show. This
Oh
guy
boy.
has got Mr. Bill giving him all of these links because he just writes little pieces of music that you use like at the beginning of a show and the end of a show. And I'm like, that's over a third of his advertising space, and he's giving it to the same creep that's killing his channel. So, long story short, the guy in charge, the Prime admin, he actually showed up on this gigantic Discord channel yesterday, and someone decided to make up some very unpleasant things about me. We don't know why. When I say we, I mean there's literally other people that witnessed it, and we're all going, "What the hell is going on?" Um, so we don't really know. I did speak to him by telephone. He seemed like a perfectly normal person. There wasn't anything controversial that was shared. I don't get it. But last night it was very upsetting because this guy used over an hour of YouTube time to say, I'm not going to tell you who I spoke to, but believe me, this person, I think they have very dark intentions and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, really? Are you shitting me? So I don't know. Oh, I forget. No, I don't. I actually remember on Wednesday when they talked me into getting onto the panel. There was like 8 people, and one of them did not believe that I was connected to the music industry, and I was like, okay. Well, let's see. I've given you some proof. I've told you that I have a lot of platinum record awards. I'll sit up here and prove it. So I posted some pictures blocking out my face and pictures of my platinum awards. I said, go ahead and zoom in on it. Every one of those is certified RIAA. They asked me various questions because they were just getting to know me. And I said, oh, yeah, I got into university on a scholarship as a singer. I'm singing at this gentleman's birthday in a few weeks. Did I get that wrong, Swede? Is your birthday on Tuesday or is it more like
Saturday.
Pardon?
My birthday is Saturday, May 28th.
Okay, so we do have time because I thought I remembered you saying I'm putting the message up now so that we'll have a good showing for the birthday. Am I right?
Yeah, I'm trying to promote it because I got the advice from Mike, and he said you should begin to promote it now, and when it's 2 weeks before the birthday, so we push it harder.
He's so thoughtful. He and Darren just tickle me. I always feel very positive when I watch the live feeds that y'all do. I really enjoy them.
Yeah, I like Darren and I like Jay. They are really awesome. and they respect everyone, and everybody feels home on their live streams. And
Really, they really do. I mean, I know I do. I feel right at home. I like the fact that they talk about themselves, that their families. They, they're just very informative and caring people.
yeah, they are.
When I told them I didn't have any videos on my channel, I just said it like that, and Jay said, "Okay, here's an idea. Film yourself eating dinner and then put that up as a video tomorrow." And I was laughing so hard I almost fell off my bed. Because I was thinking, I really didn't explain that very well at all, but I don't usually tell people, "Oh, by the way, I'm really here because I'm studying all of these aspects and I help people grow their channels and yada yada yada." And that's the first time I ever told anybody that I have a very big background in singing. Because as you know, they sing a lot of karaoke on that channel, and I've been
Oh
sitting in the
yeah.
background going,
Yeah.
"Oh wow, someday I just got a feeling someday I'm gonna have to do this."
And I call David Bilo for karaoke master, because I consider him as a master on karaoke, because he has a great voice.
Have I heard him yet? I'm not sure.
He has a channel, by the way. David Bilo is the name of the channel.
Okay, well, I'll keep my eyes open for it. Darren is going live. I got a notification just before I came online onto the panel. And my notifications set up there for like 30 seconds. I can't do anything. I can't write anything in the chat. I'm like, yeah, thank you, notification thingy.
Yeah.
I need to learn more about my stinking computer. I got a lot of respect for people who can do all of this on a telephone. My telephone won't even connect to the internet. I'm not shitting you.
I make my videos on my phone.
Cool.
And I edit on my phone as well.
See, that's the part that really fascinates me. That impresses me that you can do that on your phone.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't know how to edit either way, so
Well, you're not alone about that one. I'm not good at editing. For me, editing takes 15 to 20 minutes. But I
Wow.
always use the same procedure all the time, so
I'm not good at editing as well. I'm still learning.
Miss Berna, are you a model? Yes, you.
Who? Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Well, you sure could be. You're beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, look, I made her
Yeah.
blush.
She would
That
fit
is
on a
really
CD cover.
compliments.
Do you mind if I ask where you're from?
I am from Philippines.
Now, why did I guess that? I'm half giggling,
How about
y'all.
where are you?
I'm in America. I'm just a plain old American.
I put the David Belo's link to his channel in the private chat. You can check there.
I hope that you also visit my live stream.
Certainly.
Yeah,
I'm trying
you.
to join a bunch of them, and I noticed when I first came onto the channel of the live show here, that you were speaking a different language, and I was wondering, I was like, so my ear was trying to pick it out. I used to the reason what I got my excuse me. Let me try to reorganize this. I went to university on a scholarship for vocal singing. So, in short, that means I sang a lot of opera and I sang a lot of foreign languages. Not that I speak them, but they actually put you through classes that teach you how to pronunciate everything exactly as if you spoke the language. So it kind of tends to fool people's ear if you do it if you do it correctly. So I did that for many years. I was a competer for many years, and yeah, I hopefully some people are going to be surprised if it works out. I'm trying to get a special mic for Mr. Swede's birthday because I actually have a very strong voice and I'm very worried about overloading this small mic that I have that's attached to my headphones. So I was glad that you gave me the extra time because that way I can contact some friends that have recording studios and try to get some advice from them.
Much appreciated.
You're most welcome. If I'm going to get up there, I want to do a proper job of it. Pardon?
I had a gaming headset with a microphone, and I realized that the microphone on the gaming headset is not made for streaming or anything like that. So, well, I needed to upgrade my system. So I found on Amazon. Oh no, not Amazon. On CD-ON. It's a web shop, basically web store, and I found this microphone I have now, and that is a BM700 condenser microphone. It's made for recording and podcasts and streaming, and I got this nice arm to it with a price. So, and it works pretty good after what I know.
Yes, your voice comes through very clearly.
Yeah,
I'm sure that even if I can be heard okay, it's difficult for me to tell because I have the headphones shut off so that I can avoid all the echo effects. I learned the hard way the first time I got up on the panel.
yeah,
And they told me how to cure it pretty quick, thank goodness. But the difference is my singing voice is real big because especially in opera you're taught to project past 700 people.
yeah.
So I've got to figure out how not to overload the system, or as we say in radio, how not to bury the needles that are registering how powerful the voice is coming through. So I'm really happy that you started advertising your birthday so early so that I have time to try to figure out some of these problems. And I'm trying to.
Yeah. And the reason I chose to do a birthday stream is, first of all, I will probably be alone at home. My wife will be not at home, so I will be probably home the whole weekend alone. So I and when I saw my birthday was on a Saturday, I was thinking, why why can't I do a birthday stream? I'm gonna do a stream anyway, so why don't I make a birthday stream of it instead? And I asked one of my moderators about the idea, and he said it was a brilliant idea. And then I talked to Darren and Jay, because I needed them to help me to promote the stream.
Sure.
And,
good idea.
Yeah, and I told them Jay and Darren that and this was on a Jay stream. And I told them, I want both of you on my stream that day. And they said, sure, we will be there. And then I asked, then David Below just popped up, and I told him, I want you on my stream at my birthday stream. So he said, I will be there. So Jay
Awesome.
said, yeah. So I will have them as co-hosts, basically. So that's the idea, anyway.
Well, I think it's an interesting, even if you think of it as an experiment, I think it's going to turn out interesting.
Yeah. And the most interesting thing is what I never do on my Facebook. I have my Facebook, YouTube, my Facebook group, which is for my channel. I put my videos and streams on there, and on another guy's, Sty Shacks, Sty North. Uh,
On their pages?
yeah, on his group there with other YouTubers. So I post my videos and things there. But what I never do is post it, make it public on Facebook. But I did it this time.
Oh.
So I pinned my birthday stream on my Facebook. So.
Oh, good. If a whole bunch of people show up, I don't have to sit up there and worry that it was my fault. I'm serious. I have no.
Yeah.
Every one of the people that came in there, they all have their own channels.
Yeah.
All of them interconnect with each other, I guess is the best way I can think of to put it. So I have no idea how many people, because they were. I because one of the people is a professional musician and he's trained at Oxford. That was one of the reasons they got me to go into this stream, and he's a very talented guitarist. And when I started talking about my credentials in the music industry and everything, and everybody was like, no way, we're talking to somebody famous. And I'm like, no, not quite. I go out of my way to stay very quiet. Because I know what it's like to have kooks follow you home. There were people that actually came from criminal mental institutions that developed crushes on me, that tried to kidnap me. I've been in such crazy situations just from being visible on television and radio, and I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. So yeah, most of the groups that I've worked with and the artists I've worked with, we have a social agreement between the two of us called a non-disclosure agreement. So even if I wanted to tell you most of the people I've worked with, I couldn't. But technically, I could still show pictures of the awards. And most of them have a picture of the album, so if you were to look that image up and compare it, I can't tell you not to do that. Whole thing is I said way too much about how what's the best way to put this? About how involved I am in the music industry. The reason why, that's the one thing that I didn't tell them. Why am I not currently working? And that's because I'm a cancer patient. This is my third battle with cancer. Do not get depressed on me, because I'd like you to remember that means I've already beat it twice. So I'm looking forward to making that a trio. I've just bumped into a lot of trouble because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
Hospitals are working a lot differently right now, and we had a bit of a scare on Thursday, and my primary doctor almost put me in the hospital for the weekend so they could start doing these tests. But the thing is they don't have the personnel to do this testing on the weekend, so they've scheduled that for Monday. Long
Yeah.
story short, all these people are, wow, you can really sing, and wow, you're that popular in the United States from coast to coast, and work with all of these labels, and now you've shown these pictures that prove that you're telling the truth about it. That's really big stuff. And I was like, what did I say before that? That I was going to make my singing debut on YouTube on your channel for your birthday. And I was like, man, now I can't stop all of these people that I know them. They're going to roll back and put these two together. And I don't have any control over whether or not they're going to show up. So I'm glad I got a chance to warn you, and I apologize in advance because ever since this controversy yesterday where this person started making up negative things about me, I don't know what's going to happen. I do know a lot of people have my back, and they say that this person was very wrong to do what they did and everything, but it upset me terribly. But the first reaction was, why would somebody do that? That's just cruel.
I agree. Let me point it this way.
Okay.
I think you are a really wonderful woman, kind, gentle, and caring person.
Oh, thank you.
So you have a great, nice, beautiful personality. So don't let anybody say anything else.
Well, there's a lot of people there, and one of the members that knows me the longest, who actually introduced me to this Discord community, where this person who did that, she and I are moderators for the James Webb Telescope live stream that's done by a channel called Review Labs, and she's in Germany. She's a very nice lady. And when she found out what was going on, first she was confused too. And
Yeah.
then when I told her, look, this guy isn't saying my name, but he spent over an hour talking about me, describing me, saying terrible negative things about me, not specific either, just that I was dark, mysterious, and that he felt I was trying to recruit him for something. That is in my favor, because the second that Miss Sunshine, the lady in Germany, she heard that, she's like, what the hell are you supposedly recruiting people for? I said, now you know what I'm feeling. This guy, why would he go out of his way? Not only is he trying to drag down my reputation, but he also took down the guitarist that I may have been able to help get the record labels to pay attention to. I've made many people millionaires and multimillionaires. It does not bother me in the least that I'm not sitting around, living the high life with a huge bank account. I'm not that kind of person. But it hurts
I
me
agree.
that he took away that he claims to be a friend of this guitarist, and yet he did all of that. And when he unfriended me, the guitarist did too, right away. Didn't even let me try to have any discussion or defend myself or anything. I think some people are thinking that he went so far out of his way to do such a bad thing. Some people are suggesting I shouldn't even bother with any kind of response whatsoever. I'm like, I'm okay with that. Plenty of you have had contact with me and know enough about my personality that you know that I am not a negative person. I'm an encouraging person.
You are a positive person.
Very well said. Thank you.
You see things on the bright side of life.
That is the secret to how I survived cancer the first 2 times. I stay very positive, and I watch a lot of comedy. I laugh every chance I get, and I think that really helps the body. I had read cases where that worked for other people before, people who were terminal, and
Yeah.
they were able to reverse their cases. So I really believe in it.
Yeah, I believe in that too, actually. Everything sits up in your head, in your mindset.
Absolutely. That's why they
If
can't
you,
figure out why, when doctors do studies on medications and half of the patients have to take a fake pill, to this day, doctors can't explain why some of the new patients that have to take the fake pill still improve. So it's all about power of the mind, I believe.
yeah, yeah, I believe in that too. So that is incredible what some positive thinking can in do with your body and your health.
Absolutely. I agree.
And cancer is a disease that is really terrible. Uh, no, I don't wish my enemies that this kind of disease.
Yeah,
Uh,
sometimes the cure is worse than the disease, if you follow my meaning.
yeah, exactly. This chemotherapy, well, that knocks you down for maybe days before you,
Oh no,
well,
that's months and months.
or maybe months. Yeah.
Yeah, been there,
So,
done that.
yeah, been there, done that. Yeah. But I'm lucky. I have managed so far without to catch that kind of disease. So, but you never know.
Well, I start every day and prep for every day, just hoping for the best and looking for the best. Um, Sometimes that's the part of the equation that people don't follow. Like one of the reasons that I'm very interested in your channel is because your name hints that you're involved with things that are number one, protective, number two, has something to do with planning to protect yourself, your family. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm just guessing
You're
here.
you, you are not wrong. You are correct.
Okay.
Absolutely correct.
These are good things because just look at what is on the news right now.
Yeah, I
There,
have heard.
I'm one of those people that tries to study it down as deeply as I can. My father was an NBC news anchor until the day they told him, "We don't need you to research the news anymore. We're going to send the news to you from New York, and all you need to do is read it." And my father looked at them and said, "You'll have my resignation in the morning on your table." And they lost it.
Yeah.
Apparently, they wanted him real bad because they kept offering him more money, and he said no. And then they offered him the desk in New York City, and he said, "What part do you not understand, the N or the O?" He knew that the era of fake news was coming up, and he had too much integrity to buy into that stuff for any price. And I really respect my dad for having that mindset. So, in digging down into these news things, I've been studying what's very possibly going to happen as far as the total interruption of the supply lines because the truckers are going to start a type of, in America, they're going to start a type of protest that starts in California and they're going to wind up in Washington, D.C. on a certain day. And people are trying to get the word out that there is most likely going to be a very severe shortage of food reaching the stores during that week. And I'm trying to help people who have these channels with this information. I don't mind saying the channel is David Politis, a very famous policeman, investigator, a very respected man. He is famous for the Missing 411
Yeah.
series of books, and his channel is Can-Am Missing 411. CANAM, as in Canada, America.
Yeah.
He has started doing a true news segment once a week. So instead of talking about missing people, when you see him doing the real news, check into that. This is how I found out about this armada of trucks that are going to get together, and they even know the exact route that people are taking, and they're posting that as well so that Americans can support that. And of course, the situation that's going on with Canada. Uh, one woman that she was a retired lady that gave $40 to a trucker just to help him out. They froze her bank accounts. Now, I don't know where Trudeau is on that today, but, and thanks to my friends that are associated very deeply in the news organizations around the world, I knew about the buildup in the Ukraine so many months ago. It's saddening. So
Yeah.
watching it happen in slow motion has been pretty horrific. But putting all that together, one has to think about protecting your family, protecting the people close to you, getting the word out to others. They have the choice. They can believe it.
Yeah.
But if you don't believe it, please have the manners to not come to my door later and ask, did you happen to save up enough for all 16 or 18 of your other neighbors? Nope, sorry, I didn't. So my roommate and I have even reconsidered what we're going to do as far as protection. And by that, I'm referring to, well, basic legal weaponry. And I don't have a problem saying it. We're just going on the reports that are available on the regular news that's coming out in our city about how crazy everything's getting and how many people are getting killed.
Yeah.
The circumstances are just nuts. They're nuts. There are a lot of people getting killed just because of the color of their skin. Hate to say
Yeah,
that.
I agree. It's total nuts. And I think it will not get better. I think it will turn worse, much worse. And the inflation in US will probably go up even more.
You're
And
right.
And in the near future, I think the dollar will collapse, and that will drag Sweden down. It will drag.
I was just fixing to say, yeah, we're all more connected than we think. Or at least, let me say, as the average citizen may think when it comes to the world. The night that Russia attacked, I sat down and I listened to 1 hour and 38 minutes of the UN Council, the Security Council emergency meeting. I listened to every single speaker. And there's no question there's going to be a domino effect. That's horrifying. That we have all of these abilities, referring to things like the UN, NATO, everything that's world-based, that all of our countries have some part in and whatnot, that we can do something about it, but it sure seems like everybody's taking their time. And it's too long a time span, I'm sorry, don't get me going.
That's okay.
But the citizens know this instinctively. They know their leaders can work faster at it, and they know that they can do better. And that's why people are getting upset.
Exactly. And the problem is what many don't think is that the dollar cannot collapse because the dollar is so huge currency, so it can't are not allowed to collapse. But the problem is it can collapse.
Yep.
And the dollar has a special function around the globe, and that is the dollar controls our currency, the currency in Finland, Norway, Denmark, England.
Exactly.
You name it. even the euro, the dollar controls.
Absolutely.
So there will be a lot of countries that will be dragged down in the fall when the dollar collapse.
In looking over the Middle East, and I know a lot of people can't tell this, that name, the YouTube name, that's actually Arabic. It's transliterated Arabic. There's more letters when you translate Arabic into English, there's more letters in their alphabet than the 26 that we use in English. So they use the numbers to cover the extra letters. Like there's 3 A's, there's 2 H's. Long story short, I had a friend that wanted to marry someone in the Middle East, and her family disowned her. She had to have a family member to present her, so I became her honorary representative. And I wound up moving into the community with her, and I wound up learning Arabic, and they're wonderful, hospitable people. When I say that, I'm talking about all of the Arabic countries. Saudi Arabia is a little bit out there, though, just being honest. I was invited there by the government. I turned down 4 invitations. I was like, nah, I think really I just want to stay on American soil. What they do is they send you a message through a person beforehand. So technically, you don't have to insult them by turning down a royal invitation. But I actually did it 4 times. There was a Saudi prince that claimed that I saved his life and the life of his 2 daughters. Long story. And that I should go over there to be welcomed and whatever, thanked and whatnot. And I was like, I even called a friend of mine who her father works in American intelligence through the military. And I knew that she was used to taking very long airplane rides. And I asked at one point, who can I bring with me? And they were like, sure. And that worried me even more. So, long story short, I said no, no, thank you, but didn't have to do so and offend the government publicly because this was all done on a very quiet basis and through friends and whatnot.
Yeah.
And why did I bring this up? I know there's a reason. Oh, yes, I was going to say about the economy. Currently, in Lebanon, it costs them a month of wages to fill up their car tank. That leaves nothing for rent, nothing for money, nothing for the needs of the children in a family. That's horrifying. And that's just one country, and that's just one continent. To suggest that we're not all getting affected is crazy. Some people think that they're doing okay and they don't understand it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. But I do know that there are a lot of Americans that are offended about what's going on. Particularly, we're being very supportive of what's going on in Canada. I have heard that Trudeau has revised some of his speech about freezing everyone's bank accounts and everything without allowing them any legal recourse. He stepped completely aside of anything having to do with the courts. Well, it doesn't take a crazy person to see how illegal that is. But I've not had a chance to follow up on that data to see how solid it is. But that's what I've heard so far, is that he's stepped back on a little bit of how strongly he was approaching the situation. Will he better?
Yeah. Yeah, I heard something similar, so that might be correct. So
I hope so. But as far as your statements about the collapse and everything, I guarantee you the majority of Americans, and it kills me. I mean, I'm not putting down my own people. I'm saying that most of them are so either busy or involved in their own lives, they're not stopping to check this out. But I would bet you that the average American doesn't even know that the government has nothing to do with owning the banks. The banks are privately owned.
Yeah, in US they are privately owned.
Yep. See, that's one thing right there that should have been bothering Americans all along.
Yeah.
And there's only one country on the planet that is allowed to designate the value of its currency, and that's China. We're in so deep to China, it's not even funny. So when they didn't support us in that UN assembly that I saw that I told you about earlier, they basically just said, "Oh, both of you are in the wrong. Russia should stop attacking the Ukraine, and the Ukraine should stop attacking Russia." And I'm like, son of a beep. It's crazy. I mean, their statement was like, "Have at it. We don't care. We have you all in our pocket."
Yeah.
Scary stuff.
Yeah, it is. I agree. It's scary stuff.
I'm counting on this. I think when things really do get shaken up, people are going to realize real quick they do want to survive.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they're going to start paying attention to those channels they haven't been paying attention to, and God willing, start doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Hello,
Hey,
Shadow.
Bob.
Hello, Bob.
Hello. Miss Verena, is she still there? She disappeared.
I believe she got a call.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
She's muted, so.
Okay. Yeah, mine's a prepper channel too. That's how I met Shadow here.
Great.
We have a great community between the
I agree.
preppers.
Yeah, look out for each other too. Yeah, help each other, look after each other.
Oh, that's awesome.
And if one prepper in our community dies, everybody in the community talks about it. And one of my friend, one of my YouTube friends, the prepping preacher, I had him on one of my live streams, and he died in the complications of the Charlie Victor. So, and I have talked to him personally. He was my co-host on my live stream, and he considered me as a brother, and I consider as a brother as well.
That's fantastic.
And when he died, and that was last week, Thursday morning last week, he died.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
So that was I heard that on the Gray Man Prepping's channel, that he had died, and that was horrible. And when I should have had my live stream at Saturday, 2 days after, I decided in the beginning of my live stream that I should do something.
Yeah.
So I whole speech, if you can call it a speech.
Bless your heart.
And my wife came up with the idea. Hey, why don't you light a candle for him?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah, and I did.
I love it.
And I got this to have the tea candle in. So
right on.
So I lit the light, and I said that everyone in the community should lit a light for him.
That's beautiful.
Yeah,
that's really beautiful.
And I'm also a scout, so a scout leader as well. So in the Scout community and Boy Scout community. There is we have there is a special salute. It's not the military one; it's a different one.
Yeah.
And scouts use to salute each other when they meet, even if they are from another country or things like that.
Is it the gesture where you hold up 3 fingers?
Yeah, like this.
I know that.
And that means that if a scout do that salute for a person who are not member in the scouts or a scout at all, that is the highest honor you can do for a person.
That's a
And
good idea to keep some of those tea lights on hand too. They're very handy for power down.
Oh yeah.
They're very safe.
Yeah. So I honored him with the scout salute.
Good for you.
The highest honor he could get. He deserved
Bless
it.
you. That's really beautiful. But I'm so sorry for the way that you found it out because I've had that happen. This is how I found out my best friend died was by seeing it on Facebook, and it was like 4 days after the event, and I was just crushed. Just crushed. I must have cried for weeks because I was very close to her, but I didn't know her husband and her daughter very well, and she had a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Her daughter had a lot of behavioral problems, and I had been advising my friend, this is what doctors say that you do. Start taking away some of the Well, I really didn't bring my dictionary with my brain tonight. I am so sorry. Uh, anyway, long story short, we could count on the daughter not to let me know, but hearing it through a mutual friend's stream on Facebook. I'm on Facebook. I'll tell you the truth. I might look at it once a month, maybe not even during the month. And there are the music industry is huge, but I keep my numbers ruthlessly low. There are very important people in the industry that, are in my friends list, and they know better than to do things like, I don't know what it is with Facebook. People think they're more important if they have, a few thousand friends, and I'm like, yeah, right. Like you're even communicating with that many people, even during the course of your work life year. That's not happening. And as far as friends you truly talk to, a handful at best, if that much.
My Facebook is for family only. That's it.
Bless you, Bob. I respect that.
Yeah. I know a lot of YouTubers share Facebook and all that, and I it's not for me because there are too many creeps out there pretending to be something that they're not.
Thank you.
So I don't. I also don't share my accurate location, my name, nothing.
Neither do I. Unfortunately, I learned that the hard way. I don't know how much of my conversation that you heard before you signed on, but yeah, I've bumped into a lot of trouble just because I was successful in radio, not that much in television. And I would beg the people that I worked for, please don't force me to do television commercials. You're just putting my image out there, billboards, everything that I asked them not to do. They would say, well, when you signed a contract with us, you didn't really get into that area. Well, guess what? It's in my contract now. Because people are just crazy. I've had people pull a gun on me. I've been drugged and transported to another location, but I also know martial arts, and they thought that they had drugged me and I couldn't defend myself. They found out I can, because they didn't.
That's good. That's
They were
martial
convinced that.
what
I'm sorry.
martial art do you play? What martial art do you play?
I started out in Taekwondo.
Okay. Yeah.
And it was such a young age that when someone attacks me now, it's like a second nature. The act of defense is like a second nature. It can happen so quickly that I don't even realize my muscle memory is snapping into it. I think I was either 7 or 8 years old.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of great reasons to learn things like that have nothing to do with harming other people. It's good for the body. There are a lot of positives, especially just for things like balance and things like that. Just like the Scouts is wonderful because it teaches you so many things about living in harmony with the land.
Exactly.
You know,
I'm going for a bathroom break a little quick. I'm back in 30 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, I've had stalkers online years ago. I've been on YouTube for a long time. I've had stalkers online and stuff like that. But just
Oh, so you get the trolls.
no, the stalkers are different. They're worse. Well, they become a person who's infatuated with you becomes a stalker. And
Do
then
they like
and
change
then
names and still stalk you under a different name?
constantly. I've been
Oh
through all
my
that.
God.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
They're always a closet queen. Always, always, always. You know.
You know, it's really sad that there are some people that is their life.
Mm-hmm.
I got
It's
better
just
things to do than.
I find YouTube a good learning resource, and it's a hobby, and I keep it at that. I'll be on these lives here and there while I'm out here in my shop, and some people get too involved in it. They allow it to overwhelm their life because it's addictive.
I don't know. As a learning source, I agree. There is so much information and help that's available. I do wish that YouTube would pay more attention to what they're letting people help with. Because one of the reasons that hackers got to me, if you look this up, there's at least 10 to 20 videos out there that will teach people how to steal your neighbor's Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And I still believe to this day that that's how they got into my system and just took it further.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why. One example of why when I leave my house, my phone doesn't come with me. Never.
I'm like that too. Now
I never take my phone with me.
I keep a burner phone that I've never used in my glove compartment for an emergency. Yes, but it has nothing to do. It's never been in my house. I have a way of powering it through the automobile if I need it. But yeah, I'm like that too.
Oh, thank you,
Mace.
Mace. Oh, salamat. Salamat guapa. Okay, let's see. I'm going to look up her channel here. Oh, I would guess she's an OFW. Let's see. Okay, let's see.
What is an OFW?
Overseas Filipino worker.
Ah.
I have mad respect for the Filipinos.
Me too.
Okay, let's see.
So am I.
I was talking to a representative from AOL. Obviously, AOL is outsourcing to many countries. Very nice gentleman. And we got on the topic of my health situation. I have a very rare condition, and that's what messes up the doctors that are trying to treat me for cancer. And he said, you know what you really need? You need a good Filipino nurse. Because Our nurses, you will be so impressed.
That's right.
At their work ethic. And right after the pandemic, I read that they were hit particularly hard as far as loss of life of these nurses. And I was like, oh man, that is so sad. But I saw a video that was recent. This was about 3 weeks ago. And there was a young lady there who had just gotten her credentials in medicine, a lovely Filipina, and her brother was taping the demonstration that she was giving. And I thought that's wonderful that from what information she is saying, they're slowly recovering their numbers. And God bless. That's great news.
I'm trying to find this Filipina's channel and ring her bell too. We'll see what we got going on over here. There she is. So she's guapa. Hello, hello, hello. Ikaw.
Mace says, I was an OFW.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. There's your channel, Miss Mace. And I just rang your bell. Salamat. Okay, let's see. Miss Mace, saan ka nakatira? Where are you now? Are you back in the Philippines? If I can ask, I try not to be too personal.
Good morning, Ivy.
Hello,
Sis Ivy.
Hi,
Good
Ivy.
morning. I feel asleep.
I'm coming to this channel every time. You've got the prettiest ladies in the world right here.
You aren't joking, man. I actually asked Miss Verna if she was a model.
Yeah.
These are beautiful ladies.
They are very feminine and loving and caring, Yeah.
Hi, Pinoy Golfer TV. Good to see you.
Yeah, I just feel asleep.
That's okay. Take your siesta. What woke you up when I was speaking some Filipino? Was that what woke you up? My very poor skills in Filipino, and I thank God for English every day.
Kuya Pinoy, mega love shout out.
Dahan, pwede ba?
That's funny because every time.
Hey, so I can recognize a crocodile. You know what I do when I'm overseas and a crocodile comes to approach me? You know what I do, Dai? I pretend like I don't speak English. No anglais, français, no anglais, and they look at me like all white people speak English. Oh my, no anglais. And I can sound like I'm speaking French. I sound sort of like I'm français. I don't speak a word of French, but I can make it sound like I'm speaking French. And these crocodiles, they're like, they. It works every time. It works every time. Try that when you're traveling. I can recognize a swindler crocodile when I see one. I recognize them immediately.
I hope I never get to try that opportunity, but thank you, Bob.
That's a good tip.
It works, guys. Trust me. Every one of them gets this look on their face like,
I'm doing good, Pinoy Golfer TV.
No anglais, français. Suzette, Renault. Let's speak a few French words and a bunch of gibberish, and they just stop what they're doing.
Damn it, that's funny.
Mhm.
Or you can pretend you can Japanese. That's more fun.
Yeah, I can do some Japanese, sort of. I worked for a Japanese family for a long time, and yeah, I'm pretty good with voice impersonations and impressions. Uh, one time, I'm sorry for calling you Di, but um, I was in uh, Ed's area in Manila. I was staying at a hotel. I would go to the Mall of Asia and walk out in the sun because it's good for my depression. Go out, get sun, sweat, and then I'd come back to the hotel, take a shower, take a siesta. Then in the evening, I would go back and walk and walk and walk. And after the sun goes down, the lady boys come out. And there was a 7-Eleven at the first floor of my hotel, and there was some lady boys there. I'd go into the store, I'd buy a water and sit on the steps and cool off. And this one kept bothering me until I did just that. I said, "Oh, no anglais, no anglais." And she kept every day I would come back. That one bakla would be right there waiting, and I did that for 3 days. No anglais. No, and she was. I remember one night I went into the 7-Eleven and she's pounding on the window. Frenchie, Frenchie, think of me, buy me something. And then this big guy in line in front of me is a Canadian. I think he turns around and he goes, "Is that your friend?" I said, "Dude, I have no clue who the hell that is. I don't know." And she kept pounding on the window, "Frenchie, Frenchie, Frenchie, buy me some." And I was like, and that Canadian guy turns around to me again. I go, "Yeah." And that was like day 3. This continued, and then I come back out, and here comes the bakla, and it's, "Oh, Frenchie, I want some Coke or beer or whatever." And she goes, "Frenchie, I wish you spoke English." And I looked at her and I said, "I speak absolutely no English whatsoever. I can't understand one word you're saying." And then that bakla went, "Oh, and this one just kind of backed off like, "Man, this guy's crazy." 3 days he's been speaking French to me, and now just stunned him. It just
That's funny.
I didn't want to hurt her feelings or anything. Yeah, Frenchie, 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 buy for me, and like, "Hi, Nicole," that worked out pretty well. I was a way of saying go away without being mean, or just like, I'm not interested. That was fun.
I'd love to have seen the look on her face.
Oh my God, yeah, you wouldn't believe it.
That was priceless.
The first time when I wasn't speaking any English was shocked. The second time kind of shocked. The third time when I spoke American English, was just, oh my God, this guy's crazy. I'm not getting nothing from him,
Which reminds me of when my brother was in Taiwan on work,
Mm-hmm.
and he had his colleague with him, and they decided after work to go to Pizza Hut in Taiwan.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and they saw they had a buffet there.
Yeah.
Okay, we can take that buffet, and that seems nice for for a lunch,
Mm-hmm.
dinner. So we want the buffet. We have no buffet. They said, no, sorry, I miss. They wanted pizza,
Mm.
and they said, we want pizza. No, no pizza, no pizza. Only buffet, buffet.
Oh.
Okay. So they had to take the buffet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And they took one, filled up the plates and ate. When they finished, they went back and took more. And when they finished that, they went back to took more. So, and after a while, people begin to stare at them and what are they doing?
Yeah.
They just went back and forth with their plates and filled them up.
Mm-hmm.
So the next day they went back to the same place and they wanted the buffet. And they said, no buffet, no buffet, only pizza, only pizza.
You're costing us too much. One slice only. Loogie and chick. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't talk about the lady boys in the Philippines too much, but they're people. That's the way I treat them. They're just people,
Absolutely.
you know. And I recall, for about 2 or 3 years in a row, I would go to Mall of Asia alone, walk the waterfront. It's because I get seasonal depression. It's cold and nasty here, and walk, and it's better than any medicine you could ever take for depression. It's better.
Absolutely.
And I remember I would start off my morning with a couple of pure food hot dogs and a Starbucks, and the vendors recognized me, and they call me Mr. Robert, and they would tell me, Mr. Robert, please don't come down here after dark. It's not safe for you because
Wow.
well, it's a densely populated city, and
Sure.
I'm alone. And there are some who are looking for people like me alone, but
Gotcha.
and I recall one night I was walking, the sun is coming down, and there was a bakla on the rock wall, the seawall, looking at me, and I looked up and smiled. I said, hello, walk by, and just keep going. Scared me half to death because now the sun's gone, and this arm came through my arm like this from behind me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, man, it's like spin, and I don't touch me. That's my limit. Don't put your hands on me. I don't care who you are. Spin around, and it's that same lady boy. And I said, voila, no, no, hindi, and I just kept walking, and that and that baklap was following me.
Aw.
Daddy, daddy, I'm not your daddy.
He wants you.
Huh? What's that? And kept following me.
He wants you.
The bakla is he wants
Yeah, was following me and
The bakla.
Yeah, the bakla wanted me
gusto
for.
ka ni bakla.
Yeah, and so I'm walking towards the exit of the mall, and there's a bar there, and I see a whole table full of my age Filipinas drinking, having a good time. So I went into you have to pay a remittance to get in, like 20 pesos or whatever. And I went in hoping the bakla would not follow me, but she followed me in. And I sat right down with these Filipinas, and I said, ladies, will you save me from the bakla? Save me, And they look, oh, okay, sir, have a seat. They're kind of looking at me with like suspicious, maybe this guy's crazy or something. But they were very welcoming, and they were all overseas workers come home for the holidays. We had the best time drinking and talking, and that Bayot did not give up. Still just sat there
Wow.
looking at me and looking and looking. It's like, no, Dili, voila. What a story that was. It was like just sat there, and I didn't stop talking with these Filipinas and drinking until that one left. after that one left, I just like get the hell out of there, man.
Swede, I've been looking for a back scratcher just like the one you just used. I've been using a steel ruler until I can find one, but oh man, I'll get those itches back there and I'm like, "Arrgh." All the
Oh
times I
my
could
God,
have
I'm
gotten a
lagging.
damn back scratcher. Oh, yours has an extender. Oh, you bragger.
Actually, I
No.
got this as a Christmas gift from one of my colleagues at work. So
That's lovely.
Nice, very thoughtful.
yeah,
That's what I'm a husband, and that's what my missus, she'll go, hon, my back is itchy. Okay, come here. Oh,
Yeah, I
to
had
the
an
left,
I
to the
had an
left, to the
ex that
left.
used to I always knew what was happening. He used to tell me, do me a favor, make a claw. It's, in other words, just freeze your hand into the shape of
Hedgehogs
a
got
claw
that.
and I'll do the back scratching with your hand. I'm like,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
okay, oh, here's your claw.
mm-hmm.
No, it was Doug, by the way.
Hedgehog.
Hedgehog. Oh, is that the Laura? Laura back here? Hey, Laura. That's Hedgehog Homestead. She from Oregon, and she and her husband just moved to Tennessee recently. Yeah.
That's a move.
Mm-hmm.
I'm now at your house. I at your channel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they lived in Portland for a long time, and you know all the trouble in the last few years we've had in Portland. And
Oh man.
I'm from Seattle. We had similar problems too, and yeah,
Wow.
I was glad to see her and her husband get out of there.
I bet. I still cannot believe that they let so much destruction go on
I saw it in
and
Seattle
did
too.
nothing. Did nothing.
Well, that's not exactly true. Like, do you remember when part of Seattle was occupied? Okay.
Right?
Remember how they surrendered a police station and let the protesters
Right.
take it?
Yeah.
They went in there, the police went in there and put observation cameras and recorders and all, and before the police left, they put lipstick cameras and microphones all around that area. They were gathering intelligence on these radicals while they were
Good idea.
destroying and murdering people and all that. And I recall the day that Seattle shut down that occupied area. This is stuff that most people are not aware of.
Of course, it
They ran
didn't run on the news anywhere
right. It
in
was local
America.
news only for just a second. And as soon as that area was closed down, they went right after the leader. They knew exactly who it was and exactly he took off running because as soon as he saw the cops were after him, he took off running. And they caught the guy because he had warrants for his arrest. They already knew who he was. They knew what he looked like, and they had a probable cause to arrest him, and they got him. And see, that's a thing that most people are not aware
I'm
of.
sure they had taped proof as well.
Absolutely, yeah. They had video cameras hidden away and microphones and surveillance equipment. And the way that they approach it is there's so many of these violent protesters, they have to wait until they can't wade right into the middle of it because a lot of the police will get killed.
They can be overwhelmed, right?
Right. And you can't lose an entire shift of officers, so they pull back. And they get the civilians out of the way as much as they can. And then they wait until after, because you see these people running around with camcorders and cameras and all that. Not all of them are tourists. Not all of them are news. Many of those are plainclothes police officers, and they come back later, and that's when they arrest them when they're alone. That's smart.
Excellent tactic.
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
Brilliant.
Mm-hmm. So there's usually I let people just talk and talk and talk about, the police don't do anything, but they do, but they wait until so that they don't lose officers' lives. They wait till the guys, getting gas in his car or whatever, and then they come up, okay, you're coming with us,
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that to know that my fellow countrymen in Seattle, Portland, New York,
Mm-hmm.
Los Angeles, where the homeless problem has quintupled
Oh yeah,
in the past 2 years.
I
These are
recognize
heavy
it.
duty things to live with. The fact that there are so many Americans that are becoming
Mm-hmm.
homeless, which automatically means now you're having trouble finding food. Now you are exposed to gang activity.
Mm-hmm.
People who hear, oh, these cities are increasing, are not sitting down to think about what is that reality? What do these people deal with?
Well,
How difficult is it to re-enter living situations that may be
well, let me shine a
co-sponsored by the government and
let
things
me
like that?
shine a little truth light on you. I live among that stuff, and I see them every day during the summer. I have to sit with a firearm right next to me every day from April until September, until the weather turns bad, and then they leave. Let me clue you in. These folks who are homeless for a reason. It's because of addiction.
Yes,
That's
my understanding is that's more than rampant.
more than rampant. That's why I've had to 19 of them in the last 10 years try to get into my house while I'm home, and 9 of them just last summer.
Wow.
9 of them just last summer tried. I'm in my garage. Nine last summer. Just nine people, and they're all addicts. And there's a reason why they remain homeless is because of fentanyl, meth, crack. They combine all that stuff and they keep using it, and
Yeah.
they'll never not be homeless. They'll never not be homeless.
Well, thanks to our little situation with China, they're doing practically nothing to stem all of that fentanyl that's coming in that's already
Mm-hmm.
the heroin that's already laced with fentanyl that's coming
Yeah.
over the borders. And
Mm-hmm.
the reason why I'm very keyed into that is because I'm a chronic pain patient.
Mm-hmm.
The CDC used it as a reason. Well, it's not the fault of drugs coming over the border. It's the fault that American patients are given too much drugs. So we have been forced to suffer very badly, and the pain doctors specifically have been attacked through the CDC. Now, the CDC has every reason to step into governmental play if a virus pops up,
Mm-hmm.
but the CDC has no business telling doctors what to do when it comes specifically to pain treatment. But that was their big excuse, that there was too much on the streets because of pain patients. And one doctor alone, a specialist that I'm trying to get to in Raleigh, I forget if
Mm-hmm.
it's North Carolina or South Carolina, forgive me, but his name is Dr. Thomas Klein, Kline.
Mm-hmm.
He has a YouTube channel and his Twitter, both very informative, because the American Medical Association, that is the entity that is supposed to be telling doctors what to do, came forward on June 16th of 2020 with a 17-page letter, you can find it online, in which they accused the CDC of no less than harming patients in America. Even harm just by taking away their pain treatments.
Yeah.
There are people who are going to the emergency room with broken legs that are being given one extra strength Tylenol for their pain.
Yeah.
The people who have not studied the phenomenon do not know, and that's most doctors, by the way. Most doctors have one study hour into the concept of pain and what causes chronic pain. Okay, without having to sit up here and try to teach a lecture, my point is the person with the broken leg. That's acute pain because it's just happened. Chronic is long term when you live with it for years. Okay, so acute pain, you break your leg, you go in, they give you that Tylenol. Instead of calming down the brain activity associated with the pain of breaking your leg, they are actually creating a chronic pain patient by not treating the immediate pain. So we've now moved forward to where we've created a group to be represented in Washington. This group will not even accept donations from certain. I'll put it to you this way. As Dr. Klein said, we vet every single donation that comes to us to make sure it has no connection to big pharma whatsoever, because we're going to be clean when we step into Washington to finish this fight.
Yeah, that is how a lot of people become addicted to fentanyl and heroin, is they get prescribed opioids in the hospital or clinical, and that's where they wind up, is in a tent after, live in a tent, eating out of the garbage can for the rest of their life, and it's awful. But
Bob, I honestly can't speak to that. My mother and I were born with a very rare condition. We have sought out the help of the finest neurologists all over the southeast of the United States, and they all say the same thing, that my mother and I were born with poor or otherwise lacking narcotic receptors in our brain. Now, the word narcotic as opposed to opiate, that tells you right there how many years I've been dealing with this problem.
Yeah.
My mom could only take Demerol. In my case, morphine, Dilaudid, oxycodone.
Yeah.
All of those do not work on me at all. It took them 27 years to find a combination that would work on me, and I was on it for 2 years. I have never once experienced anything called euphoria. So in other words, long term, I'm telling you, I've never gotten high, but I've also been left after operations, and I would make 3 appointments with the people. Their job is to control the pain. 3 appointments, because I knew this was a very big surgery coming up. And they wound up ignoring all of the notes that were put into my file for that surgery, and when I woke up, they had me on a Dilaudid pump, and I was screaming my head off. The doctor made an agreement that he would do the surgery along with other people doing the same surgery. He said, "My one thing I ask is that you don't beep me after the surgeries." He was helping the clinic get caught up on their backlog. And because they could not notify this doctor, they could not take me off of the Dilaudid. So they just kept moving me farther. Each day they would move me further away from the other patients so the other patients could not hear me screaming out in pain. 72 hours of that. And that's just one example. So it's kind of hard for me to, I'm interested in what you have to say, and I'm not saying I don't believe it. Please don't take it that way. But it makes sense.
Well, they get addicted
Because
to
most people
the
at a
pharma
party,
stuff.
Most people at a party, when somebody, sometimes drug dealers do tend to stand out in party situations. And when they come up and say, "Hey, you want to try this new thing or whatnot?" There are a lot of people that are like, "No, thank you. I don't know what the, hell what your intent is, much less what your product really is. I have only your word that you say that." So yeah, it makes sense that their first experience would be because they've been treated in a hospital, but that's sad.
It's true. Yep. I'm in my area here. I'm seeing an entire generation dropping dead, like fentanyl overdoses.
The overdose, that is one of the aspects that has been carefully kept. They haven't kept it out of the news. What they've done is they've bastardized it by, to this day, they're still blaming it on an excess of painkillers being available on the street because of legitimate chronic pain patients, and it's a lie. We all
I
know
know.
that the Chinese fentanyl is flooding over the borders, and the reason
Absolutely.
most of these people overdose is because they think they're taking X amount of heroin with a little bit of fentanyl.
Mhm.
And I've been told, because I myself am prescribed fentanyl at a very, very high dosage, and I can barely feel it. It barely does anything to me, but I'm told that it is 20 times the strength of morphine. So that's, and it can overwhelm the body so quickly that it's my understanding in studying this that that's what really kills most people in these overdoses. It's the fentanyl aspect
Yeah.
that dealers
True.
have no way of measuring the strength of what they've just gotten
Mhm.
illegally over the border. But you
All
know,
true.
their goal is, you know, get it, repackage it, sell it. They're not about to sit up there and test it.
No. No. They're just there to make the fast buck. Yeah, that's what's destroying a generation here in the Seattle area.
Well, that's two things. The other one that I wanted to mention is they are being very careful to keep out of the American press the fact that suicides have quadrupled in this country in the past 4 years.
Mhm.
Quadrupled. Let's see, David Politis, the gentleman that I mentioned earlier, he lost his son. His son took his life. At the time, he had relocated to Los Angeles. So David had a conversation with the LA County coroner, and David specifically asked, you know, how much of a situation is this overall? And the LA County coroner responded. That person said, we're up 70% in the past 3 months alone. And that was roughly a little over a year ago that David's son took his life. For those that have joined us since I mentioned David last, David is a former policeman. He's a former detective, investigator, and after he was retired from police work, he went into the private business sector and continued that long before he began his study on the Missing 411 series that he's written books about and whatnot. I find David to be a very credible source for information. His channel is Canam Missing 411. He has both a website, but the YouTube channel is Canam Missing 411. And now, one day a week, David does a show that's dedicated to nothing but news that is not being broadcast in the country of America and other countries. But since he's speaking primarily to Americans that he's hoping to help, it's been great.
Mhm.
And one last note about the chronic pain patients and Dr. Klein and Dr. Klein's YouTube channel, which I also Dr. Klein does very brief videos, but he explains the situation. He breaks it down in such a way that anybody can understand what we're facing. But here's the one thing he doesn't really talk about so much. It's on his Twitter more than it is his YouTube. Chronic pain patients that can no longer take the agony that they're living in when their pain meds are taken away. And keep in mind, by CDC standards alone, you can look it up on the CDC site. There are rules that doctors have to go by in order to even start lowering a patient's medication level.
Yeah.
They have completely. I've been victimized by that in two ways. Number one, I was force tapered, and then the same month that they announced COVID and the pandemic, 8 of my 9 doctors quit.
Mhm.
And my pain doctor dropped me with no reasoning whatsoever. I've never failed a test, and I was often tested twice a month. I had an agreement with my doctor. If you ever get a false positive, then please follow up with a blood test. That's much more reliable than the urine test. Here's the thing I was getting to about Dr. Klein. A lot of people who know that they're going to go ahead and take their life because they cannot tolerate the life they're living in pain, they will give their names to Dr. Klein and give him permission to publish them after they have taken their life. And so far, we're talking 6 digits now. So there's over 100,000 Americans, and this is just one doctor, mind you. Over 100,000 that we know of through Dr. Klein that have taken their lives because they just cannot tolerate living at those pain levels.
Yeah. On my channel, I'll tell you one thing for sure is that so many preppers and stuff are fixated on government and fixated on this and that. I stress that you have more danger from your neighbor than you do from anybody else.
That's an excellent point.
Well, it's
That's
especially
my
if
point of view as well. So I don't
Uh-huh.
trust my neighbors. I don't trust
Thank
my
you,
neighbors.
Swede.
I know.
Because
I
when these
know.
people are afraid of starving, you don't know what they're prepared to do to protect their family.
Yeah, yeah,
They may even think, I'll take a bullet if I can save my family.
yeah.
So that
Yep.
puts a crazy factor in there. That's
Mhm.
excellent point to bring up, Bob. And I'm so glad that you agree with it, Swede. I really do.
Yeah. It's I know a lot of these channels are the UN and on and on and on. It's like, no, worry about the guy who lives next door.
And they
He's
stress so much about getting the things like meals ready to eat to store these things that you will be needing. But I noticed that a lot of them are not stressing, hey, have you thought about where you're going to hide it? Are you being stealthy when you bring these large things into
Yeah,
your home so that your
exactly.
neighbors are not seeing you accumulate these things?
Yep.
Because that's a danger to you.
That's why I almost everything for securing my home. I have a machine shop. You can see it behind me. I make everything myself, and all they see is me carrying in some steel, some bed frames. The other day, I made something to secure my firearms, and all the neighbors saw me carry in was 2 pieces of 5/8 diameter steel round bar. They have no idea what I'm making in here to secure my firearms, none whatsoever.
Very smart.
And no matter what a prepper does, keep it out of the sight of the neighbors. Get it out of your car, bring it into your place during the week when your neighbors are at work. Is try to keep as many eyes off of what you're doing as possible. Yeah, I hear you, Swede. I don't trust my neighbors, or I don't trust anybody. Anybody, you can't. You just can't. And I don't trust the people who ask too many damn questions too. Those are the ones that I'm very suspicious of.
If people begins to ask too many questions about things you don't want to answer, the warning bells ring
Absolutely.
immediately.
Here's a good question. If you're in that situation, which way do you go? Do you tell them, I'd really rather not answer that, no offense? Or do you feed them disinformation?
I feed them disinformation.
That
I
is the
do.
best way.
I'll just
I think
stand there and chatter a bunch of like no anglais, that kind of shit. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, that's a deflection. That's not disinformation. Disinformation is,
And
telling
then
them things that you know aren't accurate.
I understand the difference, but if when they persist, that's when I feed them disinformation. And I had a neighbor lady. She came over more than once, sniffing around, and that's when I finally told her, "Look, you need to leave.
Yeah, I watch their eyeballs.
You need to go."
There's a difference between thinking, you have a lovely so-and-so on your shelf, and a difference between I'm trying to
That's what
what's a
she's
pleasant
doing.
way to say it? I screw every wall and room you have that's within
Yeah.
my, without
Mhm.
stepping right over you to go look at what's in your house.
That's what she was trying to do. She was trying to get past me to. She was at well. As a heads up to anybody who's new into getting your gear together,
I
she had
am. So please
she
help
had
me.
she had great butt and legs. Good looking woman.
Oh.
She was a scout. Um, she came over here a couple of times.
So she was scouting for other people.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably.
Uh-huh. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
one time she came over here and I was welding window bars on my table here so I can put bars up instantly at my house,
Oh,
and
that's so smart.
and she was leaning over my welder, sticking her ass out, and she had an irresistible body. She had a, and I mean, seriously, that's why she was sent there, sent to me to.
That's what the intelligence agency do. They
Sure,
call
they
it
do.
honeypots.
Yeah, and one day when she suggested, first thing she noticed that I was prior military, and I said, "How do you know that?" It was because you're always standing guard, and I do. I sit outside my house here and I watch. I watch the neighborhood. That's military. And then she came over one time. I think it was the last time she came over here. One of the last, two or three times. And she says, "Well, my husband and I, we have some guns. How about we work together to form a crew or something like that?"
No way.
Yeah, she was that
Just like
outright,
that.
just like that. And I said, "Look, if you're serious about this, you send your husband here, not you. You bring your
Nice.
husband here, and he and I will sit down right here, and we will have coffee, and we'll discuss, not you."
Excellent.
You know what?
Great response. Of course,
her
he never showed up.
never showed up. Yeah, yeah.
So that's
She was
even more suspicious because now you don't know what the hell she's shielding.
well. I also found out later, okay, because I watched down the street and I can see my neighbors' homes. And one day her husband came home from work and he cornered one of the guys who lives right next door to him. She was a fucking drama queen. She was
Oh,
flirting
God.
with that guy like that, and I guess he came into their home, and her husband came up threatening him with, beat you up or whatever because of her. Don't trust people. Just don't trust anybody. She was like, after a while, she was getting no responses from me, nothing. I was telling her nothing about what I do in here, and eventually she just went away, just left me alone. So it's like,
Great result.
yeah, but that's the
Yep.
kind of
That's the
stuff you
one you
have to.
hope for.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff you have to watch out for if you're in a preparedness mind, like, especially if you're former military. That's one thing they stress on us is to, have some food and water and a way to protect it.
Well, I know that I just moments ago admitted that I'm probably the person with the least amount of knowledge about this here. Um, at the same time, so I take it. I understand if you don't think my advice is worth anything.
Mm.
But if I were you, I would be just that more careful because you
Yeah.
were able to shut it down so quickly. They might think you have more than you have.
Try it. No, I'm serious. Try it.
Love it, Bob. No, I like the mindset. I
Now,
do.
I know, like I told you, in the last 10 years, I've run 19 junkies away from my house. Try it. Try it. I dare you, I dare you to try to take my stuff. Well, I don't dare them, but I'm just like, you're not going to have good results. It's going to be a life-changing event for you and a group of people that you're with.
I hear
It's
you
not going
loud
to
and
end well.
clear. I heard that message.
And I'm a welder and machinist. I make all my security stuff myself.
I was
You
kind of
can.
wondering what you've been fiddling with since you joined the stream, the live stream. I've noticed that you've been using strings and whatnot, and I didn't know if you're making a piece of art or.
It is music art, but
Nice.
I'm a welder, and you can break into my house while we're gone, and you can try to round up whatever you can get your hands on in here. You're not going to be successful. Yeah, go ahead and bring your tools, whatever you want. You're not going to be successful at getting property out of my house. It's just not going to work. And if you are able to, it's going to take you hours and hours and hours with a cutting torch.
Are these the kind of skills that you teach to other people via
Yeah.
your channel?
Yeah, some stuff. Yeah, I do.
That's great.
And I teach how to make a secure rifle rack and different things like that, to where, but I notice that most of the people I teach this stuff to, I never hear responses back from them. But the most critical thing I can urge anyone is to learn how to weld. Learn how to weld. You've got to know how to weld.
There are two reasons that I'm very interested in the topic, and one is because I create miniatures on a 1/4 scale and a 1/6 scale. 1/6 scale, just so y'all can picture it, is the size of a Barbie.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a lot of things that I cannot find, and I look all over the world for useful pieces so that I can construct other things and whatnot, because my whole selling point is going to be, if you look on Etsy or eBay or whatnot, when I put that store up, it's not going to be something that looks like what everyone else has.
And buy tools. Start making it yourself.
Exactly. I started with a Dremel starter set.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, it had 72 different heads, so it could do a lot of different things. And I got robbed.
Yep.
It was the company, the storage company, that robbed me. So I literally lost everything that I spent well over 20 years collecting, as far as fabric, Swarovski crystals. Japan is noted for making some of the most beautiful. I understand you might not know what a tube beading is, but these are what makes some of the most glamorous gowns that are shown on the red carpets all over the world and everything.
Yeah, I know what it is.
And they cost a bit of investment over time. And so now I'm where I'm restarting, and I was just at the Home Depot a couple of weeks ago, and I told them, number one, I started asking them if they would make a deal with me for the wood that they're throwing away.
Hello, Jack. Mega love shout out.
Hi, Verna. Welcome back.
Hello, guapa.
Yeah.
So I was trying to make a deal to I said, this is, I can see that you have them in trash cans, and I would be interested in these small amounts of wood because I also build furniture. I don't do just wardrobes, but a lot of other things that are connected to the miniature art form. And they were happy to work with me, I'm glad to say. And that night I left, and when I put the wood in carefully in my, I guess you call it an SUV, I put it in the middle section. My dumb ass left my wallet that's attached to my house keys on top of the vehicle. I made it 2 miles to the backside of the airport. We're talking about a very dark area. They do not light up, because for years I've lived on the other side of the airport. And apparently at that point it came off the roof and other cars drove over it. Everything associated with my medical cards, my credit cards, my debit cards, my identification cards, everything was forced out of this. I managed to find the location, and believe it or not, I found every one of those cards. Now, the keys were different, but I was able to find. I mean, there are a lot of keys that no longer fit things that I had, but I was lucky enough to find my house key. It's very obvious that cars drove over it. And I did have to call the police because at some point it was like 11 o'clock at night and some very sketchy people were stopping to help me. In fact, it took 45 minutes for the police to get to me. And at that point, a lady had stopped for reasons I don't know. I could just tell that she had something to do with nursing. And when I saw the policeman pull up on the other side of us, I said, please do me a favor. I can tell he's alone. Would you hang around just as we go over this small area? Because I found most of my cards. The only thing lacking is there's a credit card that a pastor friend of mine has given me to help me out with this situation because I lost a lot when I lost all of this stuff in storage. And she was kind enough to say yes. And until midnight, we were out there and still hadn't found the card. And I said, okay. And it just occurred to me just as we were walking away, I said, hey guys, do me a favor. My vehicle is in front
Crocodile
of.
Kana. Verna. Oh. Crocodile.
Did he just say I'm boring and should shut up? Because I just shut up.
No, I was complimenting her on how pretty she is. Crocodile Kana.
I asked if she was a model. That's the highest compliment I can think of.
No.
Anyway, I asked the other two people, just watch me when I drive away, and if you see the
fell asleep
car,
3
because that's got to
times.
be the only place I didn't look. Okay, I'll just stop.
I just fell asleep 3 times.
What? I didn't hear you.
I mean, I fell asleep 3 times now.
Oh.
That long breath. Yes.
Die. You need love in your life. You need love in your life, Inday. Why is it so hot? Is it really hot there now? Hard to stay awake. I know it's coming up on summertime there. Yeah. No, that's all right. As long as you're still here, good to talk to you every time. That's my first time meeting you.
Verna, is it daytime there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Same.
That's kind of what it looks like. That there's some sunlight coming into the room.
Yeah. I'll be back over there soon. I can't wait. To get back there again. Asawa, she always says, Han, don't say guapa. Don't say guapo. Don't say that. So no, don't say that. It's flirting. Don't say guapa.
Is it really flirting, or is it more like a complimentary way or a friendly way of addressing someone?
Well, it's different for a foreigner when you're there, okay? Because I remember my wife and we would go into the market and there'd be some guys standing around, and she'd say to the men, "Hello, Pogi." That's what Filipinos say to.
Is that like saying hi, sweetheart?
Yeah, it's like hello, handsome.
Yeah, it's like handsome.
Yeah, without knowing who they are, but just hello, handsome. And for Filipinos, for the men, it's hello, guapa. Hello, cutie. Hello, pretty lady. But my wife says it's different if you're a foreigner because she might think that you have a crush on her.
Huh.
Yeah. See, she's she's also a wife too. She says, "No, don't, Mister, we don't say guapa."
Okay, so there's a few aspects to consider there.
Yeah, little angles that most foreigners are not really well aware of. I usually, when I go to the family's house, I walk in. My nieces, my sister-in-law. Good morning, guapa. And that's okay because their family, they know me. But I guess to strangers, she says, "No, hon, don't say that to strangers. They might think that you have a crush."
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Because I have a tendency to talk that way just naturally. I'm always looking for ways to pick up another person's day, especially, unfortunately, because of my conditions. I spend a lot of time around clinics and hospitals, not by my choice, folks, not by mine.
Be nice to
Uh,
the Filipino nurses.
oh,
They're wonderful. Yeah.
absolutely. But all nurses,
Mhm.
in my opinion, are overworked, undervalued, and
Yeah.
they have to deal with personalities that are sometimes very difficult. So I do what I can to be the opposite,
Yeah.
just be cheery and cut jokes with people. And it got me in trouble once because of a PA, a physician's assistant. They have all the
Yeah.
training of a doctor, they just don't have the right to write prescriptions. But basically, he was watching me do this and greet people and cut up, and I'm in a great deal of pain. They're aware of that as well and whatnot.
Mhm.
And he just took out a paper and he said, "Here, I want you to go get a CAT scan." And he handed me the paper to go down the hall to have it done. And I just got curious for once, and this taught me to start looking at paper. It looked down at the bottom, and he said, "Patient is giddy."
Oh,
It's like, son of a bitch, you're giving me a CAT scan because I'm nice to people? Really?
I get good treatment in clinics and hospitals because I'll give you an example. I had to get a blood draw, and in walks a Filipina, and she sticks the needle in, and I go, "Hayam botay," and
Meaning?
that means it's kind of like, "Oh my God, girl or lady," and she stops and she goes, "How do you know that, sir?" I said, "Asawa ko Filipina babae," and she goes, "After I speak to their language and I say that I'm married, then oh boy, they're really, really,
Well, it
really,
qualifies
really
everything once you
what."
explain it.
Well, it's a different. It's a brotherhood. It's like, say, if a foreigner is dating a Filipina, the Filipinos will treat you okay, but once you're married, that's different. Now you're in with us. You're one of us. That's why they call me like Kuya, or Tito.
That's kind of how it is with the people that I've met or the communities that I've lived inside from all of the Arab countries. That's very, very similar. Oh, somebody's got a puppy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty well respected once I say that I'm married to one, and then they give me, oh, okay. Then sometimes they'll bring 2 or 3 of their friends with them and start talking to me. It's different treatment once you're married. If you have a girlfriend, then it's like, oh well, okay. If you're married to one, then you're in the family. No. Too bad you don't live in Mindanao, Miss Berna. Miss Berna, how do you say Berna? 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 What do they call
Yes,
you?
how do you pronounce your name? I wondered this
Berna.
too.
Berna. The Filipino way.
Verna.
Verna? I thought they would say Ber.
My real name is.
She
I'm
lagged
logging
out.
and logging. My real
Could you?
name is Bernadette. Bernadette,
Oh,
but I'm
yeah.
using the Verna.
Berna. I
Because
got you.
it's
Yeah.
too long for me, and I hate typing long
I do
names.
too.
Mm. Too bad you don't live in Mindanao. I'll be there soon. That's too bad. We could do a collaboration.
That would
Yeah.
be cool. On
Hmm.
site, a
Yeah.
collaboration on site. I think that would be
Hmm.
very cool.
That would be nice. Yeah.
Swede, how you doing over there?
Well, I'm doing fine, actually.
Well, you're having a very nice stream. Thank you for hosting it.
I do my best.
Hmm.
I do my best.
Oh, he's a smart man, bringing the prettiest ladies in the world to his podcast. You get 10,000 new subscribers. I'm gonna come here. That's where the pretty ladies are at.
If I got 10,000 new subscribers on this stream and the replay, that would surprise me a lot.
Have some guapas come and join you every time. You'll be at 100,000 in a week.
Yeah, probably.
Uh-huh. That's why my daughter, I've asked her, be on YouTube with me a couple times because I said I need some eye candy on my videos. No, I'm not.
Why not? How old is your daughter, roughly?
21. She and my wife both, they won't be on the videos unless we're overseas. But when we're here in the States, they like, no. They'll turn
Well,
around and run.
21 is a very active age, Bob. Got a lot to do when you're 21.
Anak naman, lulukot yan.
When I was 21, I was working over 100 hours a week. Generally, that waffled between 90 to 100 hours a week. So I was working 2 full-time jobs. And not to date myself, but what I find it funny is the radio station that I was working for at the time did not realize that I was working that second full-time job literally under their roof, and they didn't know it. I was working for what they used to call Armed Forces Network. Now they call it AFARTS. It's a whole bunch of letters, and I wish they'd never done that because everybody calls it AFARTS instead of AFN. But every night I recorded a separate show under their roof, and I had to make it to FedEx by a certain time, even if I broke the law to get there by driving, and make sure that it made it to FedEx at a certain time so that it could be shipped to New York overnight for broadcast the next day. That I did that all through Desert Shield and Desert Storm. And I stopped counting my platinum record awards somewhere between 38 and 42-ish, because to be honest with you, I take it out of the package, I look at it, I say that's nice, and then I put it back in the package and I put it in my attic. I don't display my awards. But the best one I ever got was when they sent a gentleman to the station, and it was the 101st Airborne. They made me an honorary member. They gave me a coin, and they were just about to have me up for to their base to have a special party and all this, and I was so honored for that, like I say, I could care less, if the house goes up and all the awards go with it, but that coin stays with me everywhere. So I'm like, you don't know how hard I worked my ass off for this baby right here. And I donated all of my wages back to the AFN and used the leftover wages from my primary job to do all of these care packages. During Desert Shield and Desert Storm, a lot of the guys that were getting over there were having difficulty with the forced hydration, and I'm like that. I can't fast drink water or I'll throw it up. So these men they'd be called out every X amount of time and given water, and in front of their sergeant or whatnot, they have to guzzle the water right in front of them. So I found a way of contact. It was actually a listener that brought it to my attention. She was worried because her brother had dropped over 20 pounds. He was over in Bahrain, I think. I know he was somewhere in Saudi. I'm not supposed to know that. But she was very worried, and she showed me the picture of his weight loss, and I could see the deep worry in her face. I went through that when my brother went through the military, and I was like, what can we do to help them? She said they need powdered Gatorade. So every time I made a care package, the main thing in that care package would be all of these huge canisters of dried Gatorade to add to their water, which made the postal prices just lovely. And I would sleep at the station to save me travel time and whatnot. Uh, they were very respectful of that. One person in particular knew that he was the only person that could like wake me when it was time. And I went through working two full-time jobs 7 days a week for I don't know, I don't remember how many years, but I also made sure that every single package had a letter and that it would be big enough that it could be shared with several people. Like each of the containers of Gatorade were very large. I think it's the largest size that you can get at a typical supermarket, as opposed to going to a distributor, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I have one in my kitchen right now. Because that's one of the reasons they were going to put me in the hospital this weekend. They said, "Wow, your dehydration is really affecting your heart in a bad way," and they ran 3 EKGs on me. But I managed to sweet talk my way out with a blood pressure that the higher number, which is supposed to be over 100, I'd still just barely made it over 90. But I was like, "Yeah, I'm going home today, so let's make it work somehow." It's taken me many years to figure out how much how much you can really kind of push a doctor as far as you want this, and I understand that and I respect that, but here's what I want. I know I can get away with going home. I have this uh, blood pressure equipment at home and things like that. So I will pay careful attention to my condition if you do me a favor and let me go home.
Oi, hey, Miss
I'm
Ivy,
now cooking for lunch.
chowking for lunch.
No, I'm just cooking.
She's
I'm
cooking for
cooking
lunch.
rice.
Oh, I wouldn't have expected rice.
Bob.
No, we have two rice cookers in my house that are cooking 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Uh, all the Filipinos say it's not a meal without rice. That's not an insult, but
Yeah.
that's just how that's how they are. Ask them, it's not a meal without rice. But that's how come they have such lovely figures. They eat the rice and the vegetables and exercise. I tell you, any single guy out there listening, you want to go find the most beautiful ladies on the earth, go to the Philippines. They are absolutely outstanding.
That's another thing that I find so charming about Darren and Jay Mike's live streams. I was telling Mr. Swede about that
Mm-hmm.
earlier.
Ay, mama said.
Yeah, they're so warm.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
I like learning about their marriage situations and their beautiful Filipino wives and how happy they are. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what we're trying to look for? That's the goal, isn't it?
Yeah.
The level of
Someone who will
happiness in your life.
someone who will love you, faithfully love you.
Absolutely.
That's not easy to find in this world.
Faithful.
Mm-hmm.
The important
Yeah.
word in this sentence.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I really love the positive nature of their live streams. That's what keeps me coming back.
Yep.
That's why
But I had
I'm
only met
going back.
ShadowScoutSwede one night when
Mm-hmm.
I decided I'm going to really put my foot out there. Not only am I going to allow myself to be on air, but I'm going to sing in front of people. That's a biggie.
Beautiful girl, wherever you are, I knew when I found you, love had opened the door. I knew that I'd loved again After a long, long while, I loved again.
See, Bob's not even trying hard because he's
Mhm.
sitting on his diaphragm in such a way that he's not projecting as good as he usually would.
Yeah,
Ha-ha.
I sing that to my Asawa, you know.
Aw.
Mm.
Hmm.
She knows that song. I know Ivy knows that song too. Yeah. It was destiny's game when love finally came on. Yeah.
See,
That's a
Bob,
good.
you have what I call the secret weapon.
Yeah. Hmm.
The secret weapon comes in handy when you have a baby that won't stop crying. Well,
Mhm.
Bob has a certain register in his voice that makes his chest vibrate very nicely. And if you hand that crying baby to Bob, all he's got to do is hold that baby and walk a few steps and hum.
Oh,
He doesn't even have to sing. All he has to do is hum
I
and
like my
watch how fast that baby goes to sleep.
I like my baby because she's about 5 feet tall and she's morena and she's brown and curvy. Yeah. Oh.
You're a card. When I was a little girl, my dad always used to say, "Oh, you're such a pistol." I'd be like, "Daddy, what's a pistol?" Tell me what it means. I never found out.
Swede, do you go to some of the karaoke? Uh,
Actually, no. I let J. Mike and David, Bilo, and Darren then take care of that part.
I see. Yeah.
And of course, I will put up some from the chat if they want to sing. So
That's one thing I think the best medicine that they have over there is the sun, the singing, and the dancing. If you sing and dance every day,
Yeah.
you are going to be 100% in a good mood. You'll be physically fit. And
See, that's the
yeah,
kind of thing they should prescribe to people that
exactly.
suffer from what
Uh
they call
huh.
SAD, which is
That's me.
season affectation disorders. I believe it's something
Yep.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it has everything to do with getting vitamin D into your system by exposure to the sun.
Mm-hmm.
But in your case, Bob, you already know how positive it is and how good it is.
And that's because I go overseas and I see
You're
how
because
they
that
live, and they're not depressed because they sing and they dance and they when Filipinos get sick or don't feel good, they'll go and pray. They don't turn to pills. They go and pray to God for help and guidance and sing songs and dance in the streets. And that's why for years I used to go to Manila alone because I don't have the family, I don't have any obligations during the winter, so that I could walk in the sun, talk to strangers who they don't want nothing. They just want to talk to you. Go in the sun and walk, and it's the best medicine in the world. I
sounds
don't like
fantastic to me.
I don't like pills and all that stuff. Some pills I have to take because of my age, but sing and dance and love and enjoy every day you've got. Man.
Amen to every bit of that.
Hmm.
Tigilan mo yan. Huwag kang maglaro sa browser, ha? Wala ka signal. Oh, naglo-loading ako dito.
Okay, Mama.
Mag-disconnect ka na.
Okay, Mama. Miss Boo.
Ah, challenge. A challenge. But I'm lying down right now and I'm so comfortable.
It was destiny's game.
Just one song.
well, you don't have
We
to
want to
stand
hear
up,
you
my
sing.
friend.
Well, on one
You
hand, I
can.
was kind of looking into it being a very big surprise for Mr. Swede's birthday.
Nagliliw din ako mo.
And another thing I've noticed that on most of the time when I tune into Darren's channel because I haven't found J Mike's channel yet. I don't know the exact wording of the title of his channel, and
Yeah, it's
between trying to
J
juggle what's
Mike.
going. Pardon? JAY
It's only J
MIC.
Mike.
I can click it. I have
Okay,
his
well,
channel
I got David Below's address that you put up there for me. I got that saved into a file. So if you want to throw J Mike's address up there, that'd be cool too.
You'll never find a love as great as mine. Someone who'll hold you like
Just like I do.
Yeah. And there's no one else.
Why am I drawing a blank on the artist?
One else. Lou Rawls.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was going to bug the hell out of me. Thank you.
No one else.
There you have it.
Mm-hmm.
J Mike's channel.
Thank you, Sir Swede. I appreciate that. Okay, I'll get that one too.
This has been a nice evening. Just sit back and I went and picked up my new suitcase for all the musical instruments that I'm making. It's sitting right over there. I just went and bought it a moment ago. One suitcase for clothing, one suitcase for all the rhythm instruments that I make. And the instruments, I'll just leave the whole suitcase down there in our house overseas. I'll just leave them there.
That's fascinating. Lots of times in the rhythm section, I'm a big fan of jazz.
Yep.
Specifically things like Brazilian jazz, and there are instruments that they will show that I don't know the name of that make such interesting sounds that really make a cowbell.
I just got that today from Amazon. That's going to go in the suitcase. And I bought a whole bunch of these cheap inchick,
drumstick.
Yeah. I bought a whole bunch of these, and I'm putting some Kadayawan looking stuff on them. Boom, 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 boom.
I'm Bruce Dickinson. I'm cock of the walk, baby. I gotta have more cowbell.
Do.
Mississippi Queen by Mountain.
Is that the band that did that?
Yep.
I was trying to find
Mississippi Queen by Mountain.
Oh my God! I'm gonna search that. I'm gonna add that.
DJ.
I'm gonna.
I love that song.
Mountain. Okay, I'm gonna add that to my music playlist.
The point I was bringing up a minute ago is on Darren and Jay's live streams, they tend to choose ballads, slow songs. And I can appreciate the challenge that goes with that. But what I thought it would be really cool is, since we're celebrating a birthday in a few weeks, I wanted to bring some jams, some upbeat music, some party music. Well, some of that's very challenging, but I was looking at, because I specifically asked Mr. Swede, would you like to make some requests? And he pulled a no on me. And I'm like, but you have weeks and weeks to think about this. So
here we go.
We have 90 days. Tomorrow is exactly 90 days.
If you think of a hint anytime during then, just please let me know.
Well, my birthday is on March, so can you come?
Mississippi Queen.
March what would you say?
Know what I mean?
March 16th.
March 16th, the day before St. Patty's Day, isn't it?
Oh, that's air guitar stuff.
Weeks.
That's an awesome guitar part too.
Oh, yeah. Are you familiar with that, Dai? That song? A Cajun lady, Zippy Queen. I'll post this in the. I'll post this song in the music in the privates here. You guys, the Swede and the Filipinas should check out this
Great
song.
tune.
It is air guitar heaven, man. With the cowbell, it's clearly Southern rock,
Oh,
what we
yeah.
call it here in the United States. Oh, it you can't stop moving once you hear that song, man. You can't stop, you know.
Great driving song too.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Here's their channel. Let's see. Yeah, I'll post it up in the link there when I get it singled out. In my SSI PPI. Ay nako. Saan ang video? Ay nako. Well, it is just there. Is this it? Is this it? Oh, here we go. Oh, it's coming your way, guys. You guys, I'm gonna post it in the private chats there. Here we go. Here it is. Southern rock. Do 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 do. Dun, dun, dun. With the Cajun lady. Do 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 do. I love it. I'm gonna add that one right now to my music playlist.
Great idea. Is there anything else that you're hunting for?
No, let's see. I can't think of one right now. I've got about 300 songs on my music playlist. But some of this music that I like, you know, my nieces and all overseas will not be familiar with it. It's older, you know.
So turn them on to it.
I am.
Bob, you'd be amazed how many people between the ages of specifically 25 and 40 do not listen to current music. They say the music in the 70s to 90s was so much more quality music.
Yeah.
We like to listen to that. I hear it all the time. And I'm like, you have good taste. Because I can't stand current day music myself. Most of it is just crap.
Yeah, I know. I really like
overprocessed. It's there's a gentleman that has a channel. He is a conductor. You can actually buy his symphonies online, and he listens to old rock tunes that people suggest, and it's just like watching this guy enter heaven. It's Classical Composer Reacts to Rock Music or something like that is the title of the channel. Oh, it's The Daily Doug. That's the name of the channel. And he did Shine On You Crazy Diamond.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it was
Pink
just
Floyd.
like watching somebody enter a
Yeah.
new stratosphere. He was like,
I'll be back. Okay,
Bob. But for a person that their whole life revolves around classical music, once upon a time that was me. I had to do it for my university years, and my parents were involved in it. For them to sit up there and go through rock music, such a different genre, he loved it. He played, there are 9 parts to the song Shine On You Crazy Diamond. If it's on an album, parts 1 through 5 are on one side. You literally have to flip the album over to hear the end of the song, the last 4 parts. I said, I never knew that. I'd heard the song before, but I had no idea it was in 9 different parts, one song.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
Thought I saw a young person in the background of her channel.
I have pretty broad music taste. I can listen to classic music. I can listen to rock from the 60s, country and western, bluegrass,
That's
heavy
one of the,
metal.
and I love metal too. The last group that I was preparing to work with, oh, because there's little chance you have not heard of this group. I spent 6 years in preparation of working with Linkin Park.
Yeah, Linkin Park. Yeah, I'm
And
familiar with that group.
my roommate was particularly careful the day that he woke me up to tell me that Chester was not with us anymore, because that was a serious blow.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Swede, I'm gonna shut off my mic and I'm gonna turn up that song as loud as I can and an air guitar.
You got to hear it to get it out of your system, right, Bob?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the problem with YouTube. If you play music, you can get a copyright strike for it.
Unless you have a friend like me. Not only do I have a FCC license, I'm also signatory to BMI, ASCAP. These are all of the requirements that you would need to be able to play popular music on your channel. And Mr. Swede, people won't even let me get to that part. I'll tell them what I have and what I have access to and how YouTube will permit that. And then they'll just say, okay, but not think about the ramifications. If you can play popular music on your channel, good Lord. That's a huge plus.
Yeah, it would.
I'm still thinking, were you there that night that Darren was doing karaoke and there was a lady named, I believe it was Michelle K. She was singing.
Yeah, Michelle K. I remember.
I'm trying to. Every song that she sang was by. I can see his face so clearly. He was the front of a metal group. He was the lead singer for a metal group. And he and his wife do reality television too. I can't believe I can't think of this guy's name. Good Lord. Now this is going to bother the hell out of me. I know that's how DJ's minds work. If I can't come up with it, it's just.
Yeah, I have the same problem with names.
Let me just relax a minute and it'll come to me. But anyway, she sang this one song, and each time she would get just a little ways into the song, suddenly the screen went black and it would have some message like, YouTube has a problem with this. So they tried to play the karaoke again, not the song, the karaoke version of it. She began to sing it a second time. Again, she is singing a male singer's Ozzy Osbourne. Everything she sang was Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah.
And that was the third one that she chose. And the second time, they ran it as an experiment. Let's do it a second time and see if they do the same thing. And they did. So we can't figure out, was it in the karaoke? It certainly was not a case of her voice sounding like Ozzy Osbourne. No way, not even remotely close. So we're still trying to figure out what set off the YouTube dogs to go after somebody singing karaoke.
Felt good. That felt good.
I bet it did, Bob. You got it out of your
Queen, if you know what I mean.
Glad to help.
Good,
wink,
baby.
wink,
Life
wink.
is good. Woohoo!
Well, burn you a CD and take it in your car sometime. You'll love it. That's driving music.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if my family overseas has heard that song before. I don't know. It's Southern rock. That's not real popular over there. But the thing, I got to wait till they all have a few drinks, and then I put on some of the music, and I could imagine that we're going to be dancing. Oh man, it's going to be. I just this is a trip of a lifetime.
Bob, you're
First
making me
time.
a little jealous there.
First time we've seen our new house over there, and have the whole family there with a roast pig and dance and singing songs, and
Man, that sounds great.
yeah.
Jealous. Wee
Mm,
bit green-eyed. Little
yeah,
bit.
we worked our whole lives working and saving, and
Yeah, I am now having my lunch.
mm,
Means net for
you're,
this.
you're baon.
That's what J. Mike said I should make my first video. He said, just tape yourself eating dinner tomorrow night and put that up
Mm,
as your first video. And I was
yeah.
sitting there in the background just laughing so
Well,
hard.
he's really right, because
Yeah.
when I get comments on my YouTube channel, first thing I do is I check that person's channel. If there's no videos, then that makes me suspicious.
I know they
So
call me suspicious
I
just
do.
because
Well, because you don't have any content.
I know.
But there's so many bots out there and so many hackers and whatever out there. If you don't have any content, I'd kind of like, should I respond or not? But
The
I'm
funny thing
paranoid.
is they took down my page for community for people to make comments, and I used to have a lot of people who I did not know who made all these comments about
Put it.
really love what you said in the comment section of this video because you're right.
Put up
In
some
this,
videos. Put up some videos. Then that way your subscribers will start coming in, because as soon as I see a channel that doesn't have any content on it, I don't subscribe. I just like, well, thanks for the comment, but I can't take you seriously. That's the way YouTube works for me anyway. I've been here for a long time.
I get it. I get it. At the same time, I think that perhaps some of you are finding it hard to step in my shoes.
Mhm.
If I could send you a picture of what I look like professionally
Mhm.
and this picture that someone took of me while I'm in treatment and I'm fighting cancer, these two pictures to me, they look different. I mean, I'm not ashamed of not having on makeup and things like that and whatnot, but you can tell I'm sick.
I've had cancer. I'm a survivor.
Amen.
Made my life better, actually. I really know how to enjoy life now, because not shy. Like when I see a pretty lady, hello, pretty lady, or in the supermarket, even here, when I see a nice looking lady after the cancer, and I'll just go, you look pretty today. Or no, I usually say, hello, you're cute, and then just walk on. That gets such nice smiles.
It
Not
can really
not
change a person's outlook because
absolutely,
once you get the fear of everything you might lose
Mhm.
and you realize you've won the battle,
No, yeah.
it's a
Hey,
new
man.
appreciation for a lot of things.
And me and the way I talk is like I look at it, and like, now the way I say it is, I got the world by the balls. I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Bring it,
I appreciate the fact that you're sharing your skills.
Mhm.
I want to be safer. I want to I'm having a hard time impressing a lot of this on my roommate. I don't know why. He's very highly intelligent.
Because he hasn't been the victim of a violent crime. Not yet.
Actually, he has.
Oh, okay. Most of the time, people like myself who's been attacked and things like that more than once.
Me too. I'm in that category.
It changes your character very quickly.
It does.
Mhm. Well, Mississippi Queen. Do 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 do. Yeah, I love it. Love it. Ha! love it. Love life, man.
Sounds like you might find some benefit from maybe checking out groups like Leonard Skinner, the Black Crows.
Oh, I know them.
A lot of good music there.
I got like 300 songs on my playlist, and most of the time I sit here quietly working on my different projects and got the playlist going. And I love music. I always have. This is a musical instrument, by the way, that I made just yesterday. I made this yesterday. The rhythm instrument.
I was just going to ask, is it percussion or melodic?
Percussion, yeah. It's out of funnels, kitchen funnels.
I see that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, man.
When you were beginning it at first, I couldn't really make it out. I was just, what is all the stringing? And I can tell something is metal, I think.
Yeah, it's for like Filipinos love bright colors. You see all the red and yellow.
Yep.
And this kind of stuff is just yarn and strips of fabric I cut off of shop rags. Give it some bling, you know. Give it some motion with the music. You know what I mean? It's just bright, flashy colors. Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Bright, flashy colors. You know. I think that's one thing what I hope I can do after the lechon. When you welcome home in the Philippines, they have a lechon baboy. It's a big roast pig. That's the big deal meal right there. That's the big deal right there. When we get all done and we have
is that the roast pig?
We have a couple of drinks. We'll all have a couple of drinks. I'll go over to my we got a big screen TV with speakers. I'll go over there and I'll put on Mississippi Queen. Well, before that, I'll lay out all these percussion and rhythm instruments on the table and go over to the TV and turn on Mississippi Queen, you know, just do 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 do. Get up, dance, come on, dance, you know.
I mean, even a person that can't dance can get up and move to that one.
Oh yeah,
great tempo.
Yeah, you can be a stoic Swede over there in Northern Europe, and you're still gonna hear that. Oh man, I dig this. I dig it. I love it. Oh, there she is.
Nice plate,
with her rice.
That's how I eat a lot.
A good looking plate. What's beside the rice? Miss Verna? What is it on the plate that's
fish?
Chili. Chili.
Oh, you get those chilies from Bicol or something? Ay, Nicole, those chilies are too hot for me. They'll kill me. Well, yeah, you know what? It amazes me, Miss Verna. Okay, I go over there. All the women are so petite and slender, little tiny ladies. But when they sit down and eat, brother, they have a plate that big and they wolf that stuff down. And I've asked my nieces, my God, you're payat. How can you fit that much food in that tiny body?
Because you expend energy.
I do. Yeah, I do.
You're moving around and you're expending energy.
I mean, their waistline is like this big, and they eat a plate that's this big just for lunch. Just like, where does it go? How do you fit that much food in you?
You're expending that energy and moving it through the body. Because if you just sit down and eat like that, you're not going to have that tiny waist.
Love shout out.
I know.
Payat skinny. Yeah, I do eat a lot. I eat plenty, but I'm still skinny. I'm still trying to gain weight.
You're payat.
Yeah, I am trying to gain weight.
Darling,
very payat.
You're pretty just the way you are. Don't worry about how you look. You're pretty. Now, don't worry. Just God will provide whatever you need.
Miss Verna, if it means anything to you,
Thank
because
you.
of my medical condition, my weight actually went down to 86 pounds, and I'm kind of tall. I'm 5'8" or 5'7", depending on which hospital I'm in. So I'm pretty tall. To weigh 86 pounds, my dog weighed 95 pounds. And I can tell you for a fact,
Oh,
it is
it's
much
heavier
harder to
than.
add weight than it is to lose weight. Because I've been there. I had to relearn how to walk and everything. So that was, as an adult, I weighed 86 pounds. And I can tell you, it's harder to gain the weight than it is to lose the weight.
It's another instrument I made here in the shop. I'll put some more of these like streamers on it.
Are those measuring cups?
That's exactly what they are. They're measuring cups. Yeah. I welded them. I make the handles on my lathe, and then I weld all this stuff together. And
now, what kind of welder do you use?
I use a wire feed welder. It's a MIG welder. It's just right over there. You could start off on the wooden handle and strike on the wood.
See, that's like a version of tom-toms. They all have a different, they all resonate on a different note.
Oh, yeah. We haven't seen the family. Haven't seen the family in 2 years since all this restrictions and all that, and it's gonna be a party, man. It's gonna be a party.
I bet. I hope you have a wonderful time.
Oh, I got a cowbell and Mississippi Queen. How can I fail? Yeah,
Do you have any intention of like sharing any part of that with us?
absolutely, yeah. It'll be on my YouTube channel.
Great. Awesome.
I might have my first live. I've never had a live before. I might have one there. I might. Depends upon the connection and stuff like that. So, yeah, there's another one that I got a lot of little instruments I ordered on Amazon, and then these homemade ones. Like that's just a stainless steel serving spoon.
So when you're overseas and y'all are getting together to do these things, do most of the people want to have like a percussion part in it, just to be part of what's coming over the speakers?
I haven't tried it yet, but I have seen them. The men, when they sit outside and drink beer, they'll take a spoon and they'll tap it on the side of their beer bottle, tick tick tick, tick, and they'll sing songs. But I haven't tried this approach yet with the family. Because usually after dinner we have a few drinks and then everybody just sits around and talks, and we'll play music, of course. But I want to try this. And their culture is all about music and singing and dancing, and they will jump right in. I know they'll jump right in. I know they will.
That is great. It kind of reminds me of specifically the percussion part. It reminds me of being around Arabs. What they will do with just hand clapping alone could replace an entire drum kit, and the specific beats and accompany. I mean, the second that one person starts, they even did this with me. They came up to me and they said, "Do this. Just clap like this."
Yeah.
And they started adding 20 different rhythms to that.
That's what I'm hoping to lay all these instruments out on the table and put on Mississippi Queen to start with my cowbell. They'll get it. What I think I'll do, if I can, is I'll set up all the chairs in a semicircle.
You gotta have a camera ready for it. This is a great experiment.
I will, and then put on Mississippi Queen. Then as soon as everyone starts getting into the rhythm, then I'll turn the music off, copyright music off, and then I can post in the privates a video of it's such a wonderful culture because every city has their national festival, and they last for weeks, you know. And I'll try to find one. Try to find one of their national festivals, and it's all percussion instruments. It's all it rocks, man. I mean, these guys have got big drums and you know, it's
I
street
love
party.
studying world cultures. I would like very much to see it, or anything you have to post that's related to it.
Here we go, drumming, and you can get a look at the instruments that they're playing. Yeah, this is the Home Cities Festival right here. Here we go. Their festival is called Kadayawan. It's mess in. And a lot of them are dressed in their traditional ethnic clothing, and here we go. Here's the video. It's loud. There we go. I have not been able to attend Kadayawan yet, but I hope to. I will someday.
Is that one of the ceremonies that goes for a long time or many days?
Weeks. Here
Awesome.
we go. I'll put that into the privates. There we go. There you have it. It's in the privates.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can see how each city has got their festival, and then the surrounding ethnic groups come in, and they have their own bands and their own traditional clothes, and yeah, it's very much Southeast Asia, very much.
I'm copying it down right now and making some notes about what it is. And
you see
thank
how
you, by the way.
They have those gongs that are round ones that are kind of flat. That's Southeast Asian gongs. They're not big Chinese gongs. They're different. Now you can see the boys in the red on the left. They're playing the gongs along with all the different drums, and they're flat gongs with a bump in the middle. They're made out of bronze.
Well, the reason why I take down all of the links instead of just playing them and studying them right away is because I really want to concentrate on the video and the visual aspects of it and everything. And I'm so new to I mean, this is only the second time someone's convinced me to get online in a panel and talk live. I feel like I'm doing it too much, by the way, talking too much. But I really appreciate the links, the information, the feedback, the sharing of information. Really love it when I can help somebody out with music. I was like, Mississippi Queen Mountain is the first thing that popped in my head because they're a one-hit wonder technically.
Yep. Well, you can see on that link I just posted how some of the boys are in their ethnic clothing, and yeah. It's all rapid, hard-hitting percussion instruments. Shakes the ground, man.
Oh, that makes it that much better.
100% energy.
100%.
I think Mr. Swede's checking it out because I can see is very slightly. Check out his video. It's vibrating ever so slightly.
You see how they're like boom, 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 dancing in the streets, man. You don't find that here in North America. You just don't see it here.
I hope it's not gone forever, considering the past couple of years, if you feel me on that.
No, it won't be. People are resilient. They'll come right back.
That's my belief.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just in our DNA and our nature. You know, it just can't keep us down forever.
Yeah, that's for sure. What you laughing about, Swede?
Thorhaven Farms comment.
Is that a comment in the chat?
Yeah, I said, he asked me what the time was here. I said it is 5:32 a.m. in the morning here. And I got that reply.
That's usual for me. But then again, I'm used to being a nighttime worker. That's what time DJs are up. That's what time people in the music industry and from the record labels. Usually, I'm on the East Coast, so usually between 4 and 6 a.m. in the morning is what time I complete those business calls, because they have to wait until they've gotten out of the clubs on the West Coast, which is usually around 2 to 3 a.m. in the morning. And that's just the ones they have to attend. Their face has to be seen there. Once upon a time, because most of these guys report to work at about 11 o'clock in the morning, and I thought that was cool. I said, man, maybe your job is the job I want. And then they explained what their job was like. It's like, okay, if I show up for Queen Latifah's listening party, then my face has been noticed in public. That means if I don't go to 5 other listening parties in New York City that night, I will be seen as, being offensive towards these other labels, and you can't do that. So whether or not you want to stay up till 2 or 3 in the morning isn't the question. You kind of have to.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, now I don't want your job.
Yeah.
I like mine much better. I get to play the music, and when I stop playing the music, the night's done for everybody. Well, the DJ's gone, and she took her records. Oh, shit. I guess we're going home now.
Mm-hmm. Well, Thorhaven stopped in, huh? Well,
yeah.
Hi, Thor. How are you doing? And by the way, what time is it where you are, Thor?
He lives in Canada, 1 hour from Quebec.
he's a good guy. He really is. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he is.
We'll see if I can share this link with you. Come on, browser. Do what I want you to do.
That is what I usually say to my browser.
Yeah, I talk to my computer all the time. The damn thing doesn't listen to me.
I have the same problem with my computer.
Just threaten it.
Oh, I threaten mine all the time.
Start working, or I'll get my shotgun. You'll work,
and I'll weave a fabric of profanity that comes with it that I'm so glad other people don't hear.
All right, I'm gonna mute
I
again.
think I got it.
Go back to Mississippi Queen.
11:36 p.m. on his side.
Okay, this is a link that I use a lot. I just posted it in the private chat. And the interesting thing about it is it gives you the option to add as many cities in the world as you want. That's number one. Number two, each clock, the face of it will change. If it's daytime, the clock face will be white, and if it's nighttime, it will change to black. So right now I have something like between 12 and 15. The link changes slightly when you start adding your personal cities to the list. But I got tired of doing math every time I'm talking to somebody else on the planet and just said, okay, to hell with it. And I found this link and I'm like, okay, this link was made for me. Not only do I instantly know what time it is where you are, I can sit up there and add. Well, like I say, I've got somewhere between 15 and 18 right now, and they're still giving me options to add more. But some of you might find that helpful. It's fun to play with.
Yeah, I agree.
And you don't literally have to tell someone what city you're in, just like Thor did a moment ago. Okay, you're an hour from Quebec, then that narrows it down to usually at least one zone, one time zone specifically. Mr. Swede, I fear we are just not gonna drag Bob out of Mountain anytime tonight.
Obviously not.
But it's great he's enjoying it.
Yeah. Are you familiar with a power metal group called Powerwolf?
I have heard of them. That much I know for sure. Have I listened to their the music they produced? I'm not sure.
I have some favorite songs they have made. So it's a German group, by the way. The singer is Romanian.
Well, like I say, I listen to, including when it comes to metal, groups from all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say this much, and you can poo-poo me if you want. If they're outright supportive in the satanic vein, usually I won't listen to them. That's negative to me, and I'm a
Let me tell.
positively oriented person, and yeah, I'm not down with that.
Powerwolf, their lyrics is based on Christianity mixed with Romanian folklore. So
that's interesting.
I've seen some of their videos. They got a really pretty lead singer, a young lady, very pretty. Is that Powerwolf or is that?
No, it's a male singer.
Oh, okay.
Bob, I'm thinking of two groups that fit the description that you just said.
Yeah, but this was a Euro band I ran across on YouTube once. I thought it might be the same one.
No, if you search for werewolves in Armenia, werewolves of Armenia, or We Drink Your Blood, you find the right group.
Okay. Now, see,
Son
that's
of a Wolf.
That's not satanic. That's not praising Satan. There are a lot of people, particularly in this country, that will claim that a music is satanic because it may make a reference to something that is folk related or lore related. That's really not satanic. And that is fine. That's fine with me too. But the ones that are definitely oriented of support of that, they're really not hard to find because most of the time the band will dress in support that way. Their tattoos will be in support of either satanic or the Luciferian system, things like that. I'm like, yeah, I can do
Never
without
heard of
y'all.
that, Thor. Korpiklani. No.
Yeah,
familiar.
Thor. Heck yeah, I was playing that to that song, Mississippi Queen, man. Do 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 do, bum 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 bum. I just got my cowbell from Amazon today and a new suitcase for all the instruments, and I'm psyched, man. I'm psyched.
If I recall correctly, the group Mountain had 3 guitars and 2 power leads. I may be wrong because I'm just going on memory from that. It's been a while, but it's certainly not a recent song. But if I recall their setup, there are at least 3 non-bass guitarists. So 3 different leads. One may be rhythm, but 2 were power leads. And I think you'll agree the effect is very nice.
Mm-hmm. Oh man.
Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me a moment, I'm going to go refill my cup, and I shall be back in a moment.
Okay.
Okay. Will do, Thor.
Is it okay? Is it okay if Thor comes up? He's a good guy if he wants to.
Yeah, he can come up. He is always welcome up here.
Mm-hmm.
A bathroom break again. I'll be back in a 30 sec.
Okay. Hello, welcome back.
Where's everybody?
Going E. E and too big. Mm-hmm.
Then inom too big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Check out our song.
You can join us, Thor, if you're up for it.
I hope so. I hope you come up with us, Thor. Thor is a good guy. He's a Canadian. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah, he just popped up.
Ah, there he is. Yeah, I was playing the cowbell. Oh, baby, come on. Bum, 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 do, 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 do.
Oh, what's going on, guys?
Not much. Yeah, what's up, man? Good to see you.
The Late Show.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
The late broadcast.
What do we got
I never
here now?
seen for 9 hours, almost 10 hours. Never had a stream this long.
We've got
I'm
the
like,
Sweden,
way past my bedtime.
Philippines, USA, Canada, Philippines, USA. Man, what a great time.
Yeah.
Thor, look at this lady here. You can see why I'm hanging around. You know how I feel about those Filipinas. I'm
It
like,
happens, right?
it happens. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's so pretty. Oh my goodness. But
yeah,
she knows
I've been drinking
knows-
tonight, rocking
All
out
right.
to some Korpiklani. It's like, just, yeah.
See, I blew my chances with this pretty lady because she knows I'm married now. Damn it.
It happens. It happens.
It happened.
Yeah. You should have put your suit on.
Yeah, like I did when I was drinking with the English. I had my suit and tie on, drinking with the
Exactly.
English.
Yeah. So yeah, Shadow, you got to check out some of them. That band I sent you. It's like, I depends if you're into that kind of heavy rock kind of. Me, I like everything but jazz with no beat. So you could play classical, pop, metal, country, anything, as long as it's not jazz.
You know, my favorite band of all time, I'm still a fan of theirs, is Depeche Mode. I love that band, you know.
What?
Yeah, Depeche
Really?
Mode. I love that band, man. Mm-hmm.
Crazy. I did not expect that.
Mm-hmm. Well, when I was in the Air Force, you know how the barracks rooms, there's like two rooms conjoined with a bathroom in the middle. The one on the other side of me was from Southern California, and he would play music that I'd never heard before, like Oingo Boingo and Depeche Mode and different music like that. And I was like, "Hey, man, what are you playing over there? These got some good beat to it and good techno sounds." And yeah, that's way back in the '80s when I discovered Depeche Mode back in about 1984, 85. You know.
Damn.
Yeah.
Nice band.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Bob, I don't know if you saw my comment earlier about you were mentioning you know, the shiny sparkly stuff you were making there. I like.
Oh, I didn't see it.
No, us rednecks love shiny sparkly stuff. You know,
it's
beer
entertaining.
cans, bass boats, fishing lures, UFOs.
Mud flaps on 4-wheel drives.
That's not shiny. Where did that come from?
That's an American.
Tell them the truth, Bob.
Mud flaps. Hey,
Tell them what's usually on the mud flaps.
Only if you have the big stainless steel stuff on them.
Pretty girls in stainless
There you
steel.
go.
Then it's sparkly and shiny.
There's actually a note. There's a word or description for what that woman's shape is, but you'll see it everywhere on truck flaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm an American redneck.
I don't have that on my truck. I don't have the nuts on my truck either.
Oh, I'm an American redneck. Where are you from? You sound foreign or something.
Y'all around from here.
Yeah,
Y'all ain't around.
You ain't from around here, are you, boy?
Yeah. I need another drink.
You ain't from around here, are you, boy? You sound.
Or let me tell you something. People in North America can't pronounce the word y'all as well as you did just a second ago. And that's the truth.
I'm so used to it. I hang out. I have friends down in Pooler, Georgia, just outside Savannah. So I heard y'all quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
The problem was
say it very well.
Thank you. The problem was we'd go to trade shows and I'd be saying, you know, y'all ain't from around here, eh? And they'd be like, what? You just dropped the y'all and an A?
Canadian.
What the hell? Yeah.
Eh?
Be like,
yeah, I knew I moved too far north when suddenly people stopped saying y'all and they started saying use guys.
Use guys.
I was new to that. I was like, use guys. Okay.
That's East Coast right there. Use guys. Yeah.
Use guys.
West Coast, we don't say that.
I can't say that at all. No.
It was funny as hell because we had just moved to, oh, good grief, Missouri.
Mm.
And we didn't live there very long, but I have several brothers that are much older in age. I was a late in life baby and the last one. And my mom had cooked cornbread. So when it came out of the oven, she inverted the pan when she would put it on the table.
Right.
The neighbors came in with my brother. He had made friends of two brothers, and they said, "What kind of cake is that? We've never seen a
Oh.
cake like that." And my
Mhm.
brother said, "Man, that's not cake. That's cornbread."
That's cornbread.
By the
Some bu-
time we moved, 3 or 4 months after that, they demanded that we teach them how to make cornbread. They
Yeah.
loved cornbread, man.
Uh-huh. Cornbread and okra and
I like the
buttermilk.
cornbread, just
Mhm.
not the grits.
I don't do grits.
I understand
No.
grits is a, you know.
No.
First time I went down to Georgia, we stopped at this little, I think it was like one of the pancake places, and
Waffle House.
I think it must have been the Waffle House, and I ordered some bacon and eggs, and it came out, and I was expecting some hash browns, and it came out with grits, and I was like,
grits. Yeah.
Hello, someone threw up on my plate.
Oh,
I'm like, where's my hash browns?
You know, in New Orleans, they like to put milk and sugar in their grits. That's not uncommon for the New Orleans area.
Yeah, I've seen some
More like
Americans put.
oatmeal than-
I've never tried it. I can't handle the thought of it.
I've seen some Americans will take steamed white rice, and they'll put milk in it with a little touch of nutmeg powder in it, and then mix it up.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
rice pudding is the bomb.
Yeah.
Rice pudding is
Mhm.
delicious. You can usually find that in the supermarket, some of the supermarket chains down here in the South.
Mhm.
No.
But rice pudding is delicious.
No, it's like grits. That's just no.
Okay, Thor, have you tried it yet?
Yeah. My mom tried to feed
you
it to me
tried-
as a dessert when I was a kid. And that was it. And I
You
was
couldn't
like,
take it, huh?
Well, then you earn the right to say what you're saying.
Yeah,
if you have
yeah.
tried it. you know.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. No.
Do they eat that poutine where you live there?
Oh, let me tell you about the
Mhm.
poutine up here is like extra special. So, you can go anywhere and order some poutine, and they're like, yeah, here you go. And they'll give
What
you
is
some
that?
fries and gravy, and basically French fries, cheese curds, and gravy.
Mhm.
But you come to Quebec and you get it's, the gravy is extra special. So the one that I order in the restaurant here locally is called the Creux de Bois. So basically, you could call it the woodsman. And so you got your French fries, you got your gravy that is made out of stout.
Oh wow. Mm.
Then you have your cheese curds, which are big chunks of basically cheddar cheese that are made here locally, unpasteurized.
Oh yummy.
Sounds good to me.
And then you get big chunks of sausages that are actually stuffed with blueberries in there.
Oh, yummy.
Then you get
Man.
bacon on there as well. And then you get some fried leeks all mixed in there as well.
See, now I know
So-
why it's called the woodsman, because that's
Yeah.
hearty eating.
No, that is
Uh-huh.
like, yeah. So basically, yeah, the poutine is French fries, gravy, and cheese curds. But depending on where you go, it's a different mix, or
Wow, that
it's
sounds
either done
delicious,
well or
Thor.
not done well. Yeah,
That
It really
sounds
does
delicious.
sound good.
yeah.
Mhm.
I'd try that.
Oh
I
yeah.
would. Oh, I would.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You
It's
know
so
I would.
good. Yeah. I try lots of things, but there's some stuff that I. So the one time we went to Iceland and they did the shark, and it was for breakfast, and I was like, nope, I can't try that. I was like,
Was it like shark steak?
no, it's like it looked like snot in a bowl.
Oh,
And I was like, okay, maybe for dinner I could try some shark if it was done as a steak, but it literally looks like,
I did try shark
snot
steak, and it was
floating in a
okay.
bowl, and it was for breakfast. So I was like, nope,
Ugh.
can't do it.
Was it like lutefisk? Did it look something like that?
No,
I'm sure
No.
Shadow, you know about lutefisk, don't you?
Yeah. I'm very familiar with it, and it's not
Well,
my favorite.
Yeah. We had another one that was what's it called? It was like Viking snacks, but it was dried fish snacks, but it was so dry and so salty. Like those rice cakes you can get and you
Oh,
bite
Lord.
into them and it like rips all the moisture from your mouth.
Yeah, I get it.
That's how dry these were. And
Oh my God. Avoid it.
Yeah.
Abort.
Yeah.
Even most of the rice cakes that are supposed to have a flavor to them, no.
No, I tried a few of those and I'm like, you need to drink water or something with them just to be able to have some moisture in your mouth.
Just to be able to swallow it. Otherwise, it's like dry cornflakes, but worse.
Yeah, it's like, here, like, let me pour some concrete powder down your throat.
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah.
I remember I wanted to put some rice
That's funny,
cakes.
damn it.
I wanted to put some rice cakes in with my survival food. And I hadn't had any in years, so I bought a sleeve of them, brought it home and gave some to my wife and daughter. They thought it was acceptable because the Filipinos, they eat rice all the time. They were like, it's okay, they could eat it, but for me, I think I bought another bought another sleeve and unopened it, dropped it in with our emergency food, because it's better than starving. Maybe. Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. I might go starving instead of like rice cakes or something. Yeah. Crazy. So yeah, I'm amazed you guys are still going. I'm like, it's midnight. It's like now at least 3 hours past my bedtime. Like, I'm feeling it.
Sounds
Thor,
like
I can respect that you're an early riser. In my business, we're practically just starting to crank the party.
Oh, I'm not an early riser. I just go to bed early and wake up late.
That's
I can respect that. I slept something like 14 hours today.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I can sleep 22 hours straight like nobody's business. My roommate jokes that he's had to kind of sneak over to me and hold a mirror up under my nose. He wanted to make sure I was still breathing.
Just check. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Did you see the shiny thing I made here, Thor? It's a rhythm instrument made out of measuring cups. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff. I got a lot of stuff I bought off Amazon, and then some of these homemade things that I'm gonna bring overseas with me. Rhythm instruments, and yeah. Oh man, I'm so excited. I can't wait.
Shadow, are you doing that? Can you pick an individual panelist and make them fill up the screen?
Yep.
That's cool.
Put some bling bling on the handles and all that stuff, Yeah.
I don't know. It almost looks like you light a firecracker off on that thing, and it looks like it could be the next Sputnik.
Get thrown across the living room on fire.
Yeah, exactly. Be
Hand me
taking that over to
instrument you
Ukraine
made.
and using it.
Which one? Just call it the Sputnik.
Yeah.
Yeah, hand me the Sputnik. I want that one.
Hand me the Sputnik. Yeah.
I'd be taking that to Ukraine, lighting it on fire, and tossing it at the next tank.
Improvised weapon.
Yeah, but the bad thing is it's like a 5-year-old Palestinian boy throwing a rock at a tank.
Yeah, about it.
They'll take the turret of the tank and literally put it in that little boy's face, as if a rock that a 5-year-old child can lift could do damage to the outside of a tank. Come on, folks, that's ridiculous. With the way the Russians are in their mindset right now, they're just looking for a reason to return fire. So I don't think I'd Sputnik them. Yeah, I don't think I'd Sputnik them.
I would not look on that area as a good vacation spot right now. I would just try to avoid it.
What? Are you
I would.
serious? Come on. I'm pretty sure there's some nice beaches that be just rocking right about now.
Oh,
wintertime in the Ukraine on the beach. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Getting some sunshine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not for me. Not that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a big wimp or something, but no, not a good vacation spot right now.
I don't know. You know?
I think a lot of it has to do with what country you're in and what level of information you get, because in America, they'll tell a lot of people you've got to be careful. If you're dropped into cold water or ice water, you have only this many minutes to live. And people from places
Yes
like
and no.
Iceland and whatnot will say, hell, that's a morning dip for us.
Yeah,
What are you, wussies?
exactly.
I just love the comparison of those two. I think it's hilarious.
What is
It's
it?
all in how you
I wanna
look
say
at
it's
it,
like
you know?
the 10-10-10 rule. But it's not. I think it's something different than that. But
What is the 10-10-10 rule?
well, basically, like if you drop into ice cold water, if you're not used to it, you have like basically 10 seconds to get your breathing under control.
Yeah.
10 minutes to get out.
Mhm.
And 1 hour to get warm. So something like that anyway. So, but yeah, I usually try and I was jumping into cold water until the pool froze up. So I try and do it as much as I can, and it makes a huge difference to
We
get
used
to
to
it.
go into a sauna, a heat sauna, that has where you use the water over the rocks. So there's also a lot of water content in the heat. And it would be right beside the pool, and we would sit up there and just be sweating our heads off, get that hot, and then run and go jump in the cold pool.
Oh yeah.
I used to think that was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be a second or two where your body's going, what the hell?
Yeah. We do
But
that with
after you
our
get
hot
used
tub
to
in
it,
the
it's great.
snow.
And then you get out of the cold and go back into the warm.
Yeah.
I was in a sauna once, and this Korean lady gave me a massage.
Bob, is this like PG-13 or is this like?
Never mind. I'm sorry.
I'm going to step down now.
All right,
I'll
guapa.
try to get some sleep because I will be hosting a GLS later.
Berna, it was very nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'll try to get some sleep. Yeah,
All
it
right.
is nice. It is nice to meet you as well. I hope to see you on my channel. Miss
I
Boo.
subscribed. Yes, ma'am.
Is the name of your
Yeah,
channel
everyone.
the same title that's showing?
Verna
Okay.
Cardan, yes.
The guys will help me find you.
Yep. I found her. I rang her bell already. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, thank you, Kuya Bob. Can I call you Kuya Bob now?
Oh. That's okay. Sige. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can call me Kuya or yeah, that's good.
Sweet dreams, Miss Verna.
Yeah.
Sweet
All right.
dreams.
Yeah, thank you. It is now 1 p.m. here and I haven't had enough sleep yet.
Okay.
Been up for 30 hours, I guess. 30 hours.
Yeah, you had your rice and now in your baon and you're ready. You gulay and rice and you're ready to sleep now. All right.
Yeah.
God bless you, miss. Good to meet you.
God bless.
Yeah,
Take care.
same here. Bye-bye.
Paalam.
I will
See
try
you.
to visit all your channel. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Have a nice day and have a blessed Sunday.
Thank you. You have a blessed one too. Thank you.
Telling you, Thor. Enchanting.
I don't know. I'm pretty stuck on my woman.
Yeah.
No,
I just like a little different flavor. That's why I came back. I went out. I was doing stuff around the house for hours, and I come back, and and
you check back in, and you're
yeah,
like,
and
hello.
Oh, she's still here. Oh, she's still here. Wow. Bounce, bow, bow, bounce.
Oh, I love the bow chicka bow bow. That's a hoot.
They are my favorite flavor, without a doubt. They are some of the sweetest ladies I've ever met in my life.
But if you say it right, you say it bow chicka bow bow.
Morena.
Oh, I see you all speak the language. Okay.
Yes, Fancy Prepper, we are still live.
Yeah, what's going
We're
on?
still broadcasting.
Yeah, when I came in the room earlier this morning,
Even I'm still awake.
I saw her or one. There were several Filipinas in here at one time, and one of the first things I said was "Magadan Morena Babae," just like that. And the girls went, "Oh, that means beautiful brown woman,"
Ah.
And they all lit up a little bit. Oi, he speaks our language. Oi.
Speak their language.
Talk
Yeah,
to
it's
me-
called flirting.
It's exactly what it is. And I'm a fool because I then told him about my wife and all that, and I missed all my chances right there. I just blew myself out of the water, man.
Say that to me again, Bob.
You want to hear that?
Yeah, it was kind of sexy.
Okay, it was sexy. Magadan Morena Babae. Halikarito.
Yeah, no, it was better the first time. Sorry.
Okay. Damn it. It just faded fast, didn't it? Yeah,
It
I
did.
get it.
It did. It was kind of like the
Sorry.
moment thing, and then after that, it was like,
gone. Yeah, I
gone.
get it.
Yeah.
Halikarito. That means come here, beautiful brown lady.
Maybe
come
later,
here. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking to Filipino. Yeah.
Stop teasing me. So what else is going on, guys?
Well, not much, man. I'm just counting down the days to get back over with the family. That's the big thing, man. I'm just like anxiety. Come on.
Ouch. So we started watching Vikings Valhalla the other night and watched some more episodes tonight. It's interesting. I wouldn't take it as a history lesson, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I don't know.
That's the same Viking show I was watching.
So there's like Vikings with Ragnar, Rollo. Like,
that's the one I was watching.
Yeah. So now there's the new one, Vikings Valhalla. So technically it's supposed to take place like 100 years later. However, the time frames just don't match up based on actual history. And, even from the first one where like Ragnar and Rollo were brothers, well, that wasn't true. So it's, they're taking a lot of liberties with history to try and tell the story. So
yeah, I get you there.
But it's fun. You got to shut your brain off and just watch it for its entertainment.
Just go with it, huh? Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, the problem is with this one now, it's like, half the Vikings are Christians, half are still heathen. And it's like, oh, yeah. So they're playing that up. So it's, yeah.
I don't know very much about the Scandinavian, very little, I just didn't take it as, it's not a big deal in the part of, with my community in the U.S. There are some Scandinavians here who eat lutefisk and stuff like that, but there's not a lot of education about it here in this area. So,
in which way?
Mike
is eating that part of the religion.
No.
Okay.
There's some parts of the U.S. that are like in Louisiana. They're big into the French history. Like down along the border in Spain, in their national education. But this area, it's really mixed. There are Scandinavians here, but there's just not a lot. They came to the Pacific Northwest as fishermen. A lot of Norwegians, because they were used to living out on fishing boats and all that, and they would commute between Alaska and Seattle, and their descendants are still here. And there's a part of Seattle's called Ballard. That's where a bunch of their descendants still live. But my lineage is English, so Scandinavian. I just never really looked into it, but I know that as I understand that the Vikings for a couple centuries were feared. I mean, among the Northern Europeans, they were scared to death of them, man. They would come in force and land in France and come off those boats right there to pillage, But I guess in parts of France, many of them colonized, and same with England. Many of the Danes came in and they stayed. So, same with Ireland, they colonized. And I was told by a Norwegian lady I dated a couple of times, she said, what you have to understand, that what you see on TV in movies is not exactly accurate about Norwegian folklore and their history. She said, when the Norwegians would colonize a place, they were basically farmers, peaceful, but if you attacked them, you're going to get hit with everything they've got, and they don't hold back because they're very clannish. They would work together and wipe you out down to the last man. They would wipe you out, so your threat is gone. But that's really all that I've known about Scandinavian history, and the most of the time they were pretty just like everybody else.
A lot of farming, a lot of trading.
Yeah.
They probably explored more of the earth than basically anyone else before. So
yeah, that's what I understand. They got around, man, because they were seafaring nations, and they had to go to the sea to get enough to eat. Get out there and catch fish and live off the ocean, or else their population, with the short growing season, you're gonna go hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she stressed to me that Norwegians, when they colonized other parts of the world, they were just basically peaceful farmers, and they didn't want war or nothing like that. It's kind of like the difference between Spaniards and the conquistadors. Big difference. Like the Vikings and the Danes and the Norwegians and Swedes. The Vikings, they were soldiers. They were there to pillage, and and so
you have
so
to remember too that Viking is an action, not not a description, so not a person. Viking is the raiding and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't know the definition of the word. Yeah. But I could understand in ancient times how they would have to get on boats and go, because man, I got a wife and kids back there and they're hungry. I got to get out there and I got to find them something to eat, or else my family's going to starve to death. And so I think desperation probably started much of that.
Like, you look at anyone, any race, any people throughout history, all had to do stuff.
They did. They certainly did. Yeah. Because when you got a hungry family, what are you going to do? You got to take some desperate measures. I recall a Vietnamese guy, older guy. He lived through the Vietnam War. He was in the South Vietnamese military, and I worked with him for a long time. And he asked me what were my thoughts. Why did the French colonize Vietnam? What was their purpose? Why did they do it? And I said, parts of France are cold. They can't grow citrus fruits in some parts of France in the north. And it was not uncommon in European history for populations to die from scurvy in the cold parts of the world. So these guys had to go abroad, find citrus fruits, can it, and bring it back to their population so that the population would die for scurvy. I told him I think that's one of the reasons why the French went to Indochina, because of food. There's food there. Food grows everywhere in the Southeast Asian jungle. Back home in Europe, you might get a good crop, and then the next year the crops fail. Well, you've got to have something to supplement. Plus, in Europe, I mean, the Europe's always been at war with each other constantly, and you be a Belgian living up there with doing whatever you're doing, and then there's some little kingdom next door to your place would trample you, burn all your crops, and now what are you going to do? I think that inspired some of the early people to get on boats and go. It's like, man, we got to get out of here. There's no food here, and these guys are going to try to kill us again. Well, it's an uncomfortable silence. I don't know what to
I'm
think.
listening, gentlemen. I'm just looking up some things while we're talking.
Viking
to be
is
fair,
an action.
it's things that we brought up earlier in conversation. I just wanted to make sure of a couple of things before I put my foot in my mouth.
Hey, it happens.
It happens.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just make sure you wash your feet before you do it.
Yeah, please do that.
Otherwise, it's just like,
yeah.
God damn it. Not only did I put my foot in my mouth, but it was really yucky too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It happens though.
I'm glad there's guys like you and Yossi around and others that kind of put a leash around me and control me once in a while with my mouth, like the
Put a leash around you.
Yeah,
Damn, Bob, are you
like
into that kind of thing?
No, it's try to rope. Try to rope me in. It's like I went to a sauna once, and there was a Korean lady there who.
Bob, you're really good at tying knots. Is that why you're like so good?
Oh yeah. Well, when the
little
wife's
bondage here and there.
When the wife's not here, I tie myself up. Yeah. It's no fun in it, but
yeah. Gives you a bit anyway. The worst is when you still have that one arm free, and it's just not the same.
It's not the same. Yeah, I got to tie down. You got to tie down the wife once in a while and go for the girlfriend.
All right, I heard that.
Oh, yeah.
Life's good, man.
Life is good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How did you wind up with such a gorgeous woman, Thor? What the hell did you do?
Look at me. Well, I'm gorgeous too. It's just,
No, what?
What are you saying, Bob?
Wow,
I'm ugly?
Pretty. No, yeah, I'm saying you're ugly and your wife is gorgeous, dude. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're ugly.
I don't know. Must be my personality or something.
Gotta be. Yeah.
Yeah. My bad
Works
jokes.
for me.
Mm-hmm.
Something.
I'm a brain girl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because looks will go away at some point in
That's
life.
true.
But that brain is what you got to live with.
Yeah,
exactly.
But the brain goes too. Like, trust me.
That's a good point.
Me right now.
That's a fair point, Thor.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It happens. It's just like, one day you're making coherent sentences, and the next day you're like, no,
not me, Ben City.
Next day you walk into the house and you forget why you went in there. Why am I in here?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm at that age, like, why am I in here? The hell am I doing? Oh, I want to get more coffee. That's what I'm doing.
I know. And Van City's drinking coffee right now. Like, are you going to brew me some up? And it was funny. Van City was on my live the other night, and we didn't even talk coffee. And they're big coffee fanatics.
Oh, I see.
I was like, I want to know what kind of coffee they drink. I want to like pick their brain on the coffee.
Mountain Mississippi Queen. Oh, baby.
Oh my God, he's still on that.
I'm still on that. Yeah, I love it, man.
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest with you, I learned a lot from the Filipinos about singing and dancing and how good it makes you feel. I do that right here in the house, put on some music and dance around and sing as loud as I can. It's good for you. Better
Yeah,
than better than pills, better than medication.
Being attacked by a basset hound right now. A little
Finally.
Really?
Yeah. It's like he should be sleeping. Just like me.
Gotta have some daddy love, huh? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
You have a basset hound, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so awesome.
Yeah, basset hound are great.
I had a friend that had the saddest looking basset hound I have ever seen in my life, and she named it Happy. Happy used to just cut me up all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That dog was so silly, but so sweet.
Do you want to say something? Can you say something?
It's like, come here, Happy, and the thing runs up to you, and it looks like it's ready to, take its life or something. And Happy looked so sad.
I think that's an acting is what that is. That way they'll get treats to try and cheer them up. If I look really sad, treats.
Now he wants to go out. Seriously, hound dog?
Yeah.
It's like 12:30 in the morning.
It's manipulation, brother. That's what it is. Manipulation. If I look sweet and cute, now I'll get you to do what I want you to do.
Yeah, but it's not like we all have the same sized bladder, folks. Theirs are a little bit smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hey, I'm like old. I like his bladder's better than my bladder. So and he's got to go.
You got to go now again.
Right. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna let him out, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okie doke.
I'm gonna go get a coffee while in his absence here.
Please do.
Uh-huh. You okay up there, Shadow?
Yeah, I'm sitting here for 10 hours, 10 and a half hours.
Mm.
And 8 o'clock this morning, I will have been here for 24 hours.
Oh my goodness. I'll be right back.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about how long the live stream is?
Yeah, no, not 24 hours, 12 hours.
Wow.
I'm on 10 and a half hours soon.
I have done that before as a moderator, and it's not like you could just say, okay, people, I'm taking off, because for a long time, this person didn't add any other mods. He was a newbie. I still think he's real new to having a YouTube channel, and he started during the launch of the James Webb Telescope.
Yeah.
So he'd do 12 hours, and then he'd take like an hour off or two and disappear, and then come back and do another 12 hours. And I was like, this guy's killing me. I literally had to tell him, look, I can take care of a lot of this stuff going on in your chat. Just mod me. Just trust me. I have a lot of experience.
Well, I
don't like to type a hell of a lot, so I didn't want to tell him I was trained by AOL, which means you don't apply to AOL. They recruit you if they see that you have certain qualities. And I told them no for I don't know how long, because they literally hit me up right after. It was within 2 weeks of me getting my first computer. I don't know how to do anything, which is what I told them. And they said, oh, don't worry, we'll send you to classes to learn how to do all that. And I was like, that scares me even worse.
Hey, Aim. Good morning. Good to see you.
Oh, I just noticed Van City's going to ask me about coffee. Don't want to do that. No.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I never done a stream long as this. It's gonna be the longest is 9 hours.
It's 10
3
hours.
minutes.
You've got that beat now.
Yeah.
Are you gonna like be sleeping all day, or is it like, yeah? Because it's like what, 6 in the morning, 6:30 now.
6:28 a.m.
Yeah, you're gonna be like sleeping all day now.
Not a chance.
No.
Now, if I do that, I will not
I'm
be able to
online.
sleep later. So
yeah,
and I need to go up 3:30 in the morning tomorrow.
Oh, ouch.
For work.
Yeah.
Well, I usually get up 2-3 hours before work.
Thankfully, I don't have to get up that early for work anymore. I used to when I worked on a golf course. I'd have to get up at like, I think it was like 3:30, and start cutting grass at like 5 a.m. But it's all good now.
Yeah.
I'm happily retired. Thank you very much.
I don't think I can retire.
Nope.
Well,
Nope, you can't.
No.
I
got
could
too many
have-
bills to pay. Plus, I
Mhm.
like my job too much. So, yeah.
After 30 years of beating up my body working on airplanes, it's like I'm broken bones and hernias and all sorts of injuries, and I'm done.
Yikes.
I'm done. 30 years. Yeah, I got a lot of injuries on the airplanes.
You were a mechanic too, right?
Yeah, aircraft
Oh.
mechanic. Yeah.
I've got a couple buddies who are aircraft mechanics, and from what I hear, it's not that much fun.
No,
especially when you're climbing inside a wing and stuff to fix stuff.
That's right. Been there, done that. Yeah.
Ouch.
The pay is good, but man, you better put some money away because your career doesn't last forever.
Yeah. Yeah.
It can be really. It's really. It's the hardest. It's tough. I mean, really is, because you're reaching in. You've got to take all these other components out of the way, but you can't take them all out of the way to reach that one component that's way up inside there. And oh my God, then you got to put it all back together and ops check everything that you removed. It has to go through a system of ops checks. Man, it's tough.
Yeah. It's like a lot of jobs out there, Bob. You got to put money away because it doesn't last forever, right?
Yeah, your body just can't.
No,
it can't. Because I remember some of the jobs.
Yeah,
some of the jobs I've done, being up inside of a cockpit of an aircraft, literally twisted halfway around, going up underneath what you guys call the dashboard, replacing instruments up inside there, hanging upside down, and oh man,
I couldn't imagine
patience,
that. Like engineers are so stupid. Like
patience.
They don't know how to build anything.
Yeah.
Like I just tried to change the battery in my truck 2 weeks ago, and it took me like hours just to unbuckle stuff and unbolt stuff, and I gotta take this brace out and this piece out just to take the battery out. Like
I did that every day for years,
engineers.
and years and years. And now imagine something that you have to repair is underneath the battery. You have to remove the battery and the bracing just to get that part that you need to repair. And
I'm doing good
well,
so far, Aim.
I know one of my friends' acquaintances was talking about his Porsche, and he would go in. What was it for? Maybe like a battery change or an oil change or something like that. But they had to take the one seat out.
Yeah, that
It's
was
like-
that was my normal. That was what I did every day. Like patience, man. You've got to have patience. Oh boy. I can't believe I survived all that stuff. I mean, with relative sanity, a little bit of sanity left, you know. I'm done tying knots. Now I'm going to do some paint. Do some paint.
What are you painting?
These are percussion instruments I made out of old kitchen utensils.
I was going to say, that looks like a nice little fancy whisk you got going there.
Yep. Mm-hmm. It's stainless steel. Everything stainless makes a cool sound to it when you hit it. And that's what this is. Yeah.
And if you sharpen it, then it's so much more fun.
Then throw it at the neighbors. How to win friends and influence people from Thorhaven. Hey, you ever throw rocks at your
Tolman's
neighbors?
Bar and Grill. Good to see you, buddy.
I saw one the other day. It's like, what was it? Something about vacuuming her driveway once a week to make sure that the neighbors don't talk to her.
What?
Goes out and vacuums the driveway once a week. That way she's guaranteed that the neighbors will not talk to her.
Because she's a wacko, huh? I could get behind that. Yeah.
Hey, she might be perfectly sane, just doesn't want anyone talking to her.
Yeah, that's a good idea, really.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, from what Bob has said earlier in the stream, I certainly understand about the not encouraging neighbors, but I don't quite follow the vacuum part.
Yeah, I never thought of that. That's actually a good distraction for a prepper because, you know, you don't want people knowing what you're doing. Act like a freaking moron out there vacuuming your driveway and they'll leave you alone. That's very smart.
Exactly. Little distraction.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Ah, so it's the wacko factor. Okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah. That's a good idea.
It's like playing lawn darts on the driveway too, you know. How did we survive that as kids playing lawn darts?
Because we listen to our parents when they say, "Don't run out there." Okay, because this will go right in. Yeah, this will go right into your skull, kid. Just stay back here. Okay, I was
You
smart
guys
enough to
are
listen to him.
laughing, but in actuality, I had a friend whose son lost an eye to a lawn dart.
No.
Yes, and he not only were they unable to save the eye, he had to wear a partial face mold just to look remotely.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And it happened when the boy was, I guess, between 5 and 7, I would have to say, because I can't remember for sure.
Ouch.
And my friend has now passed on, but each year, you know, kids grow pretty fast, and he would have to keep continuously going back for these fittings and whatnot.
That's
and
crazy.
The dad just felt terrible about it. And I'm like, I understand as a parent why you feel bad, but at the same time, you know, when a kid goes against what they've already been told.
Yeah.
You know, please try to release your mind from that guilt. Michael made that choice, not you.
Yeah, exactly.
I had
here I was going to make some comment about we need to bring lawn darts back to kind of sort of, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just getting to that, Thor, because an old Boeing.
Okay, glad I didn't say that, but now I did.
An old friend, an old Boeing buddy of mine, he was in the U.S. Navy. Soldiers are kind of cold, you know. And well, you know what?
Oh, the dark humor is like
dark humor, and he would hear stories like that, and he'd just go, "Well, just bleaching the gene pool."
That's gonna leave a mark.
Along those lines.
Gotta cull the herd.
That'll hurt tomorrow.
I wonder if Ivy even remembers that she's still on a live stream somewhere.
I don't think so.
I think she forgot. Yeah, she was taking a rest and she woke up.
Wow.
All right, I think I need to
Okey-dokey.
jump off, go to bed, and go find my dog. So,
Yeah.
everyone
Good to
take
see
care.
you. Good to
Take
see you,
care.
Thor. Mhm.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Thor.
Yeah, exactly. We'll talk to you soon. And
so.
Yeah.
we'll see you guys later, eh?
Later.
Take
Peace,
care,
man.
Thor.
Take care.
Stay safe. God bless.
Good night. Sweet dreams.
Yeah, I hope you can have some sweet dreams.
Mm-hmm. Oh, somebody pinged me in Facebook, I think. Let's see, what's this all about? What's this? One of my family overseas, I think. Oh, okay. And let's see, I'll put a little touch of paint on and I'll answer my niece. This is the niece who wanted an iPhone, and
Nope.
I was like, after I found out how much they cost, is like, well, I'll help you out here and there, but you're gonna come over to my house and you're gonna do some dishes, laundry, and so after I found out how much they cost, and she's like, "Oh, I don't know, Uncle, it's so expensive." I said, "Well, if I help you,
Jeez.
yeah, you're gonna be washing dishes and laundry and all that
Hey,
stuff,
Amber's
because she's not
Parallel.
working. She's not working as a nurse right now. She finished her 2-year contract, and so as far as I know, she's not working and will be there soon.
Wait,
And
not only is she asking for the favor, but she's also not currently employed and she objects to those terms? Come on, people.
no, I haven't heard anything back from her about those terms.
Oh, this is just now.
Yeah. Well, I haven't heard anything back from her, but well, you haven't
My
heard
bad.
you haven't heard the whole story. It was like, she was saying she only contacts me once or twice a week, something like that, and then and she's, because her birthday's coming up, and I haven't heard back from her about the cooking and cleaning stuff, but we'll see. I think that kind of a situation is going to be more face to face. I'll help you get your iPhone, but it's not for free. I want you to over here to help me with cooking and on and on. That's the American way.
I don't see a problem with that.
I don't either.
On the other live stream, we were the first one that they convinced me to finally get on the panel. We were talking about the years that we were employed versus the years that we were actually creating jobs for ourselves as kids because of what we either wanted to get or whatnot. I was allowed an allowance, yes, and I had this thing where I was crazy about going skating. In my heart, I'm still there, but I practically grew up in the skating rink. This is the skating rink that forced me to become a DJ in order to become employed there. That was the only terms they would agree to hire me. My best friend and I got hired on the same day, and they told me, here's the reason why we won't give you a choice of jobs. We have two male DJs, both are excellent, both want the best nights, they want the best skating spans, whenever they would open up the rink. And they both want raises. They're literally both threatening to walk out the door. So here's our idea. We're going to make you the first female DJ in our history and force both of them to train you. And see if this can break this stalemate going on between these two guys where we won't lose either one of them. And it worked. despite, I mean, that night, that one night that they gave me to go home and think of a DJ name, best I could come up with was DJ Sunshine.
Oh, okay.
No, I was not going to be offended if you laughed at that.
No, I've never heard of that.
I wound up
DJ Sunshine.
loving it, and they would assign me what was thought to be the worst programs that they had during the day. Like they had a very early morning show on Saturday called Tiny Tots for beginning skaters, and usually one older person, if not one of the parents, someone that's attached to the kid in some way. The wonderful thing about it was not only did I have a blast with all of these young people, all these adults started coming up to the rink with them. That increased trifold after I had done it for a few months. On one day in particular, because there's always a part that we would have, the old song, the Hokey Pokey.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, this is a regulation size rink. So halfway through to the middle, they've got a Dayglow orange line that's an oval that's painted there, and that's to help figure skaters practice. There's usually 3 circles within that oval if you've got a regulation size. And we're the largest in the Southeast. So at one morning, I could not believe this, because most people don't even want to get up on a Saturday. It's, for a lot of people, the only day of the week they get to sleep in. And to do it just so your kid can go down to the rink and they want you to put on skates too. It's just a lot of things parents just don't want to do.
Yeah.
But on that morning, I had 300 parents doing the Hokey Pokey. No kids. They were sitting on the sidelines watching the parents. And if the floor guard was being particularly cheeky, I'd used my microphone to make him go into the middle and demonstrate the whole thing. Yeah, we call that being handed a blowtorch. Depending on the wattage of your radio station, yeah, don't hand me 100,000 watt blowtorch. I will use it to get you. But we wound up, there was a gentleman there who was like a second father to me, and we called him what everyone was told to call. He's just call me Sarge. He went through World War II. This guy was actually playing racquetball against 20-year-olds when he was in his 80s.
Oh, man.
I asked him, I said, Sarge, how do you do that? And he just smiled. He said, I stand in the middle and work them ragged. I put that ball anywhere but in the middle, and it just works them to death till they're down to where I can handle them better. Because he used to beat 21-year-olds all the time. I'm like, dude, you're just amazing.
Well, I'm gonna bounce out, guys.
Okay,
Thanks for
Bob.
Thanks
Bob,
for
it
the
was
stream
awesome.
show. All right, y'all take care of each other, and later.
You're stepping out before I sing, but go ahead.
Later, guys.
Take care.
Take care, Bob.
Well, Shadow, how you feeling?
Tired.
You about ready to cash in?
Yeah, I had that in mind, yeah.
I won't be offended. In fact, I had fun. Thank you. I appreciate you including me.
Yeah, it is always nice to include people. And you know what? You can always consider me as a friend. If there is something you want to talk about, you just
Thank you.
come to me and we'll try to solve it together.
Wow. I wish you were around last night.
Yeah.
I know I shouldn't let things get to me, but I was literally in tears. And that was the last thing the doctors want right now, because they're all freaked out about how badly my body is dehydrated. I'm working on it. But thank you. That means a lot. I appreciate that.
You can send me an email whenever you want. So,
do I have your email address? I don't know.
I put that in a private chat, so that will be easier for you.
I don't see it. I have a link for David Below, a link for J
Yeah, I
Mike's
haven't.
channel.
I will put it in the. I'm typing it. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah,
also.
I'm pretty sure Ivy does not know she's on camera. Hi, Ivy. Yep, she doesn't know.
I'm gonna do this as well. I gave you my private email as well.
Oh, okay. So that's the one that's been scrolling on the screen. Okay.
No, that is my YouTube Gmail for the YouTube. That is not my private email. My personal email. It is my personal email is Hotmail.
Okay. Bear with me. I type a little slow.
It's okay. I type slow sometimes as well.
Okay. After you end the stream,
yeah,
if I
think
send you a picture, would you please do me a favor and not share it with anyone else unless I give permission?
It stays with me. Trust me. I will
Okay.
keep it safe.
As I mentioned earlier, there's a big difference between what I look like and what I look like sick, so I'm going to send you both pictures. Because I'm not
Thank you.
stuck on the big appearance thing at all.
So those will.
But you'll have an idea at least what other people aren't getting to see.
Yeah. And I will put that in on my USB memory. But I had that now.
Okay, now I see 2 email addresses up here.
Yeah, the first one is my Gmail address for my YouTube.
Okay, so it's the second one that's the personal.
Yeah, the second.
Okay,
that is my real name. Actually, my real name, you can probably not pronounce it, but
Joran?
Yeah.
How'd I do?
Pretty good.
Joran? Is that
Well,
closer?
That is the original how it looks like. So
Well, tell me. Pronounce it.
Göran.
Joran.
Yeah. Perfect.
See, that's much better. Joran.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You have a
Thank
talent
you
for languages.
sharing that. I thought I had mentioned when we study opera, we have to go to these classes where we learn how to pronounce all sorts of languages in order to sing them like a native singer would sound. And I'm used to seeing umlauts and all kinds of, additions to letters that give you a hint at how to pronounce it. But
Yeah, that's the makes the Swedish language pretty difficult to learn for those who are not used to the language.
I have this movie that's half English and half Swedish, and it's so sweet.
Yeah.
But it's a romance movie, so I'm trying to think of the title. It's something like Love Is All You Need.
Yeah.
And it's funny. It's really a funny movie.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell the rest of the people I end the stream, and we keep going after I have ended the stream. So
okay, well I've got all the emails. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'm not the one who give out my personal email like that, but for you I do.
I appreciate your confidence. Thank you.
So if the first one fails for some, well, for some reason, you can use you have the other one.
Okay. Well, I was just going to go ahead and shoot it straight to your personal, just based on there's probably going to be less email in the personal one, so that way you wouldn't have to hunt around so much.
Exactly.
And mine email will be from an AOL address, and I think the number 62 is in it. I don't know. I got to go break into it. I'm getting so bad. I haven't used email in ages. Thanks to the hacker.
Yeah.
Probably knows more about what's going on in my emails than I do, and I really don't care. It's not like I've got anything to hide, so. Finally found a company to get rid of this asshole. I paid Microsoft for a year. They couldn't do it. I paid HP for a year. They couldn't do it. But I finally found a company in my city that can do something about it. And I'm like,
that's
yay!
Good.
Yeah. All I've got to do now is just a little bit more finances, because I literally have to replace every computer and every phone at the same time.
Yeah.
That's the only way to, because he has the computers cross-hacked with the telephones.
Yeah. That's the problem.
Oh, well, this is what we do, so we can do fun stuff like this.
Yeah.
And it was fun. I did have a good time. Thank you
Yeah.
for inviting me.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Okay, Ivy, I shut this stream down now. So everyone in the chat, take care, stay safe.
Everyone
and
have a
God
blessed
bless.
day and a blessed night.
Awesome.